What's up? StreamYard said, you're not scheduled till 12:05, but you're welcome to come in early. I said, you goddamn right, motherfucker. Oh, camera's over here. You goddamn right, you sons of bitches. Welcome to the mothership. I am the commander. We're feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good today. I spent the last 4 days sleeping on the ground under the stars. Had a little frost on the pumpkin a couple times when we woke up, so it was good. Rolando, the birthday boy. Ay! Happy birthday. Incidentally, am I being too loud? Caution if you have earphones in. Huh? It's 1200. What's the O stand for? Oh my God, it's early. Good morning, Vietnam! I'm only on my second pot of coffee. Happy birthday, Rolando. Hello, everyone. Hello, Gap. I put the link to the stream in the MLA chat and the Rebels chat, so on Instagram. Gap, incidentally, Gap. Why are you not on Instagram, fucker? We're all on Instagram. Just make an Instagram page so we can talk to you, you goofy fuck. Damn it. Mr. Kane! I hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Lack and Gap. TJC. Good to see you. Let's go on down here. What's going on? Mind the gap. Mind the gap. Captain Spaulding. I hope you're doing extra well. Today's Rolando's birthday, Captain, if you didn't know that. So we're going to get a piñata. And incidentally, we're taking up donations to send a fat stripper over to see Rolando with some big blue eyes. And she had the big melons. Big, beautiful blue eyes. Anyway, let's say hello to Gap. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Hey, Gap. How you doing, bud? How you doing, bud? You doing all right? You doing all right? Okay. Sweet. Yeah. Happy birthday, Captain Spaulding, TJC. Everybody saying hello to everybody. I saw Rolando drop probably the link to this in one of the chats. Yeah, we're live. Apparently, John, had something come up. I'm sure it's not, as far as I know, it was not a negative thing. So just scheduling. Ricardo's here. I see people saying hello, Ricardo. Yeah, there you are. What's going on, brother? Mi amigo? We're just drinking coffee. I was lurking a little bit in the Lego studs. I wasn't really awake yet. And then Gary and Ed were on Hot Toys, Hot Coffee, which I had to go over there for, and support my boys. Yeah, we need to move. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know why I'm saying we, me and the mouse in my pocket. But yeah, we need to move Hot Toys and Hot Coffee back like 30, 40 minutes so it doesn't overlap with rum. Nice teach. Thank you. My wife got me this for Christmas. The hell I won't. John Wayne, baby. She also got me a cool shirt that says Make America John Wayne Again, which I think is super cool. It upset some people, though, which I don't understand. And, I don't understand why you wouldn't want America to be John Wayne again. I think no matter, I would think any political party would think we should all be a little bit more like John Wayne. I don't know. John Wayne. Hey, there's Ed. No, I know. Have fun. Good to see you. Prayers to the Roma Collectibles family. Tell them we all said condolences and, just put in a good word from all of the people on, YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Dino the Machine. I'll give you a little forearm flex. Give you a little bit of those traps. Ugh. JJ, good to see you. Good to see you, sir. I just saw you on Hot Toys, Hot Coffee. Yeah, Ed, if you're still here, I was gonna say, so Hot Toys, Hot Coffee kind of fucking, it's on top of the Lego studs, which is not an issue, but you know, there's a huge majority of people, I'm sure, that would come see Hot Toys, Hot Coffee, but they're enthralled in the Salacious's Lego studs. And you know, once you're there, it's kind of hard to. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just trying to be helpful. God damn it, Palpatine. Hello there. JT, what's going on? Who else we got? If I miss anybody, please don't be offended. You will not get ignored. Sorry, I got the camera and the chat on the same side. My bad. What, Gap? You just subbed to Ed? What? Gap, you're missing out. There's got to be a mod in here somewhere, right? Captain Spaulding's a mod. Drop some links. I'm sure I made Ro a mod, but it's his birthday. So he shouldn't have to do it. No, I mean, I'm not telling you what to do. I just was informing of the crossover of the fucking times. You know? Because we are really all. Ed, you're in the MLA chat, just like I'm sure Salacious is in the Rebels chat. So like, I'm just saying we're all one big. We might be like different not different factions, but like, you know, we're all kind of different, but we're in the same side, right? We're all on the same. Oh, hey, here's a guest. Oh, look, who is it? Add this. How do you do this? What's
going on?
The Rickinator. I'm being extremely loud today. I hope everybody's cool with that.
It's okay. Everyone's awake, right?
They fucking better. I'm only on my second pot of coffee, so I may not be there yet. Looks bright and sunny there.
Yeah. I can't. My curtains don't block this big fireball in the sky. Like,
really? By time for some.
Yeah, but it's like 1 or 2 degrees. It's cold as balls here.
Oh, so I was about to say you might have to sell a couple figures and get some blinds.
Get some blackout curtains.
I finally caught up on Skeleton Crew.
Yeah, you watched the finale?
Yeah, I tried to watch it. Yeah, I was cooking dinner, but I tried to watch it twice. I watched it twice.
Yeah, it was good. It was pretty plain Jane and happy ending and all that kind of.
Yeah,
rainbows and lollipops and all that stuff. So
I thought it was lacking a little bit, but it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't. It didn't make me gag or anything.
Would have liked to see more violence and heads being cut off, and
there should have been also. It was so weird, the last episode he lights the lightsaber, and everybody's like, oh, and then the first line of this one is, oh, emissary, how could we ever thank you? It's like,
nice to meet you.
Like, no, like I don't go places and go, hi, my name is Lak. Like I mean, maybe I should start. I just like whip my fucking piece out.
I'm an artist. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, and just start fucking. That's what I'm gonna start doing. Like at the restaurant, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, my name is Lak. And then people are like, oh, it's so lovely to meet. I'm just saying that was fucking.
Do you follow Andrew Dice Clay at all on Instagram?
I don't.
The Dice Man is pretty funny. For about a year or so, he would just go up to random people and go, hey, you want a photo with me? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah.
It's like just people like who are you? Like, dude,
who the fuck are you?
Most people don't even know who he is. It's pretty funny.
Oh,
But he must have done this 1,000 times. Just go up to random people, like, yeah, I know you want a picture.
Yeah. I would start doing that, but people don't. I had one guy recognize me, and I assume it was from YouTube. I'm at this restaurant and bar restaurant having a good time, and this guy comes up
Where
And
do
he
you
said,
recognize you from? From like under the bridge or from
I mean, I didn't recognize him.
that truck stop in Albany? What?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was from YouTube, unless it was like from the wall of the post office where the wanted posters are.
Yeah, I've only had that at local toy shows here a couple times.
Oh yeah, yeah. A guy
People
comes
call.
up, he shakes my hand, he said, "I watch all your stuff, and I'm a big fan."
Oh, so he's from your OnlyFans.
Maybe
Yeah.
he said, "I
Yeah, I
watch
didn't know
all."
you and Brett could have a joint OnlyFans. I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. It just takes a little. Yeah, it just takes a little extra verification.
Yeah.
For a while there, they wouldn't accept his ID, and that's what he had a mask on.
The mask will do it every time. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's all you have to do. You're a strange man.
So
You're a strange man.
you
Hey,
catch
Gilster.
any mammals?
No, we saw a bunch of does, but we did not see any legal bucks.
Did you eat?
No, no.
No. So you lost 14 pounds. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I always take the hunting opportunities to be a purge if necessary.
Yeah.
But the two of us over the course of however many days, what did we do? I think we did Wednesday morning till last night, and we had like a can of sardines a piece and a chocolate bar or something.
Yeah, I can't believe you didn't throw in a couple of cans of beans, a package of
No,
bacon,
no,
or
no. First of all,
granola bars or something, just to.
hunting hungry makes you hunt better.
I
Hey,
guess.
hen.
But do you hunt thirsty too?
No, I take water. I take clean water. I treat it like Vietnam, baby. Clean water and bullets. That's all you fucking need.
But
You know?
no brewskis.
No brewskis.
Okay.
We had tobacco,
Yeah, I
which we
don't
had
think
to,
I could.
and I took I took coffee, and I
Yeah,
made cowboy coffee. So between the nicotine and the caffeine, and the adrenaline of the hunting, you don't get too hungry. You kind of, you don't get too hungry anyway.
I guess you don't take any shits in the woods either if you don't eat.
Yeah, yeah. You get like one little bloop
That's
every
it.
couple of
You're
days.
good for 3 days.
Good for 3 days. Yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah.
Captain
Also,
Collins
we were floating down the river and paddling a fairly small boat. So, like even the 5 gallons of water, which almost wasn't enough, because I was getting real thirsty out there. But like weight wise and space in the boat and being able to move, because we only had we have like a little 10-foot. It's like kind of like a little John boat, but it's small. And we were
like a aluminum car top
yeah,
thing?
yeah, like a riveted aluminum flat bottom boat. And we were paddling it like a canoe, but like we were definitely like a boat came by us a couple times and like we had to like purposely turn the bow of the boat into the boat's wake because it's I mean I'm 300 pounds and then we I mean like the
Okay.
boat's tiny. The boat's tiny. Like if you were a kid, you'd think, wow, this is an awesome boat. But for a grown man, it's like it's a little small.
Looks like I'm just looking at the news today. It looks like we got some freed hostages.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Dean. Yeah, we only take caffeine and nicotine. I'm gonna get another cup of Joe. Hey, if I missed anybody in the chat, I'm sorry. I was listening to Rick's drivel on and on about. No, I'm kidding. But I want to say hello to Gilster, and here's Steve. What's up, Steve?
Hold on, Gilster. Mr. Steve.
Yeah.
I heard it's Rolando's birthday.
Yeah, it is Rolando's birthday. And apparently TikTok is back. I've never been on TikTok, so I didn't really care.
It never left Canada.
Yeah. Apparently it left here for a few hours. I don't know. Here's Mary Atwell. Hello, Mary. Special hello to Hen. Love you, honey.
Well, the other thing, TikTok owns that Canva program that people use to make, their thumbnails and
I heard about that.
graphics, and apparently it's owned by TikTok, and it went away as well.
Well, I guess it's all back now. Is TikTok? I thought TikTok was like a Chinese spy program or something.
It is. It's not. You know what? It's
I
not
mean,
even allowed in China.
oh well, that's good.
But neither is Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, though, right? Like they're not. They're only allowed to go
Let me
on
get.
their own Chinese social media kind of thing. Yeah,
Well,
we're gonna just leave the screen empty.
yeah, it's all right. I'm right here. I just had to get some more coffee. The link is in the MLA and Rebels chat if anybody's on Instagram. Blank screen. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I've never been on TikTok. I just have the IG. Huh?
I thought you were on TikTok.
No, that's not me. I'm only on Instagram. Hey, red pill or blue pill? Monkey Jeebus, hello. Yeah, Gap, you need to get on Instagram, brother. Like everyone's on Instagram. Everyone we know is on Instagram. You know?
Yeah, I'm just Instagram's weird, man. Like I'll post the same thing on Instagram, all the social medias, and like 3 people see it on Instagram, and it never used to be like that.
Well, I'm
I
not saying it's
get messages from them all the time, like, "Oh, you can reach more people if you pay us $20."
Oh
I'm
yeah.
paying social media companies.
Well, they know that you're
see my content.
yeah.
You know,
My comments are real big on Instagram. Like I don't comment very often on other people's shit, but every once in a while something gets my goat, and I have to say, hey, this is whatever, and man, all of a sudden, like the next day, Instagram will be like 500 people like your comment, and I'm like, damn, that's cool,
Yeah, I get. Sometimes I comment on like celebrities' posts.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Green or James Gunn, people that, just, I don't say stupid things. I just make a comment.
Mm-hmm.
And then people comment on that or like that or message me directly. So I've had 3 different messages from 3 different fake James Gunns in the past week.
Oh, really?
Because I commented on one of his posts in the summertime about Peacemaker. And now I get all these official James Gunn, messaging me. I'm like, come on, man. Like, I'm not that stupid.
Yeah, you know who gets me is like I follow the official John Wayne page, and I message Brendan every once in a while.
Yeah.
And like he seems like a cool cat because like he answers me and stuff, and like he even put me on his story one time. and then Ethan Wayne, John Wayne's son, like I follow him, and then every once in a while you'll get a message from like somebody saying, hey, this is Ethan Wayne, and I know you're a big fan of my dad's, and like
this is my secret account.
This is my secret account because they don't let me message people.
Who else did I get a message from?
And I'm like, and I always send that directly to the official site, and I'm like, hey, here's a fucking.
Who's a super beautiful, like older than 50-year-old woman? We all have a crush on, or did have a crush on. What's her name?
I mean, if you gave me a minute,
British lady, but yeah, I got same thing as like James Gunn. Like I didn't even comment. I think I liked the photo once.
Yeah, fucking.
And then I got messages from like her super secret account saying, "Oh, let's be boyfriend and girlfriend." And
oh wow,
I'll get right on that.
You better watch out. Don't be talking to people on the fucking internet.
Nope, they're all fake.
Nope, they're all fake. So here's a question: here's a hypothetical. If you're walking down the street, or let's say you were just cruising on Instagram looking at reels of Star Wars shit or whatever, somebody you didn't know messaged you or came up to you and they said, "Hey, would you like to buy these illegal substances?" I know you don't know me. And you have no way of confirming who I am. But would you like to do this illegal thing with me? Who the fuck says yes?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But it's different because 25 years ago, 35 years ago, you could be walking down the street and, the dudes would come up to you. Even now, I think if you walk around any major city in the world, guys are,
Yeah.
hey, you want some weed? Want
Yeah,
some?
you want some weed?
And
And
you're
you're
like,
like, no,
what?
I
Is
don't.
there a big sign on my shirt that
Yeah,
says
it's big.
I'm
Yeah,
looking to buy
it's
weed?
the beard and the sunglasses.
No,
They're
but
like,
they don't just do it to me. They do it to everybody. Like if your grandma walked
yeah.
by them, they're like, "Hey, Granny, you
Hey,
want
Granny, you
some
want to buy some weed? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, who says you? No normal person will be like, oh yeah, I don't know you.
stuff?"
I'd love to purchase illegal things. I mean,
Can
that's
I
just so.
pay extra?
Yeah, can I pay extra? Canada is the only place. I was in Fort Nelson. You know where that is? Way up
Yeah,
north.
that's a bad place, man.
Oh, I love Fort Nelson. It was people were super nice to me in Fort Nelson. But I was like 16. I was driving from Alaska to Florida my first time, and I got paranoid at the border. So I like threw everything away. And then I'm in Fort Nelson and I'm driving around and I see like this group of kids that are my age. They got to be like 16 or whatever. And they got their like cool like chopper bikes. And I go up to them. I go, "Hey guys, you know where I can find any clo?" you know.
Tobacco?
And they're like, "Yeah, follow me, eh?" And like these group of like biking down the street, and I'm like driving behind them in this big K5 Blazer. We like drive wherever. And they're like, "Wait here." And they come back and they just like bring me this giant bag of weed and bring my and
$5.
bring me change. They like and oh here's the change. And I was just like, wow, might be one of the greatest countries around.
Yeah, we're all friendly in Canada.
Yeah, they're super friendly in Fort Nelson to me. You know what's a rough town is
It's a
Whitehorse.
small town, and it's all working people, or it's like unemployed people. It's one or the other kind of thing.
Is it? Now this was I'm almost 40 now and I was 16, so that's been a few years. You know what is a rough fucking town though is Whitehorse.
Oh, the more north you go,
Whitehorse
you know,
is super
the
rough.
more like a 3 day delayed from the internet they are, kind of thing.
Dude.
Like it's not like they don't have the internet in those, out in the bush cities. They're
Yeah.
just a couple of months behind in how the world works and stuff, and maybe a couple more,
Well, Alaska
a couple of decades behind. Like,
yeah, a couple decades. Yeah, when I was a kid in Alaska, like people were still wearing like large lapel. It looked like like the Kojak series.
yeah.
Everybody's still wearing like action back suits and safari and big lapels. But it was cool. Maybe we're just stylish. What's up, Jumpy? Good to see y'all. The link for anybody who's on Instagram, the link is in the Monkey Lizard Army chat. So hop on. A bunch of my shit fell over, so I was redoing my Brutus, the Barber Beefcake. We need to get a Brutus, the Barber Beefcake figure and put him with Brutus. I changed some of his guns and stuff.
Crossover.
Yeah, why not? I changed one of it. I've been changing his guns because I really didn't like the guns he came with.
Yeah, they're different.
So I put a dagger in there, which I thought looked cool.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I gave him the Nick Fury Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. pistol there. So, but I've got him set up. I'll take a picture of it later, but I got him
the
set up.
only two figures.
Just interrupt me, Rick.
I want to get is the blue elephant guy, and I already have Brutus.
Yeah, I want to get a couple Brutus. Cause I need some. Well, I guess that would be a Brutai. If there's more than one.
Plural.
Yeah, plural. Brutai.
A flock.
Yeah, a pack. But I got my Brutus and you remember like the old like 80s action posters where like one guy's kneeling and one guy's shooting this way over his shoulder and the other guy's shooting this way over his shoulder. So I got Brutus and Jackson and Dengar like that. And like Dengar's kneeling with his big rifle and then Jackson's like over here. Like the Charlie Angels poster where they're all going different ways and shit. I think that's I do a lot of figures like that because I think that looks fucking cool.
Yeah, you need good little teams.
Little teams, yeah. And like, dude, Brutus, Jackson, and Dengar.
I guess Brutus would be a pack.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's wolf now.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Gary. I haven't seen any. I mean, my stores here are shit. But Gary's gonna probably send me another Brutus because I I don't know. Like I want to put a Brutus head on that one Moff Gideon figure where he's in the black armor,
Yeah.
and then I want to do like a Brutus as a Lak from the OT. So I don't know exactly what body yet, but then he's got to like be painted kind of a lighter brown, and
Yeah, no, for sure.
there's gonna be a lot of Brutai around
You need to
the
make
look.
a 6-inch Lak because no one else is going to do it.
I don't know. Who was it? I think it was Lukeness Monster. He just had I saved it to watch later, but he has a new video out that says, Black Series rumors. And then he has a bunch of, just different photos of different Star Wars characters. But over on the side, it says he has Imbo pictured. And like, man, I've been saying I want a Black Series Imbo for like from the first time they ever made a 6-inch Star Wars
Yeah,
action
because
figure.
he's supposed to be one of the bad guys in the Mando movie.
Is he?
Embo he's got the big hat.
Yeah, he's a bad guy. That's lame.
Well, he's an antagonist.
Well, he always, in Clone Wars, like he's a bounty hunter and he's a badass, but they always showed him with like some morality. He was kind of like Yul Brynner in the Magnificent Seven. Like he's supposed to have some, morality about him. So
I like that Jackson figure. I think it's just a fun character.
Oh yeah, I think Jackson. I always thought Jackson was cool, man, from the first comic. And I put some.
Jackson, Rocket Raccoon.
I can't remember. So I put some stickers on him that are like I don't know if it's gonna focus, but they're like they're like cockpit stickers from some 3 3/4 inch figure. So they're like dials and screens and stuff, and they're not really focusing for me, but
So it goes.
But I put those on there, in like this little yellow. But that looks cool. Yeah, 3 3/4 inch cockpit stickers look really cool on 6-inch like droids or if you want like we support you at the Techno Union. Wow,
Yeah. Adjust my own volume.
Yeah. What's up, Mr. B?
Hey, Mr. B.
The hunt was great. So my buddy Dylan, he's got a 360 camera that we had running.
Oh, nice.
Most of the time. And then so when he gets back, he's going to kind of edit it, like every time. He's going to edit out every time he switched his paddle around, he hit the thing, and shit like that. But so in the future, once he edits kind of some of the shit that we talked out of it and all that kind of stuff, he'll send me that and we'll post that. But the hunt was great. The killing wasn't so good.
Did it get cold at all?
Oh yeah, we woke up twice with like thick layers of ice on us and the tent, and because during the day it might be 68, 70, and then but then it would get down to 28, so then everything would condensate.
Oh wow, okay.
And then the condensation would freeze. So we woke up with some thick. But I had my Alaskan. I told my buddy, he saw me I don't have it right. I thought I had it right here. He saw me packing some stuff right before we left, and I have my like $100 Filson merino wool long underwear. Yeah, 1 degrees. That's Celsius or what?
Come on, man. The whole world is metric, but you.
No, that's actually not.
That's
actually not true, Rick. But okay.
Name another country that is not metric besides the United States of America.
I think technically, other than a couple things, like England is really not metric.
Well, England is. They just have a bunch of deniers.
No.
But they actually are metric.
Well, they might say it in there. Oh, is Boba Hicks here? Hey, Boba Hicks. If I missed somebody in the chat, please forgive me. There's Boba Hicks. Everybody go subscribe to Boba if you're not.
Even though me as a youngling in school, we still learned the imperial measuring and weighing system.
As you should.
But you guys haven't learned metric, and like
No, that's not true.
It's just
That's not
ignorant.
true.
Oh,
That's not
really?
true.
You
Yeah,
don't even sell tape measures with metric on it.
no, because the industry over here doesn't. That industry doesn't use metric. But like in machinist school, you learn metric. You have to learn um, the conversion and
Yeah,
stuff.
I guess there's trades where you do it is required because
Yeah, you need to.
glass is
There's a
measured in
lot of
millimeters and
yeah, and like everything on our fucking trucks now, when it used to be half inch, right? It's either 10 or 12 millimeter,
yeah,
which
it's
is like
new.
the either side of half inch. You know, you can replace like a half inch bolt with a 10 or 12 millimeter bolt most of the time. You know.
Hmm.
So no, that's not necessarily true. The one thing with England is, imperial units of measurement. Like that's their thing, and they're the ones that they cucked out to the French in the
I
70s.
think that's right. Yeah,
Yeah. So like they're,
I
I
believe
don't let
it is
any,
a
I don't
French
let any
thing.
English people talk shit to me about metric because like England is imperial units of measurement is their fucking invention.
Yeah.
And then subsequently, right, all English people talk shit about the French, but then they give Americans shit about the metric system.
Well, and then they also have their own system too because their weight is in stones,
Yeah, that's
which is not imperial or metric. It's like
yeah. See, JT knows they're
it's the
both because
caveman
they're clever
weighing.
like that.
What metric? What
Mhm.
method of measurement units are stones?
Well, I think that goes back to ancient times or whatever. And a stone is, I used to remember because in like
But
the
do they
old British,
stand on like a scale and like your bag of potatoes weighs 4 stones?
yeah.
Like how do you
Well,
write?
it wouldn't be 4 stones because 4 stones is like, you remember the wrestler
Like
Big Daddy?
2 boulders?
Yeah, you remember the wrestler Big Daddy from England? I'm sure somebody does.
No, but I like that name.
Yeah, he was like the British Captain America, you know.
Oh, Gary says I
Like
think
if you took Captain America and Hulk Hogan and turned him into a 1960s and 70s professional wrestler, it would be Big Daddy.
Gary thinks
But
there are 3 countries that don't use metric: the U.S., Liberia. There's a place called Liberia.
yeah, it's in Africa.
Okay, I can't say I've ever heard of that.
Is it
Maybe
only
it's right beside
14?
Airlandia.
Yeah, Big Daddy was awesome. I could have
Stone
swore
is
that a stone
14.
was more than 14 pounds, but what do I know? Yeah, giant haystacks. Yeah.
So the UK had Big Daddy's wrestler. Canada, we had Angela King Kong Moscow.
Oh
Who's a
yeah,
who's an
You
ex
know who
football player turned wrestler.
my favorite Canadian wrestler was Mad Dog Vachon.
Him too, yeah. He's back
Yeah,
there.
Mad Dog Vachon was like holy shit. And
And
then what was that guy the strong man who went and wrestled Antonio Inoki and got the shit beat out of him, and he died only a few years ago, like homeless on
John
the street.
Tenta,
No, this is like from he was hot from like the 50s to the 70s.
Earthquake.
Um,
I actually played football against John Tenta, the
I remember
Earthquake.
you telling me that.
Yeah.
I remember you telling me that.
Big dude, man. When I was
Yeah, big
18
dude.
years old, man, this guy looked like a man. Must have had 200
What's
pounds.
interesting if you go back and watch like John Tenta in the WWF when he was Earthquake, and you got to remember like he's like 25 years old or some shit.
Yeah. He did
You know,
sumo. He went and
and
did sumo as well.
yeah, but like with he's balding and definitely like you could say oh he's 47 and you've been like
Yeah,
oh
he was
okay.
bald when I played against him, so he would have been
Yeah.
20 years old.
My dad used to play football against Terry Bradshaw, and my dad told me he said, yeah, that fucker was bald when he was like 19. you know.
He's still playing, yeah.
hmm Yeah, man.
Georgetown.
I'm sure everybody knows and thanks to Lobot if he's here. But my favorite British wrestler was Les Kellett, who's kind of like he's kind of a more obscure wrestler, but he was the shit.
Lots of Canadian wrestlers, even still to this day. There's lots of Canadian wrestlers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody liked that Chris Benoit, until the shit hit the fan.
Yeah, but that's if he did what he did, of course, but there's also rumors and stuff that someone else did it, right? Like he had an enemy who's
Yeah,
now passed away.
I've heard
And,
that too.
and now that you'll never know, right? Like,
You'll never know. Yeah. Well, you remember Dino Bravo? You remember Dino
yeah, yeah,
Bravo? He was like in a cigarette smuggling ring with the Canadian mob, and like they totally offed him. And you know when that happened, like nobody ever even said anything. It wasn't until years later the story kind of came out of.
yeah. I watch a lot of those like Dark Side of the Ring type
Mhm.
documentaries on all the, because most wrestlers tend to die, believe it or not. Like it's when they're 30 years old or younger. It's
The
sad,
task.
man, but it's the honest truth when
Yeah.
they're punishing their body for tens of years, and then
Yeah.
another tens of years of like prescription drug abuse, and then non-prescription drug
Non-prescription
abuse
drug.
and
Yeah.
alcohol and
Yeah.
painkillers, and yeah, it's just insane, man.
I told a good friend of mine, I think we were like 28 or something, and I said, and he was maybe a year or two older than me, but I said, hey, I said, you can't have a fucking 8 ball a day habit when you're 30. I said, you're
Yeah.
eight, you're 18, you're 22, whatever, but like, motherfucker, you can't drink, 2 fifths a day and do a fucking teener when you're 30. I said, you're not going to make it very much longer. You know, there's
Yeah,
like,
well, and
there's like a
nowadays,
fucking cutoff.
and nowadays, the the flavor of choice for the abusers of the narcotics is it's the fentanyl,
Oh yeah, I'm scared to do anything anymore because
and which is
you
weird
don't know
because
what's in it.
fentanyl is, if you're at the hospital and you just got your leg cut off, or you have some traumatic trauma happen and you're in serious pain, that's the exact meds they give you because it does numb that pain. But it's, of course, it's the finest of medical grade of you know fentanyl or whatever it is. But yeah, then people get it on the streets, so to speak, and it's
Well,
like,
I think
yeah,
the
it's
stuff
mixed
that
with
they're I
like
think the stuff that they're
whatever
mixing with
garbage they
the
find
streets.
at the drugstore. Like it's
I
so
don't
it's all
think it's high grade
no,
either.
not the stuff on the street. It comes from China and it's low
Yeah,
grade and
yeah. People like
not good for you.
you don't want to eat like Chinese food that's imported into Walmart, but people are still going out there not worrying about their Chinese pharmaceuticals,
Hmm.
which is a strange concept, right? They're like, oh, I don't eat canned corn that I get from Walmart because it comes from China and it has shit in it, but I'll go down to the bad part of town and have a party, like that. I'm like, that's pretty, like the fuck, man. I posted the link in the chat if anybody wants to hop on here and give Rick a moment to catch his breath. I got this for Christmas
I saw
from
that's pretty cool.
from a friend of the channel. This I have two of them, um, which I'm happy I have two of them now because I've been really wanting to open one. But yeah, isn't that's what Batman? That's what my Batman looked like when I was a
These
young
little
man.
these little O-ring busters.
Oh yeah, cool.
So I was hoping to make a video on those today after
Yeah, do
cleaning
that.
my kitchen.
Gilster wants to remind us that Kevin Sullivan was a badass, and he was. I always liked
That's
Kevin
wrestler
Sullivan.
too.
Yeah, he was the Taskmaster.
Oh, that
That
guy
was one of his late, but
in
he
the
was always like
sequin stormtrooper helmet.
no, that was
Shockmaster.
the Shockmaster, yeah. Who was played by not John Tinta, but his buddy. I can't
Oh,
remember
the
his name.
tugboat.
Yeah, Tugboat. When they
Okay.
were, what were they? Earthquake and
Earthquake and Typhoon.
yeah, Typhoon. Yeah,
So
the
I love
natural disasters. Yeah.
the wrestling gimmicks that have existed over the years. Just blow me away, man.
There's some good ones, but
But I
man,
mean,
I
then
always
there's also some really bad ones, like
there's some bad
Kane.
ones.
Kane he one time played a dentist called Dr. Isaac Yankum.
Oh yeah, I remember
And
that.
he was just like a big 8 foot, 300-pound
Yeah,
dentist. Like there
right.
is not 800-pound, 300-pound dentist.
No, I've never had a dentist. I did have a dentist as a kid who actually just came to Florida and visited a couple days ago before I went hunting. but he was my dentist as a kid, and his last name is Payne.
Yeah, that's
So
a
it was
perfect.
Dr. Payne, and I just thought, wow. Even as a kid, I was like, that's fucking cool. Why would you not want to be Dr. Payne? You know?
Oh, Kevin Sullivan's the name that Gilster's
Oh,
mentioning. Yeah,
is
the
that who
blonde-haired
is
guy,
that?
right?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know. I think
that no,
Kevin
because
Sullivan though
apparently he's off to other people. That's why they're saying like he's a
has he?
bad dude.
Well, I'm just a terrible judge of character because I always like when you watch like interviews of Kevin Sullivan just being Kevin Sullivan, like he seems like a pretty all right dude. You know, I guess it matters why you kill somebody. You know what I mean?
Well, because Chris Benoit stole his wife.
Yeah, but I thought they didn't get to get. Did he steal her, or was it? I thought it was like quite a bit later.
Okay,
They
well,
got together.
he had an affair with his wife, and then she
Oh,
later left him and married Chris Benoit and had children. So yeah,
well,
when there's bad blood, that doesn't go away, right?
well. I mean, if you're a
As
certain
far
kind
as
of
I
person,
know.
I'm not one of those kind of people.
No, I've never been that
I
kind of
don't, I don't,
situation.
uh, I don't really hold grudges. Like I might get super fucking pissed about something for a while, but yeah, I don't really hold grudges. You know, you gotta. At some point, you got to go. Hey, that's between them and their God.
So
Mm,
I think it was the TikTok or Instagram reel or some guy talking about, what do you do if you come home and there's your woman in bed with another man, and he's thinking, he's like, what? He's like, what I would do? I would I would take my clothes off and I'd get into bed with them and
Again,
freak them both the hell up, man.
and
Like,
ring the bell down. I'm gonna get another cup of Joe. That might be the best option. I don't know.
instead of going into violence.
Well, I see now, right? So like when we were young, if that happens, you would beat him up.
Yeah, but I
But
mean, this is a
but
funny
now there's
scenario.
like this camaraderie, where because I see videos all the time like that now, where like now the idea is like, hey, bro, we're cool, but
Just get it one last time
yeah, but like yeah, you can
while
have
this
her.
other guy watches.
Yeah, but yeah, when I was younger, like yeah, you'd beat him up. I had this buddy. I mean, he was older. He's like my uncle's friends. His name was God. What was his name? Dom Loshi. Okay, and he was famous for being shot 6 times, but having like 9 holes in his body. And he was with this woman who was divorced from this guy. But the guy showed up, and like they were supposed to be divorced, right? And so like everything should have been cool. But the guy comes home, catches this guy I knew with the wife, and the guy pulls out his 357 and shoots 6 times. Well, he puts his hands up. So the bullet's like, like the guy shoots at him 6 times, but he has like 9 holes because the bullet like goes through both hands
Okay,
and into
okay.
his chest and like through his arm and into his chest. But he lived. He lived for a long time after that, actually. But
I had a football teammate. We were having a game. We usually play it on the Sundays. This is in the past 20 years, flag football.
Hey,
And he's one of our better
Gary!
players. And we're like, where's Dave? Dave's late. Where's Dave? And he shows up and he's like, sorry I'm late, man. He's like, so I got shot last night in the park. He got shot like in his arm through and through or whatever. And he still played. He still played the game, man.
Yeah.
But
Well,
that's
if it's
not
true.
common for your teammates here in Canada to show up after being shot because they got into an altercation.
Maybe not so much now, but in the 70s.
No, but in Canada, it's just not. Like,
Well, in the 70s.
If I was to ask 150 people, has that happened to you? No, it's not happened.
Cup of Joe.
Morning, Gary.
Gary!
Good day,
Gary,
sir. Good day, sir.
I'm surprised to see you, Gary. I figured you might be watching football with your kid or something.
Wait, hold on. Let me turn your volume up a little bit. Say again.
Oh.
Surprise.
He's not
I said I'm
watching
surprised to see you because I thought maybe you'd be watching football by now or something.
It's later on this afternoon, so
Oh, okay.
I will be.
I haven't watched football in years.
Hey, is this volume okay?
Yeah, I think it's great. It's great.
Good.
That was a great stream you and Ed had.
That was fun. It was a month overdue, but I was, like I said, I've been packing and getting the move done, and
Oh,
we're
you
finally
moved
finished.
recently, right,
So.
Gary?
What's that?
You moved recently, right?
Just last Saturday. Yeah.
He's in the new place now.
Did you cross any state lines or borders or anything?
Nope. We stayed. Actually, I did change counties. It's funny you said I went from Loudoun County to Fairfax County, but it's only like 15 minutes from where I used to live, and now only like 8 minutes from where I work. So it's awesome for me. Yeah.
Pretty smooth.
We're getting ready to have about 5 inches of snow today, this afternoon, which means
For
work's
those of
probably
you
going to get canceled.
who follow Gary closely, you can tell that he moved because the window is now on the opposite side.
That's right. That's right.
Right.
That's right.
That's right. The window used to be on.
It used to be on this
side of the
yeah,
screen
that's
instead of that
funny.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to take advantage of the natural lighting. So,
Well, I know you're probably not done unpacking, but what you got going on behind you looks nice.
I got a little hot toy thing happening there. Yeah, I got room for about 21 out there on these shelves, but I'm thinking about putting that Fantastic Four Mezco set together and displaying that because it's so friggin' cool, man. It's so cool.
I saw it in the store last week. It's a big tin it comes in.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I
They're
got a
pretty
good
sharp.
deal on it around Christmas time, and I did a video on it just showing off the individual stuff, but I want to put it together, I think, and
I think it was
display it so I can enjoy it.
You are obviously a
$6.
shelving. You're obviously a shelving unit guy and not a shelf guy, huh? That's cool.
Oh yeah, I mean, you mean like DTOFs and everything?
Well, I mean, like I'm into shelves. Like I go to Lowe's and I'll buy like a 4-foot board.
Yeah.
And then because I try to take up the whole wall with a shelf.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's a brand new building. It's brand new construction. So right now I'm still hesitant starting nailing stuff into the wall. I probably will get there, but for now I'm just going to use whatever stuff I have available for display.
Well, those look good.
But
The
it's working okay.
The 12-inch definitely go on a shelving unit much more harmoniously than smaller sizes, I think.
Yeah.
And then like me and Ed last night were talking, and we're talking about like 6-inch Black Series, and I told him, I said the cool thing about that is like I can see it across the room,
Right.
But but like 3 3/4. There's no, like, once you get, like, I'm on one side of the mothership and I can look over there and I go, oh, that still looks really nice. But I think shelving units, at least for me, like, anything smaller than 12-inch gets kind of lost, especially if you go further down the shelf. But 12-inch.
I'm going to end up putting some tiers up there on the Batman because I've still got the Batfleck 2.0, the George Clooney, and the Batman Dark Knight from the comic book figures coming from Hot Toys.
Okay.
So I'm going to tier them, on that shelf there behind me eventually. So
awesome.
I just put up that clock. I just had that clock in storage forever. I can't tell, but it's an album laser cut. So it's got Batman and the Bat Signal up there. And it's just,
nice.
Cool.
Thought it made for a neat little backdrop. So
I'm on Team Billy bookcase. I like the Billy bookcases for my kids.
Yeah. Excuse me. So.
Yeah, like I said, I'll go to Lowe's with a rough idea. And man, I get like the 12-inch wide by 4-foot long boards.
Right. Hey,
some of them I'll paint, some of them I don't, if the wood looks nice.
I mentioned it in the hunt, but I'm sure I've found like 8 Brutuses in the last on the new toy hunt.
Oh, so. Yeah. Nice. I'll PayPal you and
so Brutus Palooza. So when I get out next week, you just want one?
Yeah, for now. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll grab one. So.
Yeah, the Brutus. I have a lot of plans for some different Brutus, and I'm sure I don't know, some figures, like that Nick Fury 3-pack that came out not long ago.
Yeah.
If you get on eBay now, like you can just buy the Nick Fury head.
Okay.
And like maybe at some point we'll find some Brutus heads or whatever. I'm not sure, but because like I ended up, I probably bought 8 or 10 of the Dum Dum Dugan and the original Nick Fury heads from that pack.
Right.
Just because there's so many kind of like different styles that I wanted to do of custom. And I thought, man, I don't want to buy this almost $100 pack for every.
Yeah, that's too much.
But there's obviously a bunch of people out there who are not into Dum Dum Dugan and they're not into the original Nick Fury. They just wanted those those new Agent of Shield bodies, you know, for their own thing. So I've
like
been
everything else. It's an acquired taste, you know.
I guess so. I don't know. Let's see. What does JT say?
JT.
There real
Always
quick.
worry about nailing things to the walls. Yeah, I'm not afraid of putting stuff. It's new. It's brand new, and I'm just like, do I want to start? I mean, I had my other room. I had 300 Marvel Legends pinned up on all push pins. You know, on the
Push pins.
all the walls were covered. You know,
JT, there are some special stud finders that you can find. I can't hardly ever use a stud finder because anytime it gets near me, it goes off.
I've got one. Yeah. Right. You can't even.
No, but
keep the batteries out of it.
There are some higher dollar stud finders that are supposed to be able to tell you the difference between what's behind the wall. So
I've got one that'll tell you the difference between metals and a wooden stud as well. Yeah, I've got one.
Yeah. Nice. So you might, and if you're in a regular house and not an apartment, it's definitely easier to kind of trace your own, be able to figure your own pipes. But even in an apartment, like if all the apartments are the same layout, right? Like that there's the drain from the toilet is all in one spot.
Right.
And the lines for your kitchen are all in one spot. So
they're usually back to back or something. Yeah.
Yeah. So with a little research, you probably should be able to figure out what's pipes and what's not. And,
starting to snow.
Is it starting to snow? I'm glad. It's supposed to be 28 here and snow, I think, tomorrow, which I doubt highly.
Right.
But it should be.
Snow here.
No snow here. Hey, there might be bugs on some of your mugs, but there ain't no bugs on me.
That's right.
What's up, Mr. Redmond? Good to see you.
Oh, Jonathan, what's up?
And Jumpy, I think we said hi to already, but if I'm missing you in the chat, please don't think that we're mad at you. It's just
Mr. B likes the stud finder comment.
Yeah, stud finder. Yeah, that's like I used to do construction, and he'd be like, that was like the ultimate joke of the stud finder. He'd be like, I found one right here.
That was Brett's nickname in high school was stud finder.
Yeah, I bet it was.
I'm watching Justice League War. One other channel, I forget what movie channel. It's got all the DC animated movies playing like all weekend.
We're just
got that on in the background until football comes on.
But yeah, the hunt was good. I had a great time, man. A great time. So I bought this tent. Just like a cheap Walmart Ozark Trail tent. I knew my buddy Dylan was going to show up. And so I'm looking at all the tents, and there's one that's like, it says 3-man tent, 7 feet by 7 feet. And I was like,
okay.
Oh yeah. I was
what does that translate to?
That'll be plenty for 2 guys and, your rifles and your bag. Cause I knew it was going to like frost and stuff. So you kind of wanted to bring shit in the tent, some of your shit. And we get this tent up, and immediately I'm like, there's no way this is fucking like, unless I'm 7 feet tall all of a sudden. And I'm like 5'10", maybe 5'10" and a half. Like I think
that's the smallest size tent you can get.
Holy shit. And then so we were joking, like they must measure those tents like they do TVs from like corner to corner.
Like a TV.
Yeah. And I was like,
they went diagonal.
You have to play corner to corner.
Corner to corner, yeah. But other than that, I got that tent because it was, our plan was to, we were floating the river, and we were hunting the river. And then before it got dark, like prime hunting time, it gets dark maybe 5:30. So, about maybe 3 o'clock, we would find a place to land.
Make camp, yeah.
Well, and then we would go hunt. And then we would come back after dark, and we'd put the tent up. So I made sure to get just one of those easy, where they have like the 2 poles that go on.
Yeah, I just pulled this. Yeah.
So it was, cheap tent was definitely, and the boat. Some of y'all might have seen some of the pictures, but the boat is like literally like a 10-foot John boat that we paddle like a canoe.
Oh, I saw the one video of you guys cruising down the river,
yeah.
And that was cool.
So we're definitely limited on space, so.
Coffee friend.
We saw a lot of animals, just no legal ones to
Right.
No,
Well,
the legal ones. What's up,
like you said,
TJC?
the actual hunting is it can be as rewarding as the rest.
Yeah. They call it hunting, not killing. That's for sure. And having hot coffee in the morning, and
Yeah.
that makes a real shitty hunting trip into a great one.
I just got a text from Ed. He said he made you and I moderators on the.
Oh yeah, I saw that in the chat. He
Yeah.
sent me one too.
So
Appreciate it, Ed. If you're still in the chat here.
he was still on,
Let's
kind of
see.
doing the
I'm
after
gonna
show
I'm
thing.
gonna grab a figure here and open it because
All right.
why? So hey, I know Greg at Figure Fever has sent you a couple things, right, Gary?
Well, yes.
Yeah, I
Remember, I
you
got
telling-
confused at first. Who sold? Yeah, who sent the? Yeah, got the
Yeah,
Jaws
sometimes.
thing.
Yeah, but so yeah, this is courtesy of Greg at Figure
Okay.
Fever,
Nice.
and I've been meaning to open. I think it's a cool looking character. This is that Morok from what is this, Ahsoka? I'm not.
Mhm.
But yeah, so we're gonna open that real quick. But we're not gonna make a big deal about it. I just want to open it.
No. I popped open just to look at the. I got the Red Hulk on my last hunt, for Marvel
Oh
Legends.
yeah.
So I broke him open. It doesn't. The figure's cool. It doesn't have the best. Not even really that good Harrison Ford likeness, which is he's got one of those faces. It's tough to put into plastic form, but the figure itself is awesome.
Does the Hulk have a little scar on his chin?
It does, I
He's
think.
supposed to. Yeah. No, I can't.
It's got some sweet chest hair too.
It should.
As such, I thought that was really weird. I would have never expect that from Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just I just don't know why I didn't expect that. And then, what was the conversation? Whoever decided, there's like 3 or 4 people around, and they're like, maybe we should ask Harrison Ford. And I know somebody laughed out loud. They're like, oh, he'll never fucking do that.
Be the Red Hulk. Yeah.
Yeah, and then somebody said, "Oh, for 2.8 million, I bet he will, or whatever."
Oh, I bet it
be
was
like
more than that. I bet. I'm sure they backed up the money truck for him.
Ah, I'm knocking shit over.
Well, that's why.
Go ahead.
When the whole scene with the ice creatures in Empire grabbing Luke, that was a result of he got in a car accident prior to filming and fucked up his face, and that's why they had to come up with some sort of way to write it into the story because we can't have our hero,
It's true.
shit going on.
Yeah,
So that's what they did. Yeah.
Well, and I think even if they didn't do that, like it, there would have been one of those interesting like Boba Fett moments, where like you don't know the whole story, and then you certainly could have made it. It's a whole like a comic series,
Right. Remember young Indiana Jones with River Phoenix? That's how they explained the scar in the whip when he was in the train car with the lion.
Oh yeah.
He tried the whip for the first time and he cut himself on the chin. So that's how they said, "Oh, that's how Indy got his scar." So I like when they do little things like that to kind of make it in line with what's really going on in their lives. So.
And maybe in Solo 2, they'll show how he got his scar.
Dude, I hope they do a Solo. I know it's not going to happen, but I really liked Solo, a Star Wars story. I did.
Solo was awesome. It only suffered from those, the sequel travesty, and everybody.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of came out a month, within a month of one of those at the same time.
Does anybody have this figure?
No.
I don't think I do.
It
should have been blacker, I think.
Yeah, I think maybe also it should have, but it's still pretty cool.
I just grabbed the Balin skull yesterday because of Ray Stevenson, and it is a good figure.
Yeah,
and so I did snag that one. I kept bumping into it and putting it down, but I found
that one has soft goods, right?
Yeah, I got my eye on that one, and Neil from the Skeleton Crew. He looks pretty cool. That little beaver guy from the Acolyte. I kind of want that
little
one.
beaver guy, kind of cool.
I've got all the Skeleton Crew figures in my local Target. I haven't bought them, but they're all there.
Yeah, I've only got the Brutus so far.
Yeah.
But now the new Luke and Leia Black Series are out, and they look.
Yeah, I found the Luke, and the box was all damaged, so I set it down. And I'll
look
pick up
great. I'm just hoping for a better price.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well,
I'm hoping to get that. I'm pretty sure I pre-ordered it, but they're re-releasing that Obi-Wan in his clone armor, but with the
Oh,
soft
okay.
goods.
Yeah, that one was a pretty cool one.
Yeah.
Don't you have
and-
one on a blister card, Lack, on your wall?
Yeah, I
Oh,
have it on the
okay.
card. That was like the very first one, and it's got hard goods.
Okay.
And I wasn't. I got that like on a good price, and I wasn't paying attention that it was the hard good one because, like I've been putting the 6-inch Star Wars on the Mythic Legions, right? And Mythic Legions is it's not out yet. I'm sure it'll be. I mean, knowing them, right? It might be another year before it comes out, but they're gonna do a white horse with like silver knight armor on it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I want to get that horse, and I want to put that Obi-Wan
For Obi-Wan, yeah.
clone armor on the white horse.
Oh, nice.
I think that would just be,
That'll look cool. Yeah.
as a guy I used to work for would say, it's tits. It'd be tits, man.
Here it comes.
So yeah, that's kind of, but yeah, when I saw that one Obi-Wan I do have, which, you know, I'm sure the price may go down now, but it's on the blister card, so it might retain its value. And I see that sometimes, shit, that fucker might be $100, you know, but it
Right.
probably runs more in like the 60 to
Hello.
80.
Super John.
Hello.
I'm going to take this live.
Do it.
Hold on a second. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear John?
Yeah, you're live, John.
John, I'm on Lax live with Rick and you,
Oh, okay.
and now you. So, did you get my message?
Wait, should I join you somewhere, or what are you doing?
Well, we're just shooting the shit. But Lack went live because you get my message. I guess the thing posted about the contest today. You didn't take it down, and so people were in the chat waiting for the show that didn't happen. So Lack just went live, and everybody kind of came over here.
Oh, the game show.
Yeah, the game show. You didn't take the post down. Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
So you want to come on? I think Lack posted the link to this thing in the chat.
Yeah, let me
All right.
move the computer to this.
All right. And then once you get live, we're all going to vote and see if we need to have you removed from the community for improper broadcast. All right.
Tell him it's all I'm gonna put the link in the chat so he doesn't have to scroll up. And it's
All right. He's
also
going to put it in
the
the chat right now. So you.
It's
we'll see you
also in
there
the
in a minute.
Monkey Lizard chat.
All right, John. All right.
Let me see.
I thought he'd never leave.
I thought he'd never leave. All right. Everybody say hello to TJ.
Hey, TJ.
Hey, TJ.
That's what I suspected. He called me last night and said that the show wasn't happening, and I didn't even think to tell him, hey, take down your thumbnail. But yeah.
This one's. We won't
Yeah, he
do-
mentioned his mom's birthday this weekend or something like that.
Oh, is it?
Oh,
I think so. Earth Mom.
Oh, happy birthday, Super
Sharing a
Earth
birthday
Mom.
with Orlando.
tons of birthdays happening today. Yeah,
Yeah, can't beat that. That's awesome.
that is nice. Hold on.
Love you, TJ. Hope you're doing well, Mr. B, brother B. Good to see you, my friend.
Oh, shoot. Now
Yeah,
they're
it's just
saying
like a
five.
Sunday Lak-around. You know,
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
why not? Why not? I'm surprised it wasn't Geek Strong calling, says Rolando. Yeah. Well, he was
Yeah,
here
he-
earlier.
He likes to do that. He called me before I came online with you guys,
Oh yeah.
but he likes to call or text because I've done it to him when I know he's on live. I'll just text him to see if I can get a reaction out of him,
Yeah.
and I always do.
Yeah, I'm learning. If you have an iPhone, apparently, if you do shit to the camera, and I'm learning new ones all the time. My son did this when he was on my phone, and I said,
Oh
"Man,
yeah.
do that," you know. And I was like, "Oh, I probably won't use that one too much, but still." Let's see, where are you? There you are. Add to stage. Hey, hey.
There he is.
Hello.
Hey,
Uh-oh. What happened to I didn't kick. What happened to
Rick's
you,
got
Rick?
that. Rick's got that dodgy internet connection.
Yeah. I think I can have up to 6, right?
Not here in the promise verse. We got 2 gig. It's ridiculously fast, actually.
Super John,
John's
how are
building.
you, young man?
All right, I'm up at the house with Supermom and everything.
Yeah, somebody said it's her birthday weekend.
Yeah, Mom's birthday's the 20th, and mine's the 30th. So
Oh,
Nice.
right on. Well,
Nice.
happy super awesome birthday to both of y'all.
I can't remember though. Am I going to be 51 or 52? I
See,
don't
what's that like?
remember now.
Oh, I can't remember because it was so long ago.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah, I
happens.
really don't. Because I see the thing that happens is in the few months that run up to my birthday, I start thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to be 51. And then what happens is by the time my birthday comes around, I've convinced myself that I'm 51. So then I go, well, I must be 52. And then I have to do the math again and figure out what age I am because I get ahead of myself, you know?
Mine's easy to remember because I was born in 1960, so it's easy to do the.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe I'm going to be
As
65.
my brother Henry would always say, that's what happens when you get up in that age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm
can't remember.
1970. I'm 1973, so I don't know what.
Jesus.
I'm on the free StreamYard. I'm sure it still allows you to have 6, right? Like I didn't kick.
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't. Rick didn't automatically get off because I brought you on, huh?
No. He just
Okay.
he doesn't. Rick doesn't like me, so he just left because he's like, screw that. I'm not gonna be
He's-
on with John.
Yeah, he said
No,
he stole my beard, so I'm.
Yeah.
You know,
Either that, or did you see the picture? Rick and I are the same person.
Yeah.
On the half.
The half. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Rick
Yeah,
had the shades on
Dean
in
did
the-
that, right?
in the-
Yeah, I
thought
think Dean
posed
took
that.
it. Yeah, Dean did it. Yeah.
Yeah, and Lack wasn't even in the photo. How sad.
Did you see Ghosty's meme this morning?
Oh,
Mm-mm.
not this morning. No.
So
no.
Ghost had a picture and it was like something like this is all the TikTok users or whatever.
Yeah.
And then it had Obi-Wan saying, I suddenly felt as if a million voices rang out that suddenly disappeared.
Yeah, I could see
Oh,
that.
it's coming
I
down
thought
now.
that was really clever. I thought that was a clever meme. That
Yeah.
was good on Chris. Yeah.
I got a rough
Sorry.
throat. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
I'm
me
talking
too.
for 2 days straight. It seems like.
That
Jonathan Redmond. I've never seen Rick and John on the same stream at the same time. Just saying.
Well, Mr. Redmond, you've been missing out on some streams because I know I have. But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
He's joking around. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
He's a beaut. Yeah.
He's
Talk
been
about
in the chats with both of us. I know he's just joking around.
Well, John, I had a great time on your Bigfoot stream the other day. I'm sorry I had to leave early. I had
No.
somewhat of an emergency.
We're gonna do it again what I really need to find out is like what I want to do at least one a month that's live, and then in between other like things I put up of like I'm gonna do some videos that are more like the history of kind of thing, like
Right.
you know, like because I'm putting together one right now on UFOs and saying like, well, the first crash that appeared in the newspapers was in 1860 or whatever when this UFO crashed into a windmill.
Don't give it all up.
I can't remember the town, but it crashed into the windmill, and the pilot was actually there. They found the pilot, and he was dying from the crash, and they actually had the local like doctor or someone come out to try and help him, and he was trying to give him like CPR and stuff or whatever they did back then. You know, he's trying to resuscitate him, I think the paper said. And then the alien ended up dying because we don't know what the hell we're doing with the physiology of something like that.
Remember that on Star Trek? I think it was Next Generation, where an alien was hurt and Crusher tried to, treat him or her, and they were like, the anatomy's all wrong, but shouldn't their super scanners does it care? I mean, or maybe
I know, like their super scanners should have figured it out. But so then they gave it a proper Christian burial in their cemetery at the local town. And in the 90s, when people were doing a lot of research on crashes and various stuff, they went and what they did is they threw all the ship and all the materials. They buried the main part of it, and then they threw the rest of the junk down an old well and sealed the well off. They buried the well basically because it was already a hole that they were going to close up.
Right,
And
right.
Unfortunate.
in the 90s, when people found out about this thing and were like going through old papers, they went down there and they actually found like the children of the people who had done this stuff. And they were like, oh, yeah, Dad used to talk about that all the time, that, a ship crashed and everything. And
Dude, save that for the show. That's a good story. Hell yeah. That's cool.
so I start with that. And then,
Nice.
and I show the newspaper article and everything. And then I move on to like the 1933 crash that was in Germany, and then the when Frank what Kenneth Arnold saw the ones over Mount Rainier,
You
and
should
then
try to pull some
and
of the
then
Congress testimony, recent stuff, and show little clips of
yeah
that where they're actually being, forthcoming about some of this.
yeah
finally.
well, and then I was going to do the Roswell crash and show that, and then I was going to do the Virgin Ha one and the Kecksburg incident, and then the thing in UK there, the one with the Bentwaters one,
Right.
and then kind of take it up to modern times. You know what I
And you
mean?
should have Rick on too, because I'm pretty sure he's not of this earth as well. So
Yeah.
That's right. John,
But I
live,
mean, that's gonna be a standalone video that I just talk about. You know what I mean?
Cool.
And
Yeah,
show
just
clips on. But
an informative thing.
like
That's
once a month or so, I do want to do the live streams, or maybe twice a month if the guys are up for it.
Vader, New Hope Vader, Obi-Wan Vader.
This is also from Greg at Figure Fever. So thank you, Greg, if you're out there. I appreciate you, brother.
Nice.
John, I live not far from this town called Gulf Breeze, Florida.
Oh yeah, there's a Gulf Breeze incident.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
there's Gulf Breeze is supposed to be the UFO capital sighting. No, the UFO sighting capital of the United States.
Yeah, there was a whole wave back in the day where
Mhm.
people were
And-
seeing them for months.
Yeah, and my folks lived near. I can't remember what year it was, but so like in maybe 80 something, a saucer supposedly landed, and there's supposed to be pictures and lots of eyewitness accounts. And my folks lived not far from where it landed, and they do like a spiral painting on the road where the thing was supposed to land. And then when I first moved here, like my dad used to, when he came back from Vietnam, he lived in this area on Pensacola Beach, and he was a charter boat captain. And so they would run out and fish all the time. But he always talked about, since even before he was here, but like there's an underwater base out here, and that they would see lights glowing under the water, and this thing would surface and then shoot into the sky. And one time when I was out with my dad on his big bill fishing boat, we absolutely saw that. And there was a glow, and we'll tell this again on your channel, but since you've already heard it, but absolutely saw this glow, and it comes to the surface and rockets off into the sky, And like Pensacola, they have a thing called the 100 fathom curve out there. And Pensacola is the closest mainland to the 100 fathom curve. And like that's one of the reasons why it's one of the safest places during hurricanes, because the deep water robs the hurricane and stuff. But that's where there's a lot of sightings. There's if you look at like a topographic map of the ocean bottom, the 100 fathom curve stays pretty far out in the Gulf, but then right near Pensacola, it peaks up. And it's the closest place to the mainland. And since at least like the 60s, everybody has said, there's an underwater base out there. But it's definitely an interesting.
Wow.
That's the one on the East Coast. The other spot is the Catalina Islands off Southern California. They the same thing near the Catalina Islands. There's a trench that goes down beyond that deep, and it's the same thing. So everyone thinks that there's a base down in that trench, just like what you're saying. There's a base in the one off of there,
Well, it makes sense.
In the deepest parts of the oceans where we can't get to that easy, there are probably bases for these UFOs and stuff. That's what's weird.
And they've always said, right, like you know, we know more. Us as modern humans know more about space than the bottom of our own oceans, right?
See, I question that because I think what they mean is by like the life that might be living down there. But I've seen globes, I've seen topographical maps. We have the entire ocean floor mapped.
Do we?
We well, yeah, you see it all the time on globes and on
Well, I thought some of that. I
topographical
thought maybe
maps
they
and stuff. They know how deep those things are, and they've run like scans across, and they know where there are mountains under the water. They know where there's
Well,
trenches. They know
I
where.
thought some of that might have just
Yeah.
been like filled in, you know,
You think so?
for their own vanity, you know.
Maybe it is. I just figured they must have scanned it all, but maybe you're right. Maybe they don't know. But because I was just like, I mean, even when I was a child, my globe had little bumps and ridges and trenches under the wall, under the Pacific and under
Yeah, I remember
the
that.
Atlantic that would show like where the ridges were and where deep chasms were, you know. And they were saying, "Oh, the Marianas Trench is the deepest place on Earth or whatever," you know, and all that stuff. So I figured they had the whole thing mapped because how would they know that the Mariana Trench is the deepest place if they
Yeah.
didn't have the rest of it mapped? You know?
But you know, they tell us stuff all the time, especially archaeological and stuff
Yeah,
like that, you know, that we realize 20 years later is completely
wrong.
wrong, you
Mhm.
know, like 110% wrong.
Yeah,
Like they just discovered the, you know, the erosion on. They've been even since I was a kid, right? There's always been the theory that the erosion on the Sphinx is water related from rain, and but the mainstream archaeological, they say no, that's not true, that's not true. And then you know, like in the last year and a half or even less, there was the guy who is prominent enough in the archaeological community that he studied it, and he said, "Yeah, absolutely, this is from rain. This is
yeah,
not from." And then at that point, a lot of people had to go, "Well, I guess he's right," you know. But there's a lot of stuff that like goes against the belief, you know. And I'm not saying it's like in a conspiracy way, but like, you know, people don't like to think they're wrong, so they're
yeah.
real opposed to new ideas until someone that they know they can't really
Wow.
argue with says, "Well, no, I think
Well,
that's
well, and the other side of it is there's a big reluctance to think that the Younger Dryas event actually reset our technological population.
right."
They don't want to. They want to believe that we went from like stone to bronze to iron
Yeah.
to you know industrial to where we are today.
Electronic age. Yeah.
They don't want to. They don't want to have a break in that cycle that was like, oh, we
Mhm.
made it up to Iron Age or whatever we did, and then we got reset back or something, you know, and they don't want to accept that. And but that's really what looks like what really happened, you know.
Yeah, there's this prejudice that's, and it's been in the human society, you know, for as long as we've been around in the modern human society. But you know, there's this prejudice called modernism, and that's where it comes from. Is, you know, everything we're doing now is so much better, and we're so much smarter, and we're, you know, than our ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you know, time and time again, that really has been proven just absolutely wrong. You know, like
Yeah.
even people still say, "Oh, you know, modern humans are living longer than they ever have," and that's generally not true. You know, there was a time frame, especially in America, like post Civil War, you know, where people were living to be 100, 110. You know, they had Civil War veteran reunions up until the late 1920s, and
Hmm.
there was a lot of, you know, and that was like the perfect time for humanity, because like there was enough modern medicine discovered, penicillin and whatnot, but yet you didn't have all the processed foods, and people were still,
Yeah,
you know, generally being active. They were working in the garden. They, you know, they weren't
yeah,
sitting at home on a Sunday talking to a phone or like, you know, and
Yeah.
like, yeah, back in those days, there was a lot of people that were living quite, you know, now today you say, oh, wow, he's 100. That's amazing. But you go to even the 1920s, and you go to, especially, it's easy to go to like a Civil War veteran cemetery, And there's large sections of it where people are born in 1840, fought in the Civil War, and died in 1927, or even later. And then their wives were, generally living to like the 1950s. Like people used to live quite a bit longer.
It's even true, I think, with our grandparents' age, because my grandfather lived into his mid-90s.
Yeah.
And
Same here.
at the same time, I now have, like, it seems like half the people I grew up with are already passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And when we, like, my friend Sam and I were talking about it the other day, we were like, he was like, yeah, I can't believe we lost so and 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 so from the people that were in like our high school with us,
Mm-hmm.
And then I started mentioning a few people, and he's like, oh my gosh, really? Them too? Yeah, wow. It's like, how could we have already lost like 20 people out of a graduating class that might have been 75? You know what I mean? 75 people total. It's like we've almost lost a third of the people from my graduating class already. They didn't even make it into their 50s.
Yeah, that happened. That's happened with my group too. I have to say,
either that or the area where we grew up in New York is so riddled with toxic chemicals from Kodaks and Xerox that
right.
that
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
that it
You
killed
never know.
everybody who stayed there.
I have that same issue with my generation
Wow.
from Alaska, but I will admit that the majority of them were, accidents, and that none of them were. Very few of them like got sick. They were all getting shot or drowning or accidents.
Most of the people we know, it's from cancer.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
I worked at this school. It was one of my favorite jobs. I was a head maintenance man at the Nenana School District, and there was a lot. It was built in the original part was built in the 40s, and then it was added on to. But there was lots of asbestos in that place. They had like the old wood shop, which was made into the concession stand room. In the old wood shops, they used to spray the walls with asbestos. It looks like a popcorn,
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
and it would keep the sound down and all that kind of stuff. But lots of asbestos in that school, and of course in Alaska, even after asbestos was made illegal in the United States, like they were still shipping that stuff to Alaska and selling it, because nobody cared. But there were all the teachers and maintenance men, everybody who worked there and retired, all died from some sort of lung or breathing or throat.
Right.
They all got cancer and died. And every time somebody would get sick and die, I'd say, wow, that's, I can't believe that. They never smoked. Their parents never, I don't know how that happened. And, as the maintenance man, I was constantly, going before the school board, like showing them, like, this is what we have in this school. And asbestos, if it's not fragmentable, then it's not necessarily dangerous. But with the age of that school, it was getting to where it was.
Yeah.
It would just, some of that stuff was 60 years old, and if you bumped against it, it would just turn into dust.
In the air. Yeah.
And all the pipes, were laden with asbestos, and then you'd have to change the pumps, and you'd be up in a small crawl space trying to cut this asbestos off to change a busted pipe. And
that's healthy.
And the air handlers are right there,
Yeah.
And it was and like, I missed that job and I really loved it. And I worked with some great people, and, just being able to help, kids with things, and like, it was just a great job. But when I really start missing it, I think of that and I go, well, I guess it probably is not good to have worked there for 25 years,
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
Definitely.
yeah, Rolando's reminding everybody, check out the Super Awesome Food Show.
Oh,
Yeah, new
Sure.
new video on garlic bread with cheese went up.
I got to watch that one still, John. I
I
got
haven't watched that one yet. I saw the notification. I liked your bacon episode and my dad taught me how to make bacon, but we used to, and like my dad's from like the old camp days where there'd be a lot of people, or like the army days, and he would always say, "Take all your bacon and just put it in there and then stir it."
Yeah.
But
Just a
that's
big
when you
pile.
were like cooking bacon for like 10 guys,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you'd put it in there and stir it, and And I worked at a bar and grill where we did it like what a much like per serving. And we'd even you ever pre-done it in the oven?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that later on. I'm gonna do like
Oh, cool.
different ways of cooking because there's the oven bake method and then there's the like believe it or not, the way that comes out closest to pan fried,
Mhm.
but you have to watch it. You have to very, very carefully watch it. Pardon me, my lunch is kind of doing loops on me here. But if you take about 3 layers of paper towel and dampen it, don't soak it, just lightly put some water on it, sprinkle a little bit on there, almost like cup a little bit of water from your faucet in your hand and just kind of like drip it onto the paper towel so it's just that little bits of water in it, and then lay your bacon on that 3 piece of paper towel thick thing, and then put another 2 or 3 paper towels on top of it and put it in the microwave. Set it on a plate or something, whatever is easy for you. Put it on a plate or something, put it in the microwave, and put it for like 2 minutes the first time. And then when you take it out, you want to flip the whole thing over. So now the wet part is on top. And you want to put it in for about another minute. And then you got to look at the bacon because some pieces will be cooked after those 3 minutes. But some pieces that have a little bit more of the thicker or fatty parts on it, they won't be cooked yet. So you got to kind of like, take away the ones that are cooked right now. And then the ones that are not fully cooked to your satisfaction, you got to put back in. Because if you put the whole thing back in, the ones that were already cooked are now going to be burnt. You know what I mean? So it's like you really have to watch it when you do the microwave method. But if you do it right and you time everything, like after that 2 minutes, then 1 minute on the other, I do like 30 seconds and I look at it every 30 seconds and pull out the pieces that are done every 30 seconds. And they really come out very close to pan fried.
Right.
Really?
It's better than the oven baking method.
I've a confession.
Yeah, we used to at that restaurant bar and grill. The lady who owned it, her daughter showed me how to do it, but we'd put them in the oven, but just for a little bit.
Yeah.
Just when the grease started coming out. And then you'd lay them on the flat top, but they would stay flat from being in the oven because you'd put like another pan on top of it.
Yeah.
It was all kind of like somewhat pre-cooked. And then, when somebody ordered a bacon burger or whatever, eggs and bacon, you would pull your strips out and you could put them on the flat top and kind of finish them off.
I gotcha. Yeah.
But it was just kind of a way to keep, we'd do all the bacon like at night when we were closed and put it in the refrigerator for the next day.
I cheated about a year ago. There's a store at the mall. It's literally called As Seen on TV. Have you ever seen this store?
Yeah.
And it's got all the little tchotchkes in it. And I bought this, I forget what they call it. Probably like the Bacon Buddy. But it's like it's a pan about 2 inches thick. It's got a pole plugs in the middle of it, then a little carousel on top. So you take all the bacon. It'll fit a whole pound of bacon. You take the strips and put them on so they're all hanging down inside that little bowl. Throw it in the microwave for like 10 minutes while I'm doing the eggs. And all the grease, of course, goes into that little pan at the bottom. And it comes out super crispy. And I'm like, all right, it's all, every piece is curved, but I don't care. You break it up and throw it on the plate.
Yeah.
And so I was like, that's the best $12.99 I ever spent as far as making bacon.
My Inupiat Eskimo granddad, he would, of course, just like all old people, he'd save his bacon grease, and use some of it for cooking or whatever, fry some meat in it. But like on Saturdays or Sundays or whatever, when we'd have flapjacks, when we'd have pancakes, he'd use the bacon grease as syrup.
Oh wow.
Like
so cool.
And like I never really got into that, but but he would. And then my brother Puff, who's long since passed away, you know, he would cook bacon in the skillet, like on the fire, and it would just barely get warm, and there would hardly be, like, you know, you put a pound of bacon in there, and he'd stir it around and stir it around, and there would just be the smallest hint of grease, like in the pan,
You had to
and
get
he'd say,
it.
"Okay, it's done." And I'd tell him, I'd say, "Puff, that shit'll kill a regular person.
Yeah.
You know, like you got to cook it more than that." And he's just like, he's got his one good tooth, and he's
Yeah,
trying
gristling
to,
on
and
it.
it's like snapping like rubber. And I'd always have to take like what I wanted to eat and go back, because I like it when it's crispy. I like it when you put the bacon in your mouth and it dissolves.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I like that, the crispy, extra crispy. You know, not burnt, but that dark
I kind of
brown.
lean towards the burnt. Like,
Oh, but yeah, man, bacon is awesome. I knew this guy who died from impacted bowels, oddly enough, but he used to be the old U.S. Marshal in Nenana, Wayne Walters, super famous guy. You could probably Google him. Was shot multiple times, and like there's a real James Arness, Matt Dillon kind of a dude. Everybody
Nice.
loved him, but he'd come to the bar with like a 5-pound package of bacon, you know. And he'd sit in the bar and he'd order a Pepsi, and he'd open that package of bacon and he'd eat it raw.
Oh
No.
no.
And every day he would do that. And then when he was younger, he was
And then
famous for working at the mine, and he'd order 2 raw ribeye steaks every day.
look what killed him.
What?
You know, and yeah, you know, and then he did not live that long. You know, probably 70 or something. But yeah, he was like one of the last of the James Arness, Matt Dillon lawmen of Alaska, you know.
That's old school. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but yeah, he'd eat that, and then every once in a while, and he had some dogs, you know. So like he'd always take it from either side and put the middle in his mouth. That's why I'd do that. I just remember that's how he did it, you know. And but every once in a while, he'd get the peppered bacon, and you know, he'd bring his dog in there or whatever, and so he'd get the bacon and he'd like take the pepper off, and he'd give one to the dog. And then he'd eat the next
Nice.
one.
Jesus.
But like, yeah, he was a wild character. Wayne Walters, back in the old days, Nenana was a true village, and even up until right after I was born, really, it was like a true village. And state troopers, you know, you had to be a federal authority to have jurisdiction there, you know. And so he was the last U.S. Marshal, you know, federal agent of that area. And now it's kind of been turned into a township, and the state troopers can come in and mess with people and stuff. But
Right.
when I was super young, it was still like the real village. And, you know, that was the thing. Like if the state troopers would be chasing my brother on the highway, like he'd pull into the village, get out and say, "Ha ha, you know, I made it. You guys got it. The state troopers have to turn around." You know, or they'd call Wayne Walters, and like Wayne was always cool, you know, like as long as you didn't cause too much trouble or do something, if you didn't do something where he had to do something, then everybody was pretty cool, you know. But he'd definitely like take people's keys and throw them in the river and say, "You're done."
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
definitely Matt Dillon. Yeah, he used to eat that raw bacon every day. I'd watch him eat, you know, between 1 pound and 5 pounds of raw bacon, and drink Pepsi. And
Nice.
it was wild times.
Jumpy, you are correct. Bacon carousel is amazing.
Oh, is that what
No,
that
wait.
thing is you bought is called?
I don't know what it's. I call it the Bacon Buddy. Who knows? It's the box has been thrown out forever.
I'm a big cast iron fan. That's my
Yeah. Hey guys,
I
I apologize,
would
but
love
I've been a little distracted with the snow. That's the snow-covered road out there on my shoulder. I got to run down and put the covers on my truck real quick before it gets
Do
too
it.
bad out there.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But I got to dip
Come
out
back
of there.
if you
but
feel the need to. We're here.
to be around. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later. Thanks.
All right. Take care, Gary.
See you.
John,
But
I was
the,
watching. Oh, go ahead.
I changed the dates for the streams. We'll finish up in February. But yeah, I think Dave wrote me first and was like, my head's just not in it. I'm not going to be able to have fun or get my head wrapped around playing a trivia game. So
Oh, yeah.
it was kind of like, and then
Which
Then
which
Jeff-
day?
VTR, Vintage Toy Rush.
Oh, VTR. Okay.
Yeah, and then Jeff Barker said the same thing. He was kind of like, I don't know what's going on with this whole thing, and people arguing. He was like, I can't do it. And I was like, yeah, no worries. And then,
just because of the
yeah,
recent
yeah.
debacle.
And I said, I was wondering how everybody was feeling. Cause I came on when I got those messages, I had come on to see how everybody felt last night about coming on. And then I told Cy and Shabby, I was like, listen, I go, the other guys aren't feeling it. And they were like, yeah, it's no problem. Postpone it, And so, we'll do it. We'll do it in February. We'll come back in February and
Yeah.
do
Well,
2 more games or something.
on that note, as my wise elderly 85-year-old mother would say, moving on.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
But give people a little bit of time to move on. It's okay. People move on.
Yeah. I don't mean that. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
and it certainly is like in a personal. In my, it's just.
But that's why it didn't come on today. I forgot to go on and change the time to.
Yeah.
We'll do it in February. But yeah, the game shows will be back. We'll just do it in February, and maybe I'll do that from now on. Maybe we'll do 1 or 2 each month or something. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, it's all about having fun, and and so if nobody's feeling and having a fun mood, then what's the point?
And I didn't want to find different players at the very last minute. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, look, you had more people in your chat waiting for your show to come on than I've ever had, like accumulatively on mine. So, so you're doing good. You're doing good.
It's the number one Wheel of Fortune pop culture show on all of the YouTube.
Yeah, because it's the only one
in the history of YouTube.
Yeah, we had to move on. We had to move on to Wheel of Toys because Wheel of Geek Culture because Jeopardy stole the Wheel of
culture,
the Jeopardy pop culture one, from us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, as long as Pat Sajak's lawyers don't call you and say, "Hey, what's this Wheel of?"
No. John's lawyers got to contact NBC or whoever.
Well, you want to know what's funny is I was watching some of that Jeopardy pop culture, and I think it's on the 3rd episode. They have a question on their Jeopardy board that is almost word for word one of the ones with the same answer that we came up with.
Centurions?
So I was like, wait a minute. They did watch our show. They even stole one of our questions.
Well, even if you Google like pop culture Jeopardy or, it's going to show up. Like it's going to be the number one thing showing up is your videos.
Yeah, absolutely. You're super pop. I'm only lucky when you type in YouTube Lak-Sivrak. I'm extremely lucky that I am one of the top hits because I'm the only channel named it.
Today I'm actually quite pleased with the cooking show. Like I don't mean to like seem like
brag.
You know what I mean? But I thought for sure I would only be getting like 5 or 10 views when you start a new channel. You know what I mean? Like I didn't think that even within our community, I'm glad that the community is helping to support it and everything, and you guys are watching. I really appreciate that. But I was looking at a couple of the videos have gotten close to 100, or even one of them's over 100 views, and I was looking at where they're coming from, and more than 50 of those were from recommendations that YouTube did to outside of our community. And I'm actually very pleased with that because I thought outside of our community, I might only get 5 or 10 views. And then I just said for just weird whatever, after I posted the garlic bread one today, I said, let me just go on with like one of my other things. So I went on with not my super awesome geek show channel, but I went on with my or my personal one because it knows I'm searching for stuff. But I went on with, I think I have an email for for my eBay store, and that's also a Gmail. So I just went on with that because there's no search history for that one. I don't use it to go online and search for YouTube videos. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I said, let me put in quick and easy cooking. So I just did that, quick and easy cooking. And about 7 or 8 down was one of my videos for the Super Awesome Food Show.
That's
and awesome. I was like, wow, how is it? how is my stupid little channel already showing up in the top 10 of like quick and easy cooking? You know what I mean? Like, and I
That's
think
cool.
that's a good phrase. I think that's a phrase people would look up, right? They're not,
Mhm.
you know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah, because
I
people
was-
aren't gonna search for like randomly, like, oh, super awesome food. But you
Yeah,
never know. They could, right?
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
No, that's great. I'm enjoying the channel also, John. I think it's, and like I definitely showed up because I'm going to support you any way I can. But I'm super entertained. I'm super entertained. The only time I went, oh gosh, is when you were making your goulash ziti with the
Yeah.
pasta and the pan that you put your pasta in. I thought, God, we got to get that. We got to get that man a new pan.
Maybe we
Because
gotta give him
it's got
some
like
more
the
paper
silver
plates.
ring in the middle. And I was like, oh no, we have to get him. There's too much Teflon in his food. I was
Oh,
really, I was
the
really,
one where I boil the water, right? That one.
yeah, with the pasta. And there's
Yeah.
and
That pan is old. You're right.
I
That's an
am
old
super,
pan.
I am super scared of,
Yeah.
like I do all cast iron or stainless steel because
I
I'm super scared of the
I
Teflon.
We've all put much
Yeah.
worse in our mouths.
Well, speak
Well, if
for
you
yourself.
notice in some of the other ones, I use my cast iron skillet for some of them because I do prefer the cast iron. And I
Yeah.
actually did see, I was out the other day and I saw they had a nice couple of stainless steel pans for boiling water and doing my pasta. And I was like, I should get these. I like the stainless steel too.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought about your show today when my internet went down. I went and made Rick's famous pizza.
Oh, pizza.
And I should film this and put it on John's channel.
There you go. If you want to. Here's my guest. My guest cook for the day is Rick from Left Coast Graphics.
Yeah.
And here's how you can make hammerhead pizza. You know, and then he'll look.
I think the one thing that's been established is that if you do not have an introduction done by Gary, then like what the fuck is wrong with you? You're not, your channel. Maybe my channel will blow up if I can do it and get Gary to do an introduction.
Yeah.
He
He came up with the cooking one on the fly. He was like, because I was asking him to do the introduction for the science one, for the mysteries show,
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden one day he just sent me, oh, and here's one for your cooking show too. And I was like, and he's laughing about it. And I was like, no, actually, I'm going to use that. He's like,
it's
really?
great.
And I was like, yeah.
He kind of put on the announcer voice too, and it wasn't until and it's a short introduction, right? But it wasn't until like the 7th syllable when I was like, oh shit, that's Gary. Because he kind of like put on his TMX coming this fall.
Someone else that has a good like announcer voice, and people keep calling him out for it. Dino did yesterday. Is Vern. When Vern goes into a little story or performing for his channel, like making content or a video, he does sometimes go a little game showy or that might not be the best word, but just announcer voice and like Don Pardo or just
it's a good voice
Kenner.
though. I like it.
I like it too, but it's not a character I can jump into like Vern can.
Yeah.
So he can be talking to us in the back room. Okay, here's the rules for today's show. Rick, shut up, this, that. And then we're live and it's like, hey guys, yeah. He's a total
No smoking doobies on my channel, Rick.
Yeah, every week you have to tell me that.
Yeah.
I'm like, is this the week?
You ruined it for all of us.
Yeah, so I think my internet went down because I think currently America is invading Canada.
Oh yeah.
Good. We're here to liberate you.
Yeah, you're gonna be part of us. One of us.
Yeah.
One
Yeah,
of
we're
us.
gonna liberate you. You're free.
Our eggs are currently
You're
$8. Let's become Americans so they become $38.
Well, $8 Canadian is $38 American, so
No, it's like $4 American.
or whatever it is.
And then we'll go down and get some parts of Mexico too.
No smoking doobies.
And we can rename the Hudson Bay to not Hudson Bay. Like Donald going around and just naming parts of maps you're not allowed to rename and stuff. Like
it'll now be
I'm gonna for now call this lake this lake.
I think
it's going to be
interesting
Trump
how
Bay.
serious people are
But
taking.
tomorrow it will work that way.
Yeah, I think it's all supposed to be a joke.
I heard a rumor. Okay, he wants to axe the daylight savings time. Okay, that's a
Yeah.
thing. It's some. But then I heard a rumor. No, he wants like just one time. Like we'll have
No.
America time zone.
I think that
Kind of like China has one time zone across like 10,000 miles of land. They have one time zone. So when it's 12 noon in China, like it could be like dark out on
I
the
don't know.
left coast.
Is that even
Yeah.
true? I don't
It
even
is.
know.
China has one time zone.
Well,
Australia, like Canada, has like 10. You know,
Yeah.
like, or, you know, we don't have 10, but
But you in Canada have the same time zones we do, don't you?
yeah, no, we have much.
Yeah.
But I've heard a rumor that he wants one time zone.
yeah, I take anything
That's
like
just
that with a
weird.
grain of salt because
It is weird, but if you think about it, like
I don't even think
you wouldn't
that's
do
true.
anything differently. You would still get up like when the sun comes up and work,
Ah!
Yeah.
and it would be
yeah.
like you'd work until noon instead of work until 5 or whatever. So it'd be
Yeah,
different.
exactly.
Yeah.
And we would just have to
The
remember.
daylight savings time has been, I mean, multiple times in American history has that been questioned.
Yeah.
You know,
Actually-
and there's some states that don't, like Arizona, they don't do it
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah. There's
I,
some
I
that
even
don't.
I think in Canada
yeah-
we have a province that doesn't participate either.
Yeah.
No, you know what? Come to think of it, it wouldn't actually change anything because right now, if I want to talk to, like, say I was going to call you on the phone, Rick, I know being on the East Coast that I shouldn't, like, even I can't even call at 9 or 10 in the morning because 10 o'clock here is 7 o'clock for you.
No, that's
But
fine. Just don't call me
The
at 1 in the morning.
same thing would be true if suddenly you were at 10 o'clock in the morning when I was at 10 o'clock in the morning. I would know that you don't get up until 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I still wouldn't be calling you until after 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So you're right. It wouldn't change anything because, yeah, you would just be like, instead of getting up at 7, you're getting up at 10. So
yeah, it'd be weird
and
because
for
the
me
rest of the
to
planet
call
is still-
someone, it'd be the same time. I'm waiting for
There's
the same.
there's an old Indian saying about daylight savings. They say only a white man can cut a foot off the top of a blanket and sew it on the bottom of a blanket and think it's a longer blanket.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, no, I think we should all just go to sundials. You know?
Yeah, there you go.
That's I did a short on or a reel on Instagram showing if you can see your shadow and you know what time it is, you can tell which way is north. And vicely, if you can see your shadow and you know which way is north, you know what time it is. You
Yep.
know? And in the woods, if you're off an hour, it's not too much of a big deal. And certainly as the sun goes down, when you start it matters less if you're off because you can start to gauge. You can say, "Hey, it's going to be dark in 15 minutes," you know.
Yeah.
And like the old rule used to be fingers.
We used to, when I was a kid, I used to blow people's minds by that because on the weekends we'd be out all over the place, and I can't remember. Like the funny thing is today I can't remember how I did it, but I would look at the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how, like, at certain times your shadow's short,
Mm-hmm.
and at other times your shadow's long, even within the same day.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could essentially gauge what time it was in the day based on the shadow. Because we would leave in the morning, like all our friends, and we'd ride our bikes somewhere. You know, this is when we're like 12 years old. You know what I mean? So we're out riding our bikes, and Steve would say, "Great, I didn't bring a watch. My mom said I had to be home at 5 for dinner. I'm going to be late, blah, blah." And I'd be like, "No, it's only 3 o'clock. It only took us a half hour to get out here. So you got another hour and a half." And he'd be like worried and fretting and being all, and he's like, "You don't know. How do you know? You don't have a watch. None of us have a watch. We're all going to be in trouble." And I'm like, "Trust me." And we'd go do our stuff. And then I'd be like, "All right, if you want to be safe, we'll go home now, but you're going to be home an hour early." And we get back, and sure enough, it's like 4 o'clock. And he's like, "How the hell did you know that?" You know, and I'm like, "Because of the shadows." You know, like, so somehow I instinctively figured it out, I think, as a kid. But
We
today
go
I
on-
couldn't tell you. I go outside, I'd be like, I don't know what time it is.
Oh yeah, I go out.
I lost that ability, I think, as I grew up because I
Yeah,
got
I
too
try to
used to.
maintain that as much as possible. And even like
When
when
the
I was hunting, I was like my friend who I took hunting, like when he was a kid, he used to go out with his dad and stuff. He lost his dad at an early age, but he hasn't been in that the opportunity to do things like that. So
Yeah.
I was having fun, being able to show him stuff, and like we'd be in the woods and I'd say, hey, so I have my watch on, right? And we can see our shadow. So we'll turn around. My watch says it's 2:00. So we'll turn around and face until our shadow is lined up with 2. We know this way is now north. Now we can turn around and we look at this tree, and sure enough, you say, see, the moss only grows on the north side of the tree.
Yeah.
So there's like a whole, there's a whole symbiosis of these things,
which is not true in the Pacific Northwest, by the way.
Right. No, it's definitely not. Yeah. If you go up to Oregon or even southeast Alaska, the moss is everywhere.
The
All
whole
the time.
side, the whole
On
tree,
the whole
yeah.
time.
Because
And part of that-
people kept saying that, and then I would take them out into the woods, and I'd be
Yeah.
like, okay, look at this tree. There's moss all the way around it. They're like,
No,
oh.
the
They'd be like,
the
oh.
moss on the north side of the tree is definitely like a Davy Crockett southeastern,
Yeah.
Florida to Tennessee kind of a thing, because if you get
Either
any
that or-
further west, there is no moss, right? You're not
Either
gonna find
that or it's
moss
kind of
in
one of those
Arizona.
things where a lot of the Pacific Northwest is considered like, what do they call it, temperate rainforest or something like that. So maybe
Mhm.
because of how much moisture there is, it just gives it a chance to
It's
grow all
everywhere.
the way around.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And there's also
Yeah,
you
we
know,
have
once you-
rainforests, literally.
Yeah, that's what I
as you
mean.
go north, right, the sun like down here in Northwest Florida and in the southern parts of the United States, the sun cannot be on stuff. Where when you start getting up in the top of the world, and you start getting up in
It's at a different
Seattle,
angle. Yeah.
yeah, it's at a different angle, so you kind of can get sun exposure, at least during the summer months, at much different angle. Yeah, the moss on the north side of the tree is much
Because of the
It
flat
will
earth.
be thicker. Yeah, it will still be thicker. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
but it's definitely a regional. Like I said, that's definitely like a Davy Crockett, Andrew Jackson War of 1812. That's kind of where that came from,
Yeah.
which was
Yeah.
in this neck of the woods. And in Alaska, and I had when I was up there working on the ice road, I had to educate some people. But Alaska, they famously say compasses don't work in Alaska, which is partially true. But what the deal is all compasses manufactured, they're kind of, what would be the word? Anyway, they're manufactured in the sense from that you're using it. It's kind of hard to illustrate it, but everything points to the North Pole, right?
Well, the magnetic North Pole.
Yeah, the magnetic North Pole. Well, the vast majority of all of America is on this side. If you're facing the globe, and all of America is on this side of the pole, right? But Alaska, most of Alaska is magically on the other side, right? And there's this thing called delineation, which I believe is up to like between 17 degrees and something, you know? So that's why, like in Alaska, if you're looking at a map and you think you're going to use your compass like they taught you in the Army, well, your compass being sold in America, manufactured for that area, it doesn't have that built-in delineation. So you're going to be 17 degrees. You'll never get where you're going, because 17 degrees, right? Once you travel a mile, 2 miles,
Yeah, you're getting way off.
You're way off, But like when I was in Alaska, and like I was raised up there, and especially at night, I know where the Big Dipper is. I know where the North Star is. I understand that the wind is predominantly blowing from this direction, but people on the radio kept saying, "Oh, we're heading north, or we're heading this way or that way," and I'd be looking and I'd go, "Man, these guys are completely wrong." And then one day I went to one of the bosses and I said, "Hey, how do you know which way's north?" Well, he whips out his iPhone and he shows the compass. And well, the iPhone doesn't know. You'd think that the iPhone, because it knows.
That's what I was going to ask. If a digital compass like that would have.
Right, you think it
more
would,
accuracy.
but it is not. Like the delineation is not. Even though your phone knows you're in Alaska, it doesn't tell your compass app to adjust for delineation. And so we're out there like waiting to get picked up by the bus when the sun is still up, and I show them. I say, well, we know how a sundial works, right? And I show them this direction is true north, and everyone else's, north is like really northeast, 20 degrees off. And I say, when you get in some of these places, you're saying you're going north, but you're really mostly going east,
Yeah.
And I had to show them. I said, y'all all go get on your phones and look up delineation of a compass. And, we're in Alaska, we're on the other side. And so your thing is pointing 17 degrees the wrong way. And like in, was it 2012? I think it was 2012, the Earth, the delineation is also equal with the axis of the Earth, right? So in 2012, I think it was 2012, it was like 12.8. And then it changed to 17.
Yeah.
And that's completely coincides with delineation, because prior to 2012, delineation was about 12.8 degrees. But when the Earth turned, delineation became 17.
Yeah.
But it's all, there's something bigger at work here,
Well, there's
the
Earth also wobbles in its precession when it spins. So and that whole wobbling effect, like it takes 6,000 years to do a cycle, and then 26,000 to do a greater cycle that puts it back where it was. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's definitely there's a lot of shit at work, and I can only speak for that for North American, Northern Hemisphere, Alaskan. If you buy your compass at REI in Pennsylvania and go to China, or somewhere else, it might not. No telling what. Or if you go to this
go to Antarctica and try to go to Antarctica and try to do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
How's it point up?
Yeah, I don't know what the difference.
Point down.
But drastically, and that's why the sundial, no matter where you are, the sundial is how you need to know what time it is and what direction. And like that changes slightly on the top of the world if you're getting 24 hours of daylight or 22 hours of darkness during the winter. But you can still, at noon it's still at its highest point. So when in doubt, you can wait till noon and
it's about noon here. So once it gets past noon, the sun will be on this side of my face. That's how I tell the time.
Yeah.
Right now it's like 11:59.
Right now, what we have is we have a Rick dial.
Yeah.
So the Rick dial is telling us it's about noon where Rick is. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Make time move.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Delineation, axle spin effect. Well, yeah, Boba Hicks knows.
So speaking of like outdoorsman things and stuff like that, like the other thing that always fascinated me as a kid, we had a guy. There was an old guy across the street, diagonally across the street when I was growing up. And because the one guy across the street was an old like World War I veteran. That guy was from World War I.
Wow.
And he often was a little bit confused. And I loved going over there because as a kid, I must have looked like someone that was one of his friends in the war. Because whenever I would walk in, he would like forget that I was a child. And he would start saying stuff like, oh, Mickey's back. And he's like, do you remember the day we took Mount Vernon? He's like, that was a great fight. Oh my God. He goes, but it's so sad. We lost 21 of our friends, and he would tell the whole story of this battle. And I'd just be sitting there on the couch, listening to him talk about this battle he went through and reminiscing with his friend Mickey, even though I wasn't Mickey, you know what I mean? But anyways, that's another thing. So the guy next door to him, so diagonally across the street, was a big avid hunter. I mean, this guy had bow and arrows, crossbows, freaking spears and slings, and those things where you like put the pole in and you hang on to that thing and then you like flick it
Yeah.
forward.
And
What's that thing called? What?
Addle-addle.
Addle,
Addle-addle.
addle, little doo doo. Okay. So
Addle-addle. Yeah. The
it
spear
makes
throwing.
the it's like a short spear that you clip into a thing, and when
Mhm.
you hang on to it and do that or something, it shoots it
Oh,
out
a spear thrower
faster
thingy.
Yeah.
faster than a person can throw it. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's
Addle-addle is what it's
addle
called.
addle, yeah.
Uh,
But he would hunt with all these different apparatus, including guns. I mean, the guy had like everything under the sun. You couldn't imagine it. And he had a whole pack of Doberman dogs, and like they would hunt down they would either help him hunt down or chase the deer into the, like, they could somehow corral the deer to come back towards him, and then he would take the deer out, you know. So he worked with the dogs as part of his hunting team, you know what I mean? And then they would go out and get, like, if he shot a bird, they would collect it and bring it back to him. But
How old were you when he was mistaking you for an old war buddy? Like you were a kid?
oh, I was a kid, like
Oh my
10,
God,
12
that's
years
crazy.
old. Yeah, like 10 years old, you know. I don't know.
There's an older Korean man that lives in my high rise. He's maybe 20 years older than me, right? But he's, good health and stuff like that. And we say hi all the time. And then one day he's like, you know what? You look like a good friend of mine named Rick. And I'm like, I am Rick. He's like, no. And he's like, you're Rick? And I'm like, well, I'm not your Rick, but I am. My name is Rick.
Hey, Rick. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
we both kind of had a mini freak out because I'm like, I don't know you. We're generations apart. And he thought I was still the same Rick kind of thing. But it's weird because he knows someone that looks like us, John.
That's because you're a vampire and you couldn't, you just can't
Yeah,
tell
exactly.
him. You're like, yeah. But anyway, so the hunter guy, like, I went out with him a couple times, and what freaking messed me up was that, and this is the kind of person that I think needs to go on a Bigfoot hunt. I think that when they find some tracks, you need to get a guy like this guy to go out there and follow those tracks, because he will eventually find the Bigfoot. No matter how many miles or how many like states across this thing walks, he will eventually find it. Because we would go out with him and he'd be like, he would get down on the ground and he'd be like, okay, look at this. He goes, this is where the deer walked. And I'm not seeing a footprint. I'm not seeing anything. I see like a broken piece of grass or something.
Mhm.
And I'm like, how do you know that broken piece of grass was from a, and he goes, well, because the shape of the foot of a deer is this shape, and the only way that grass can split that way is if a hoof like the deer stepped on it. See, he
Mhm.
goes, look, if I take my boot and I step over here, look how the grass is different. And I'm like, I can't see the difference. Like, what the hell are you talking about, old man? You know what I mean? Like, but he could tell. And sure enough, when we went far enough, he's walking, and he's like just walking through the woods, and he goes, okay, the deer turned left here. How the hell do you know it turned left? And he goes, because the way the brush is. He goes, that brush is too thick for it to run through. And if you look there, there's a slight gap. He ran through that gap. And I'm like,
Mhm.
how do you know? Like,
A
how do you
fellow
know he
grass
didn't hop
expert.
over this bush? You know, and
Mhm.
he's like, and then we'd walk for a couple miles, and then he'd be like, okay, this is the place. And he would let the dogs go. And he's like, everyone just be quiet. We're going to stay by these trees. And sometimes he'd leave us down below and he'd be like, I got to climb up. I'll be right back. And he climbs up a tree or something. And then sure enough, we hear the dogs yapping in the distance. And all of a sudden, this deer would run right out in front and he'd take the deer down.
Mhm.
And because the dogs were trained to chase it back to the owner,
Yeah.
to him. And
Yeah.
they would corral the deer back to him to help him.
Mhm.
So they were his trained partners in the hunting effort. But sure enough, there was a deer. The tracks we had been following was that deer. So I was always amazed that this guy could see things in the woods that none of us could see. But he knew right where the deer was going, which way it went, how it went, where it jumped, where it walked through, where it went through the river and came out the other side, you know, and
Mhm.
everything. And it's like,
That's
and I'm like, why don't we get people like that to hunt Bigfoot?
that's
You
one
know
of
what I
my
mean?
that's one of my favorite things. That's like with my buddy I went out with. He's not versed in those things, and that's one of my favorite parts of going out with somebody like that is to be able to show, to show him these things. Hey, this is a doe track. This is a buck track. You can see where he peeled off this way, and
Yeah.
and
And the
I
thing
enjoy
is
showing people that.
I think that's a lost art because I think back in the day, most of the native hunters knew how to do that.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
we
I
don't
was
know nowadays. It's a very rare person that does what that guy did
yeah. Well,
and
nobody
learned how to
lives
do
in
the
that.
tracking that way. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
very
Like
few people live in that world anymore. And like
I see a lot of people who just go out, they get in a deer stand and just hope a deer walks
oh,
by. You know?
that's all people do here. And people here go out and they don't see anything. And me and my friend, that's what we did. We canoed down the river until I would see a good trail or a good crossing, or I'd see, you could see a certain type of tree out through the woods, like a persimmon tree or an acorn tree, and like that's where they're feeding. I'd say, all right, let's get out here, and we'll go up here and we'll check things out. And then you find the game trail, slip through it, check the tracks. If they're super old, maybe you decide, oh, these are a week old. Let's go somewhere else. Or
See,
you say,
even
hey,
that, how do you know the age? I couldn't tell you.
well, it all depends on I mean it's hard to explain, but like
Yeah,
like
yeah.
out here it's there is like a lot of mud and there's a lot of wetness, right?
So you can
So
tell how
you can
dry.
always and whether the water is raising or lowering, right?
Yeah.
You can kind
JT
of
doesn't
tell
believe us.
how you can tell like how dry is the bottom of the track. Did they step in it and then it's been there for 2 days, then the sun has dried out the bottom? Or you
Gotcha.
can tell, most even just looking at your own tracks, like when you walk through snow or you walk through mud or sand, right? There's always a kind of a part where the front of your track will roll up some sort of earth,
Or
you
drag
know,
or yeah.
and you can always tell by that little piece that's on the front of the track because it's always small, so you can tell, is it dry, is it still wet and moist like all the rest of the mud. You can always tell from grass too, if the grass is still bent way down, then it's fresh because throughout the day it'll start to
Yeah.
raise up and stuff like that. When I was little and I used to go out with my granddad, and we didn't have dogs like that, but he would always track like the guy you're talking about. And I asked him, I said, how, and he'd always show me, but he never explained, he'd just show, and it was that generation, they never explained anything, but they showed you, and it
Yeah.
was you. And like I asked my dad and my granddad once, I said, how do you learn I was probably 5. I said, how do you learn to do that? And my granddad and my
It
dad,
felt like magic as a kid. You know what I mean?
yeah. And they told me, they said, like we were in the woods, right? And so you see like a bird, like just a regular house bird or whatever, land somewhere. And they would tell me, they say, now you watch that bird and you watch everything it does and remember what it does, right? It walked forward. It did a semicircle to its left. Something scared it, so it moved suddenly. He said, now you watch that bird, and when it flies away, you go over there and you read those tracks, right? Because now you have like a control. You can say, okay, this is where he was walking, this is where he turned sharply, to the left because something caught his eye, and here's where he started pecking at the ground, right? So all of a sudden you see, instead of his tracks being evenly smushed, they're raised up on the toe because he's leaning forward, right? And so that was one of the things they always taught me when I was young. They said, when you do see an animal, watch what it does and take note of all the movements it made. And then when it leaves, go over there and read the tracks because you know what it did. And, so you can tell when it gets startled, it sinks down, right? So all of a sudden the tracks are slightly deeper, or the track starts to weight more on one side before he takes the step. And so that was one of the ways I was taught was, and you can do that with anything, right? You can watch your dog walk around,
Yeah.
and like a dog will, if you call at it, how they sink down or they'll go real quick to the side. Yeah, and so you just watch something. That's how was like one of my first lessons was watch it, know
J-
what it's doing, and then
JT doesn't believe. He says he was making it up, John. You found a deer in the woods after a couple of miles. You mean where the deer lives?
no, I totally believe that. And hunting, training dogs to do that is also an art. There's a lot of people that hunt with dogs around here, and some of them, there's still some old guys
See, his
that,
his dogs would stay completely quiet
yeah.
right next to us the whole way.
Mhm.
And I've been hiking with other people's dogs. I had been, even as I get older into life, I never met any other dogs that were trained like that. Like my
Yeah.
friends, we'd go out, their dog would take off.
Yeah.
And then like 5 minutes later, it would come back, see what we're doing, would take off in a different
Yeah.
direction.
And scare
Come
everything.
back with
Yeah,
like
every animal is scared away.
Everything's
Yeah.
fun, yeah.
But I
Yeah,
mean,
there's-
these guys' dogs were like right next to us, and they were perfectly quiet. They wouldn't bark, they wouldn't make any noise. And then when he got to where he wanted to hunt, where he thought there was a deer, he would say like "go," and they would just go.
Yeah.
And then a few minutes later, maybe you'd see one over there and one dog over there, and then the deer would come out the middle because they
Mhm.
were corralling it. They were like
Yeah,
on each
driving it back.
side, making sure the deer wouldn't run away left or right, and that the deer only had a choice to run forward,
Well,
and that
yeah.
forward was right towards the hunter.
Dog training, much like a lot of things in our society, is definitely like a lost art.
Yeah.
And like there's a lot of guys, there's some old guys around here that still have good beagles mostly now with and of course they're bred to hunt in that way.
These were big ass Dobermans.
Yeah, they
I
were
was scared
Dobermans.
of them. I mean, like if they ever went
certainly
wild, I would have been like scared
Scared
shitless
of
of them
it, yeah.
things. I mean, those things were monsters.
And
Yeah,
dogs
having a dog
are an animal
circle-
that can smell you if you're scared. Like you smell different
Yeah.
Mhm.
if you're scared of them, right?
Yeah.
Because I
Well,
walked
and
by a
that's-
huge Rottweiler once in a big campground. Everyone's got dogs and girlfriends and kids, whatever. And I walked by it and I'm like, that's a big, big dog. Like,
Yeah.
that's a 280-pound dog.
Yeah.
I walked by it thinking, like, damn. And
Mhm.
it knew because it bit my ass. Like, it,
Yeah.
and everyone was like, whoa, the dog
Well,
never
that's-
bites anyone. I'm like,
Look,
whoa.
that's definitely part of what people would call like the sixth sense.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
even wild animals like when you're out hunting, you never point at an animal. And you can try this in your own neighborhood, or anywhere, but if you see an animal that doesn't know you're there and its back's to you, if you point at it, that fucker will stop and turn around and look at you because
Oh, no.
it can feel that, it can feel it. And the quintessential like Elmer Fudd, right? Who's like walking through the woods with his gun. You will never see animals when you're like,
very, very
Yeah,
sad.
yeah.
because you are putting forth like an aura, and that's part of their sixth sense. And if you want to walk through the woods and see a lot of animals, you keep your rifle down at your side,
Yeah.
and
Relax.
you relax and you walk like an animal walks. You'll always kind of have this movement. You have a little head bob because that's how animals walk. And I started hunting with a handgun years ago, and immediately started. And like I've always been a fairly successful hunter, but when I started hunting with a handgun that's in a holster when both your hands are empty, I started seeing multiple more
Oh, no
game,
way.
But yeah, if you're hunting, like SEAL Team 6, and you'll never see anything because they feel that. There's definitely that's part of the sixth sense. But yeah, if you're relaxed and you're calm and you have your rifle down, or if you're hunting with a handgun that's in a holster and you're presenting no aggression whatsoever, there's it's an amazing difference in just how your natural vibrations are going out through the woods.
Well, I think that's true, like with all kinds of predators, because you'll go to, like a lot of times you'll see it in Africa where there's a watering hole and the water buffalo and like zebra and other things are drinking out of the water, and a lion will just walk up and get a few drinks, and the animals look at the lion, but then they go back to their thing because they're like, oh, he's not in hunting mode right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Yes, sir.
but later on, if that lion's in hunting mode, those animals will scatter.
Right.
So it's always
exactly.
amazed me that like they know when the lion is just like, oh, I just need to come over here and get a drink, guys. Don't worry about me.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not going to go attack them, and they know it. And they go right back to drinking water, and it's like, and then, but yeah, other times if they're out in the brush and they see that lion crunch down and he's ready to go, they're like
Like his tail.
out of here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was teaching my friend because we had a couple close encounters with some deer, and they weren't legal to shoot. They were mostly does, but one of the things that you want to do, even if you come up across an animal that you're not going to shoot, you still don't want to scare it in any kind of a way, because it'll be the same. If it gets scared and runs off, it puts forth that energy. So as we're slipping through the woods, and I told him, I said, you got to keep your hands down. Don't be swatting at mosquitoes. Everything has to be easy, just like that deer walks, And like we'd come up on a deer, it was a doe, and it was looking at us. And like once an animal, like deer or an antelope or a moose or elk, most of your hoofed game, like once they see you, if you pretend like you're not there, then they know. They go, oh, this son of a bitch thinks I don't see him. I'm out of here. So like when a deer sees you, they'll look at you and they'll go, they'll move a little bit. And then so that's what you need to do. You need to move. Yeah. And then the deer will like crouch down and kind of to get like a different angle to see you better. And then you do, and that's what you do. You look at it, and then usually the deer will puff up because now it says, oh, this guy is in my territory, right? And like the deer will stomp his foot. Well, you stomp your foot. And then now it's mad. It goes, why? This son of a bitch needs to move out of my way. And now you have an animal that's coming to you instead of, because most people, that's what they do, right? They go, oh, that deer saw me. And then they act like they're not there. And that's immediately suspicious, right? That's immediately suspicious for anything.
That's kind of funny because like when I was in, there was another time where I was a kid. I might have been like, this was probably, I might have been like 16 or 17. So, I mean, I was a teenager, but we were parked on the side of the road in Yellowstone, and there was a photographer there, like a National Geographic or some guy. And he was a proper photographer for animals. And he's like, yeah, I'm out here tracking a moose that has a couple of babies, and we're getting pictures for the magazines and stuff. And he's like, if you want to come with me, I'll show you how to get a really good photo. Cause I was taking pictures of like from the road of like things that were down in a field and things. And he had this giant camera with a big telescopic photo lens or whatever you call it, And I went with him. I followed him out, and he was like, this is how you got to walk. And when the animal sees us, he goes, let me do it. And he was moving in a certain way, and the animal didn't run away, And then we got a few pictures of them. Sure enough, we found the moose and its babies and got a few pictures. But then at one point he goes, you can climb a tree, right? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, all right, if I say go, you get up that tree. And sure enough, like after about 5 minutes, he's like, yep, we're done. We're not going to make it back to the car. He goes, get up that tree. And we ran up. We each got up these trees that were right next to each other. And sure enough, the moose came over, and it was huffing and puffing at the bottom of the trees, like down there. And it was like that. He's like, yeah, he goes, there was a point where I could tell that it did not want us near its babies anymore. It had had enough of us taking pictures.
Moose are definitely one of the most, which a lot of people would never think that, but definitely one of the most dangerous.
Yeah, I had no idea. Number one, I had no idea how he got us to get up there to get some good photos. And then number two, I had no idea how he read the animal to know that it had got frustrated with us. And he was like, we're not making it back to the car. We got to get up some trees, And
it's all an experience. And
we were up there for like a half hour before the thing finally gave up and, took its babies out into it went off into like the brush and off into another field away. And then he's like, okay, we go back.
There's definitely a demeanor change. And, I have a lot of experience with that. And it's, you just have to do it so much. And, what I'm getting at is even photographers, I guess,
end up acting like a hunter,
Oh yeah.
but they're not using a weapon, they're using a camera,
Mhm.
but they have to use the same techniques.
A lot of the greatest wildlife photographers started off as hunters.
Yeah.
And that's hey, Sonny. First of all, let's say hello to Wizzy Wiz, the most dangerous man in
Yeah,
Canada.
Lizzie.
Good to see you, my friend. And then
Sonny's
look,
here
here's
too.
Sonny.
Hey, Sonny.
Good
you
to
doing?
see you. I hope everything's going well down under. I used to
Have you
guide.
seen the have you seen a Yowie yet, Sonny?
Yeah, a Yowie. That'd be cool.
He probably
I
has.
Yowie's in Australia, right?
I used to guide in the Wrangell St. Elias National Park in Alaska, which is a pretty famous place. And we did moose, black and grizzly bear, and Dall sheep. And a Dall sheep, any of the species of North American sheep are like, they're very high on hunters' lists because it takes quite a bit of skill to do it. Not just skill, but even physical, fitness and stuff like that. And
Why
we
would
had,
they do it?
I was fortunate enough to work with a guy who knew me real well and, knew my granddad and that kind of stuff. And we had some guys come up and they wanted to shoot a Dall sheep with a bow and arrow, which 95% of hunters will tell you is impossible.
Wow.
Like the traditional way, the modern traditional way of hunting a sheep is you'd ride around on your horse until you spot them on the mountain. You'd glass them. You'd decide, okay, there's a legal ram to hunt, and then a lot of guys will ride around the back of the mountain, climb up to the top, and then try to get them from above. And a lot of sheep shooting with a rifle is like, can be out to 400 yards, because they're an antelope are kind of like this.
Too, really, right?
Yeah, they're scared. And antelope in the West is kind of like this too. A lot of people, they think, well, you got to have a rifle and practice, and we got to shoot 400 to 600 yards to get a sheep. Well, I was fortunate enough to guide two different individuals who are working on what they call the Grand Slam. That's shooting. That's taking all five. I think there's 5 North American, 4 or 5 different subspecies of sheep, and if you get them all, it's called the Grand Slam. But they were doing it with their bow. And I was the only guide who worked for this fellow who was even an Alaskan, And when these guys showed up, my boss, he said, "Do you think you can get a sheep for these guys with their bow?" I said, "Yeah." As long as they can listen, and they've been successful. So they've shot other sheep with bows, so they must not be a total FUD. And I said, though, there's the Dall sheep in Alaska. They're white. And I said, it sure would be nice to have some over whites. And my boss says, "I love you. You're the only person that knows." And he goes to his closet and he pulls out 5 or 6 sets of military over whites, which is like the snow camo. It's like a poncho. And I said, we'll get them for sure, Terry. No big deal. And so we go, we're riding around the different mountains looking for the sheep. We find some. And we go into the brush, we get off the horses, we hike up part of the mountain where they can't see us behind the brush. And then when we start to come out of the tree line, I pull out these over whites, right? Because sheep travel in herds of whatever, up to 20, but between maybe 4 or 5, all the way up to like 20 different individuals will be in a group together. So I give these guys all their over whites and I say, okay, we're going to walk toward those sheep, but we're going to do it like sheep. And I'm going to be in the front, and like we can still see the sheep. And I explain to them quickly. You see how there's a leader. You see how there's one over to the side that's always looking when the other ones are eating, and there's a group of 4 that stay close together. And I said, we're going to walk. Don't get too close. And we're just going to walk up there like sheep. And I said, keep your bows down, keep your hands down. And I said, we're going to stop. Because the other thing they're doing is they're feeding, right? People who do this, sometimes they make a mistake of just walking right to them. And the sheep get suspicious. They say, well, even if they think you're sheep, they go, hey, what are you doing coming over here?
Did they do that?
And I told them, I said, we're going to.
They put up their front paws. Yeah.
Yeah, they go, hey, you guys, But so, and it took us a while, right? But I told him, I said, we're going to meander from one patch of lichen to the other, which is what they're feeding on. And we're going to act just like them. And we're going to work our way up this mountain and go. And anyway, it was, I enjoy that immensely. And everybody's walking like this. You have to get that head movement in there, and we'd go from one patch of lichen, and like I had a rifle, but I'd point it down to the ground, and to them it looked like, I was bending over and I'm eating the lichen and I'm watching them, and we meander. We go to the next patch of lichen over here, and the whole time you're acting. And whether it's a deer or an elk or a sheep, if you ever stop and give them one of these, they absolutely think that you're an animal, right? Because like deer and sheep will do that. They'll scratch their ear with their back hoof, just like a dog, So you put in all these movements that are natural. You wave your hand slowly across the ground like this, so it looks like you're eating and you're browsing. But long story short, we got it up to 25 yards of this big ram, and I got the guy up, and the other big thing is you never look at them in the eyes. It's just like boxing. You never look at your opponent in the eye. You look at him in the chest. You look at him right here, and from that part of the body, you know what they're doing. And like especially in boxing, right? You never look at the guy in the eyes. You look at him in the chest, because that starts to show his movements and what he intends to do, right? And it's the same thing with hunting hoofed animals. You never look at him in the eye. You always look at this spot. And we walked up within 25 yards, and the sheep turns his head and puts his head down to eat. And I said, okay, draw your bow. And he draws back. And the sheep raised back up and turned, and he put it right there behind the shoulder. Perfect, And I was able to do that twice. And, hunting sheep with a bow is a super magical feat of modern hunting, and it's one of my proudest moments. And as long as you have guys that listen, because that's the other thing, you get a lot of clients who know every fucking thing.
Of course, yeah.
They know everything, and they say, oh, I've hunted in Africa and I've killed lions, and and you go, well, if you don't listen to what I'm telling you, then we're not going to be successful. You're going to be blowing $40,000-$50,000 on this moose hunt, and you're going to come home empty-handed.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot to really studying.
You see it. You see it on those. You can see it on those. I sometimes watch those things where they drop those people off alone in the middle of the woods. And they go, okay, you got to live for like 100 days out here.
Oh yeah,
and they give them like, you got a bow with like 4 arrows, and that's all you get. And I'm just like, and sometimes you see like, yeah, you'll see a person who's like, they get on the camera and they go, yeah, I saw a grouse over here. There's a grouse, and I'm gonna try to get this grouse. And then you see on the camera like the grouse, he's got it over there, and he starts walking that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, oh, this guy's gonna get the grouse. He knows what he's doing. And he goes like way out on this arc, and you see the camera he set up. He's like this little dot, and you're like, but the grouse is over there. Like he's this little dot like way over there. And the next thing you know, this arrow goes, it gets into the grouse, and the thing never knew he was there. And I'm like, yeah, because he went way around to the way the wind was not blowing towards the animal. It was blowing away from him. And then he came up. You could see when he walks up, too, you could see that the bow, like you said, the bow and arrow's down by his side, and he's just taking little steps, and he's kind of going like this, and he's keeping the thing in view and sort of, and then like, but yet, the other people you see go, there's a grouse over there. Yeah. With their bow in their hand, and it flies away, and they're going, damn it, I missed it this time. Well, of course, you went charging through the bushes like a madman. Yeah. How do you expect it?
My wife is, first of all, welcome, Darth Wizzy Wiz.
Hey, Wizzy.
What's going on?
Yeah. The premiere of Darth Wizzy Wiz's face on the Lak-around channel. Welcome.
Yeah,
you also have Phantom White Shadow. Is that Chip?
I don't know. Phantom White Shadow. I'm not sure who that is, but welcome. If we know you by a different name, drop it. But welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Lak-around Sunday. Awesome.
I don't know
Wizzy
how we got
Wiz.
on the subject, but you know.
This is the most dangerous man in Canada right here.
Oh, is he? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I apologize to just pop in and then interrupt you guys while you're in the middle of your
No.
sheep stories. But that's cool shit. Yeah, it's good that you did all that stuff, and you know, you're 100% right. Dealing with some of those hunter guys, they come in with big money, and you know, they talk a huge game, and then you got to explain to them, you know. But yeah, they can be real assholes, and but you know, you need their business too, right? So
Mhm.
it's a tough thing. I know a few people that did some of that work, and it's, you know, it's kind of that could drive you crazy.
Yeah. Well, that I grew up hunting, subsistence, and I loved it. And I got old enough where people are like, you have to. All I ever wanted to do when I was a kid, even a small kid, right in school, they say, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And people are saying, "I want to be a firefighter. I want to be a this." And Lack always said, "I want to live in the woods," And still to this day, like that's what I want to do, And but when I started guiding, I was really good at it and I enjoyed it. But what made me stop was that you'd have so many of these clients, even, they'd shoot a moose, which is a beautiful, majestic animal. And like I was taught, when we take an animal, right, we thank it. We thank it for giving its life so our family can eat. And my grandfather would turn its head toward the sky so its spirit could escape and go to the heavens. And like my granddad would always, he chewed Copenhagen.
They think
And
you're
he'd
supposed
always
to yell during that too. When you go, oh,
yeah, well, we never did that, but I'm sure some people do.
Well, the Klingons do,
The Klingons do, yeah. And like my granddad, he'd turn its head toward the sky, whatever it was, even if it was something like a squirrel to eat. Everything is a living being, and you have to thank it for letting you take its life so you may eat and your family may eat. And he'd turn the head toward the sky and he'd say a prayer, and he'd take his Copenhagen and he'd spread to all four directions. And then he'd put some Copenhagen in the mouth of the animal, and then he would take some. And that was like your bonding with it, but it was like a big deal to do that. And then when I guided, you'd get these fucking, stockbrokers from New York. No offense to stockbrokers, but you get these stockbrokers from New York who are paying $50,000 to kill a moose, and they would kill one only because their guide got them, they would never do any of this on their own because they don't know how to do it.
yeah.
And they'd shoot this moose, and you'd say, "Okay, hey, how do you want the meat cut up? Are you you're gonna grind it into hamburger, or you want steaks, and they'd say shit like, "Oh, I don't care anything about the meat. I just want the horns for my office."
Yeah.
And like, man, that shit, after however many years, I got to where it makes a guy feel bad because these animals would not be killed by this son of a bitch if it wasn't for I'm the all the people I ever guided, like I'm the one that took that animal. They might have just pulled the trigger, but it's so that it put a taste in my mouth, and I just
My uncle
couldn't
used
be a part of that.
My
I couldn't be
uncle
a part
would
of
use
that.
every.
Shit.
My uncle was the only real hunter in our family is my Uncle Dick, and he did hunting and trapping his whole life, and he would use every single part of the animal. You know what I mean? Like everything. He would make sausage. He'd make ground stuff. He would, like turn it into hot dogs, turn it into sausage, make nice cut steaks and loins and all kinds of stuff, and roast, like everything, and he would, and then the scraps would go into like he would even take the scraps and turn like things into like, he's like, well, now I'm going to take this stuff and make fishing lures out of it, and then this is going to be the bait, and we're like, what? You're going to use all that gross stuff that's left over as bait? Like fish will eat that? And he goes, oh yeah, they love it. And and he would make ties like lures and ties out of like the hair and other parts, like the tails. He'd be like, oh, you take this tuft from the tail and now you've got yourself a lure for when you're
Yep.
fly fishing or something, and I'm going,
That's
what the crap?
That's
Like,
how my grandfather, and that's how we were too. We'd make rawhide for our dog sleds and
yeah,
snowshoes. We called it babish, and
yeah, he would always tan the
make
hides,
shoes
and
and
then
stuff.
he'd even take the bone. Like if he had antlers and other bone and stuff like that he could use. He would
Mhm.
actually, because he had a smelting thing where he would make knives.
Mm-hmm.
So he would actually use the bone, and all the knives he made had bone or antler or some kind of
Mm-hmm.
the handle. You know what I mean? Would be that, and
Yeah.
then he would go to a trade show and sell all the knives.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
he's like,
that's-
"Yeah, I didn't waste hardly anything off the animal," and I always
My-
was amazed. It was always
my
like,
native, my different indigenous native relatives, like there's a lot of moose antler weed pipes in Alaska.
yeah, yeah.
That was always a big thing. Or like, but you'd make anything. Like I knew a lot of black powder guys. They'd make powder measurers out of the tines and different stuff. And the only time, sometimes if you got a
Oh,
real
Mr. B's the same way, yeah.
yeah, that's the way to be. And we'd eat the bone marrow out of a moose. There's a thing called the bung gut, and it's like the last 8 or 10 inches of intestines before the asshole, and like old people would fight over that to eat it, and you'd have to clean it out, and but like you would give that to like a high-ranking person, and like the chief, you'd bring stuff like that
Just
to them.
try and kill them off, you mean?
No, people would fight over that.
You're getting old. Here, eat this.
No, that was like a delicacy. It was like
How about the asshole? Eh?
Yeah.
But yeah, you got to use every part. That's
And even
people.
with the modern mass-produced meat farming, like however it's done now in the world, they still use every last part. Like it's
Yeah.
there's no garbage can at like the meat processing plant. Let's put it that way. Like it's all getting used or sold off to another company so they
It gets
can
put into hot dogs, doesn't it?
or they can make
Yeah.
dog food or
Yeah.
some kind of medical lip filler stuff, like whatever the parts are used for. Usually it's just hot dogs. All leftover parts go into hot dogs.
Darth,
This
are those Star Wars above your head?
Yeah,
right
no,
here?
It looks like boxed. It looks like boxed Star Wars.
Oh, okay. Let's see what we
yeah,
got.
my whole
right.
I got a little office in here, and my whole room is sort of just filled.
Oh, you're talking
It
about
wasn't.
my bad.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be a room that I was going to put collectibles really in, but then I just started pinning them on the wall, and then all of a sudden it got completely out of control. But eventually I'm getting my basement finished. I'm pretty much 95% there now, so I'll have some sort of collection area properly done there soon,
Gotcha.
and I'll be able
Yeah.
to reorganize this soon. But so I'm way behind a lot of you heavyweights there as far as collection rooms going, but it's
Calling us
coming
fat,
along.
Liz?
I actually, what'd you say, Rick?
He's calling us fat.
No,
No,
not at all.
my
I'm putting on
yesterday for my mom's birthday. Yesterday, she wanted to go out to we went to like an art show and museum thing, and then we went to she wanted to go to a home show. I had never been to a home show before, so I didn't know what to expect, but it was a bunch of people basically trying to sell you crap for your home. And but there was one lady who was there, and she saw that we had like Star Wars shirts on and stuff, and she's like, "Oh, I need to talk to you." She goes, her father recently passed away, and he had collected stuff from like, she's like, I have stuff from the 70s, it goes all the way back, that he collected. And we went into his room, and she's like, he's got a whole room, and it's just full to the brim, floor to ceiling, and it's like Star Wars. And she goes, and there's like superhero stuff and like fantasy things, and she goes, and most of it's still in the boxes. And I'm just like going, wait a minute, you mean to tell me that he's got like Star Wars from the set? Are you sure it's stuff he didn't buy like recently? And she's like, no, he's had this since I was like a little kid. I remember seeing it since I was like a little child running around. And he said, you can't go in that room. No one's allowed in that room because he didn't want us to play with it and everything. And, but it's all, and she's like, yeah, it's all like the ships and the people and everything. They're all still in their packaging and they're just, and she's like, do you know about, and I said, well, yeah, actually I have a YouTube channel and a pretty big, there's a big community around it that we all have different YouTube channels and stuff. And she's like, do you think you could come over if I give you my card and assess it all for me? And she goes, do you buy? She goes, would you be willing to buy the whole collection? And I'm just like, I'm sitting in my head going, if you've got what I think you got, no, I can't afford to buy your collection. You know what I mean? Like,
well, you know what you can do?
Canadian funds.
You know what you can do is just work out a deal with her, sell it sort of in consignment.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I'm just sort of like, I think I'm going to have to go over there and look at it all first and see what it is. But then I'm going to have to, I might open it up to the community and be like, I don't know, maybe we can work something out where we can do like a live show and people could buy it almost like a claim sale. You know what I mean? And
well, if you do a claim, I mean, you could do it like that, but I would probably, I don't know. You got a Facebook and everything.
Yeah, we've got Facebook and Twitter and Blue Sky and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just you could start listing it all there, and just like there's a lot of groups that you can. Like I know a lot of guys, they get their own group going on Facebook, and they just start selling off their like five idiots toys. Maybe
she
that's
clearly
better
knows
way,
that
like,
it's worth money. Like she's like, the reason I haven't got rid of it yet is because I don't want to get ripped off. She's like, I know that a lot of those things are worth thousands of dollars, and she's like, so I don't want to just give it to some schmuck who's going to give me like $1,000 for the whole pile, and
$500. Come on.
Yeah, and it's like, and I'm just sitting there going, man, if she's got all that stuff, yeah, there's no way I could buy it all. I don't have that kind of money, But yeah, I still kind of want to go look at it and maybe work something out. Yeah,
and it's a lot easier to sell and cheaper to ship if you open them all. If it's all like
Rick, like.
Well, yeah, as long as she doesn't live in Canada like Rick, the shipping shouldn't be too big of a.
Yeah.
No, I bought a couple of collections like that, John, but it's been almost 20 years.
Yeah.
Since one has come up. Like, there's other people that do it as well, of course, right? But
yeah,
for more than 10 years, I've had like ads on the local Craigslist and stuff like that, looking to buy toys. Like Wiz knows, we don't have 48 million people in our cities, right? Like we have 1 million. We're in a big city, so like even just on your block, you might have 100 people that have a stash of vintage toys just in their grandma's basements and storage lockers that they forgot about. And in Canada, it's like 1% of that, but it does exist. Like it's getting harder and harder now. These things are 40 plus years old and not just 20, 25 years old now. Like, so now you'll go in those storage lockers and it's all, Power of the Force 2.
That's
stuff.
why I was asking, because I'm like, I bet I get over there and it's going to end up being vintage collection figures, not original,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I know
you
you sure as hell won't know if you don't go check it out.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
advice there. So I would say, John, honestly, just go there and do a consignment deal with her. Tell her, look, she can sell it herself on eBay, pay 25%, right? With all the fees and everything. She's going to spend all that time doing it, or she can give it to you, categorize everything, just do everything straight up with her. And like usually 9 times out of 10, the more honest you are with her, with people like that, they value that. I mean, she's paying you. She's basically paying for your expertise, and you're going to be doing all the work anyways. Put it on Facebook. If you need to sell it sort of in a hurry, just get your idea of how much of a budget, you know what I mean? Like where you want to be within, and then you'll be able to keep a bunch of pieces for yourself at the end of it.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who was it from?
What I really wished was that I was like
carded figures recently.
Yeah.
But he had to make like payment plans and
Yeah, Jeff and Andy both did that. Andy from Hollow Chronicles and Jeff.
Yeah,
Barker.
no, it was another guy because it was
They
like
bought a big.
it
Jeff
was like the
Barker bought a
first-
big collection.
it was like the first 48 figures all mint on card,
Yeah,
and he had to like, okay, no, each of these is worth like $1,000, so you're
Yeah.
looking at $40,000. So he had to, make a deal kind of thing, and not mortgage his house and stuff, but he did have to do some arrangements so he can get this kind of money
Yeah.
together, and then of course, because people do this, they go and encapsulate them in glued shut plastic cases with stickers
Yeah.
on them because they think it increases the value when it doesn't. It just costs money to do that stuff, right? And then probably eventually all go up for auction to a very low amount of people, because a very small percentage of people buy graded crap. Very small percentage, like probably the lowest percentage of anything in the world that is collected
yeah,
would be.
yeah. That's the other
Yeah,
thing.
that's-
Speaking of Joe's and stuff, it'd be like, yeah, what if he's got more than just science fictions and superheroes? What if there's G.I. Joe and other things?
The very
So,
first
that's-
collection I bought was an old high school buddy of mine. And, I put a post on Facebook. He's like, hey, I got a bunch of stuff, Rick. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's hook up. And he came by in his SUV and opened it up, and boom, there's the Death Star and every spaceship and every figure.
Yeah.
And a bunch of G.I. Joes and a bunch of Shogun Warriors and, the Transformers. I'm like, whoa,
Yeah.
I don't have
Yeah, man. If there
I got
was
500
Shogun,
bucks in my pocket, buddy. Like, so I bought the Star Wars stuff, and he on his own was able to sell off his Shoguns and stuff like that. But if I had the money, I would have loved to buy it all. But and sell it over time or trade it over time, whatever it is. But yeah, that's the collection I still have of loose figures, and is from that main big first collection that I bought.
yeah.
And
If they had
since then,
Shogun,
I would buy a
Shogun
collection.
Warriors,
I would just keep very little of it, like upgrade some loose figures or a couple of loose play sets or boxed vehicles, and then sell off, trade off the rest. And that's usually how it happens now. Like, you just keep a couple of the things, and then you sell off the rest because you already have a collection, like you, John. Like, you already have a lot of things. So if you get 10 more hammerheads, how many hammerheads do you really need? Because you probably already have 10.
yeah.
So do you
You
need 20?
need 10.
You can
I have
never
about.
too many
I think
hammerheads.
I've got about 20 or so hammerheads.
Yeah, we all
actually.
need 20 hammerheads.
Yeah.
But it's like that. Like, it's it's
Loose,
not always.
anyways. I've got
Well,
one in the
And
package.
you need custom hammerheads also.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I've got one hammerhead in the package, and I have about 20 loose ones. Yeah.
Oh, nice. What?
Well, yeah,
what?
I'm sure you
what?
come across them a lot more.
It's the first card, I think. Let me see here. It's at the house. It's at the condo, not here, but I have a picture.
Yeah.
I think Hammerhead's on a
That
Star
shows.
Wars card. I think he's on the first card.
Oh, nice. Nice.
21 back.
Yeah. Well, nice figure there, Lack. What is that? Is that a Black Series?
Yeah, that's the Vader from the Obi-Wan series.
Yeah, apologies. I'm staring through my iPhone here, so I can't really see too well.
Oh, it's cool. Greg at Figure Fever found this for me and sent it to me. And he also sent me the Morak, which I just
Oh, there you go.
I just think that's a cool looking.
Yeah.
I mean, even if I saw this figure and it wasn't a Star Wars character, I'd say, that's a pretty cool looking dude. I might have to get him.
Yeah, it's kind of Fortnite-y.
It's kind of cool, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could put some silver leaf on him and call him a knight, I guess. But I immediately gave Vader his. We got some dual wielding Vader going on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that Obi-Wan Vader might be the best one that they've made in Black Series, I think.
Where the heck did my favorite album go?
Where did it go?
Well, I think there's a
deleted.
new. I think there's a new Vader that's already come out in Black Series. There's always a new version coming.
Is there?
Yeah, there is coming.
And now that they have a new maximum Marvel Legends Spider-Man coming out, which will be more expensive. Guaranteed, they're already working on a maximum Black Series Boba Fett and Darth Vader.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'd
For
still
double
like to
the
get that Black Series Vader where it's with the Sebastian Shaw head, where it comes off. But that's not an easy one to find, I don't think.
It's the original one, isn't it?
No, I mean it's a couple years old now, but it took them quite a while to do. Like it's people say there's like it's kind of the face is kind of a mashup between Sebastian and whatever
Oh,
his
it
name.
kind of
But,
is, yeah.
but
I
it's
don't like-
definitely the closest to the real deal. Sebastian
made
Shaw
those-
is the only Anakin, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they made the Black Series like Jedi Spirit 3-pack with Yoda, Anakin, and
Obi-Wan.
Kenobi, excuse me.
Yeah.
But yeah, they could have at least, and they put Hayden Christensen head with the long, flowing, gorgeous hair, right?
Awful.
Gorgeous Canadian hair, but they should have at least included the Sebastian Stan head.
Yeah.
Like-
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they would have sold a lot more. That's what they did. That new Nick Fury 3-pack, right? It has Nick Fury Jr., which is the whatever the Samuel L. Jackson, and it's not a Samuel L. Jackson head sculpt. It's Nick Fury Jr. from the comics.
Yeah.
And it's a great likeness to that character. But then they included the OG, the real Nick Fury Sr., and Hasbro could have definitely put the Sebastian Shaw head in there. I definitely would have bought one. I would have been all over that.
Yeah, it ruins that 3-pack.
Yeah. But, I'm an old curmudgeon. I think whatever, I get mad at the special editions and of course the first group of special editions didn't have whatever Hayden in it yet.
No, they
Yeah.
didn't.
So it was still, that was like, the things that disappoint you about the special editions, like every couple years kept compounding, and you're like, oh my
30
God, now they've done this. Like, what
I
the
think
hell?
it was 30 years later because it was after episodes 1, 2, and 3 came out that he went back again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's 30 years later that they changed the canon,
There's been
And
like,
you know what the worst part is?
What?
The worst part is he wanted to change it again before he left.
As long as you change it back.
Yeah, no, I exactly. That's how I just want to get it original 4K. And I keep saying this on Blu-ray, 4K, whatever the hell you call it, and that's it. Like I've been waiting now. The last time we got them on VHS, or I have the 2004 crappy. You got 2 discs in there. The one of the latest special editions versions. Then you got a crappy Laserdisc copy. That's basically what I have for my original trilogy, or on VHS. And I know there's those guys that did the 4K independently, and I'm probably just going to go buy that sometime this year when I get around to it. And just I want to watch the original. Whenever I put on the special editions, or it goes on by accident, I just turn it off. I don't want to watch it. It's been like that for 25 years or whatever.
Yeah, it's
30
not,
years
it's
now.
not the same.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
I have it
I don't
on.
even
I have
like
it
them.
on.
A lot of a lot of them, it screws up with the flow of the movie. Like from a directing standpoint, it's ridiculous.
Plus, they erased Lak.
Yeah.
I have the
Yeah.
DVD. I have the DVD that was in that blue. It was like the blue space looking one, and it's on the extra features disc. They have the original Star Wars on there, but it's DVD quality. You're right. It's not.
Empire was about the only one out of the 3 that wasn't. I don't recall anything being removed. Like it was just things were just added.
Well,
And-
they changed the Emperor. They changed some of the lines during and that completely, in my opinion, the lines they added actually suck.
Yeah.
I think there's one thing where they have an extra an extra part where he says, "Bring me my shuttle." He changes that, when he's getting back on, to go back up to the Star Destroyer to chase.
I actually had forgotten about that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are right.
Yeah, the changes there's so many I can't remember.
Yeah.
It just screws it all. I'm just gonna be honest. I hate it. Okay.
Yeah, no, if you're gonna
Yeah.
add, cool, but do not take away. Do
Yeah,
not take
and
away.
There's another in Return of the Jedi. Now you're getting me going. When he goes no, he adds the big no.
Oh, that was
thing.
awful.
He picks up the ember. That is awful.
That's
George,
ruins the whole scene.
I started laughing when that's on. I was like, oh, that's embarrassing. Whoever thought, if I was next to George Lucas, I'd be like, buddy. No, and I wouldn't say buddy, but I was like, George, this is terrible.
Yeah.
You can't make change. This is so oh God.
Mm-hmm.
I wish too bad he divorced his ex-wife Marcia.
Yeah.
Because
well, that's what I've always maintained. That was kind of the thing, we always knew the originals. He had a lot of help from a lot of people, a lot of professional people, a lot of like Rick Baker and his ex-wife, and a lot of other directors, and it was great. And then it's like his ego took over. And Lucas even said in an interview, well, I wanted to remake them the way I wanted them.
Yeah.
And that one line defined what type of person he is to me,
Yeah.
And, and him and Rick Baker had a falling out, and that's why Lak is removed and different things like that. But yeah, I'd love to find that interview again, because he says it. There's just this whole demeanor of him, and he goes, well, I wanted it the way I saw it. And immediately I thought, oh, this guy's a fucking asshole. This is not somebody that you'd want to hang around and smoke a doobie with. This guy's a prick.
The official, in 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 the official.
What is
We
that?
broke Rick. Yeah,
We broke Rick.
I'm
Yeah,
here.
they added the no to Luke falling.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was removed though. They did remove that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah. Oh, there's what is there? 9 different iterations of the?
Well, no.
Of
The
special
no.
edition?
Well, the no was on Return of the Jedi when Darth Vader picks up the Emperor and throws him down. There's,
and I think they
no
removed
there.
that. I think they removed that as well.
Did they eventually?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're still they still mess with those. They still mess with those movies because because we all just watched Return of the Jedi only about a week or so ago when we did Shabby's Return of the Jedi stream, and there was a lot that was in there that had since been removed and set back to the original way, and but there's still that stupid song in Jabba's palace with the guy going up to the camera. Wah!
Oh yeah.
Which I hate.
Well, and Lucas also said that he had decided, to keep his franchise going, to specifically market it to children, and taking out Lapti Nick and putting in this completely adolescent Jedi rock song that is a total product of his mindset, and that was just that was disgusting, and it was Lapti Nick was
they
the
even
coolest.
They even do it with modern shows. This is a weird thing about streaming and digital products that we get streaming, is that even digital products that you own, like you might own on Vudu or something, they change it whenever they want. Because when the Mandalorian came out and we saw Luke Skywalker, a lot of people complained that his mouth barely moved, it didn't move or anything. There was no movement. It looked funny to us. It hit that uncanny valley kind of look to it. But now if you go watch that scene again on the it's vastly improved. So since it being out, they've changed that Luke to be more of a deep fake, to be more of a real Luke, supposed to look like a younger Mark Hamill, and his mouth actually moves more and has more, his skin has more inflections and it looks more like Luke. So even that's been changed. And like what was it, Game of Thrones? People caught like that there was a Starbucks cup in one of the scenes, like
3
one of the
times,
clips, and
Scott.
someone left it on there. And now if you go watch it, you can't find the Starbucks cup because they've re-edited those scenes and got rid of the Starbucks cup.
Yeah, they
So-
got rid of it within 24 hours.
So they keep changing these digital shows, like and updating them, and I don't think, like, when you own something on streaming or you own something on a service like Vudu that's digital, they can change it whenever they want, and you don't
Mhm.
have the same movie you bought. You know what
And
I
they
mean?
can
Like,
delete it too.
yeah.
And how many how can that also be used in like more serious applications, right? Like a newsreel you saw at some point that showed something all of a sudden can be
Different.
Yeah.
skewed differently where it looks different, you know. And I
Yeah,
see stuff even
yeah.
today where I go, you know, I remember watching that live and I don't remember it looking like that.
Yeah, I
Isn't
don't remember that in
strange?
there. Yeah, exactly.
I don't remember that, you know.
Yeah,
or-
I've said the same thing.
Mhm. Yeah, there's a lot. The biggest, at least before Star Wars, that I remember, right? Y'all remember the movie Easy Rider with
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper? So if you go back and, first of all, if you look at the, you know, throughout the generations, movies have like been roughly the same amount of times, right? Like 1930s and 40s movies were in like the 54 to maybe 78-minute mark, because back then, you know, they thought we'll never get people to sit through this, you know, through that long. And then up until like the 70s, you know, you started getting like 117 minutes. You know, you started getting more and more. Well, if you look at the new being since fairly recent after the movie came out in 68, you'll notice that Easy Rider is about 20 minutes. It's a weird number. I can't remember, but it's not 117. You know, it's not 126. It's like a weird 95. Like it's a weird number, right? In the original cut, in the very original cut of Easy Rider, Peter Fonda and Dennis Hopper, they work in an office, and you see them both fairly clean cut, and they're wearing suits, and they're working in like a, whatever it is, like a stock exchange or something. And Peter Fonda's character is awarded a watch for 10 years of working at this place. And the movie, the original movie, begins like that. And there's scenes where they give him, it's like an office party, and he's in a suit and he doesn't have sideburns and his hair's a little shorter and he's professional looking, and he gets this watch for 10 years of service. And then he starts looking at like the old guy who's worked there forever, you know, and he's looking at the watch, and there's not a lot of dialogue, but you can see that he's starting to have an issue with like, what am I doing with my life, right? Like that was the idea of this film. And he goes to Dennis Hopper, who works there too, and you know, and he says, you know, what is the world about, man? Like, where's the freedom? Why are we entrapped in this society? And that's when they decide to quit, you know, and they're going to go be free. Well, so the movie now, none of that's in the film. And the only reference to it is after they, you know, they have those shitty dirt bikes. They go to Mexico. They buy they buy the shit from that producer guy, Phil Spector. They buy that shit, and then they sell it, and then they get their hogs, right? And they get their Captain America jacket. And there's one scene right before they take off. Peter Fonda takes his watch off, and they cut out the part, but he looks at the back, and it says, you know, congratulations on 10 years. And he throws that watch down and he smashes it, and then they ride off. And that, all of that has been cut out. And it really changes the entire mentality of the movie, right? Because when people watch it now, they just think it's these, you know, scuzzy hippies who are, you know, going to sell some drugs and go have a party. But the entire first like 20 minutes of the film is showing that they were regular guys going to work and doing what society wanted. And they came to this realization that they were in the Matrix, and it's all like this brainwashed thing. And that shit was cut away, you know, because it's like, not an idea that the powers that be want to instill. They don't want to put that theory out to the masses, you know. And it changed the movie drastically. It changes those guys' character and why they're doing what they're doing, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's a huge deal, you know. And a lot of people don't, being that that's from 1968, you know, a lot of people don't quite remember that. But I've seen the original. Like I had a friend, an old buddy, who had the original first cut of that, and there's like 20 minutes of it that's gone. And no matter where you go now, or if you bought the DVD or the VHS even in the 90s and the 80s, that it's gone, and it's been gone. Like almost from the first cut, it was gone and removed. And it's a strange, to me, it's a strange and scary idea that there are entities out there working on the message that's brought to the people. So, you know, they're working on that. Like there's a whole group saying, no,
Well,
we don't want to show that to the people.
Well, Gap says the original cut was nearly 4 hours long.
Really? The original cut. Yeah, but the release is 95. And when it first came in theaters, it was supposed, you know, it was like 117 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a supposed to be a hugely powerful movie for the movement. But by the time it got through all the powers that be, it's just, you know, whatever, these scuzzy hippies, you know, trying not to have a job or whatever. And the whole point of their message was removed, you know. And
Yeah.
it takes them from a hero to an anti-hero, you know. So, what's up, Rum? The link is in your MLA Instagram chat if you want to talk dirty to us.
Do you ever notice here too that like let me ask you guys something about movies. So like I was watching a YouTube video the other day, and they came on, and I've heard a lot of people say this about a number of different movies, that they act as if nobody ever watched these films. And in every instance when someone brings up a film that supposedly nobody on Earth ever watched, I always am one that goes, no, I watched that and I love that movie.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone I know watched that movie. So what are you talking about?
What are you talking
about? In this
about?
particular movie that I'm talking about is one called The Wraith. Because what he had done is the guy went out and bought the original car from the movie. And he was getting it fixed up so he would have the purple glow underneath, and he was trying to get it back into drivable shape because it was all beat to hell. And I was watching a YouTube video, and he's like, yeah, I think I'm one of the only people on Earth that watched it. And when he went to the guys, like the people in the shop are like, yeah, nobody's ever seen The Wraith. No one knows about that movie. And it's like, it was I think it was Charlie Sheen. And I'm going, anyone who knows Charlie Sheen has watched that movie because it's like one of his early films, you know? And I'm like, and plus anyone who grew up in the 80s watched that movie. I remember all of us kids going to see The Wraith and watching that movie. Like, so is that the same with you guys? Do you guys know what The Wraith is? Or am I just talking total smack here? And I'm the only one
I don't think I've seen it, but I agree with you 100% because I can think of many other instances, you know, that contribute to your same idea of what you're talking about.
I hear it about a movie called The Gate also. Do you remember The Gate, where the kids listen to the rock and roll music on a they play like their record backwards, and it opens a gate to hell in their backyard?
Yeah, I do remember that.
All these little like demons come out, they're running around their house, and they're like 4-inch tall demons. You know?
That was almost like a small little cultural phenomenon amongst like just young kids, you know, when I was growing up, like everyone would mention that movie. Oh, The Gate, remember The Gate?
Yeah.
You know? I think that was with I think Steven Dorff was playing as a kid in that movie.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Well, you know, notice that the propagation of the like the Mandela effect, right? Like that started really getting pushed on everyone's feed.
Yeah.
Right about the time, right? Like the late 90s and digital stuff comes out, and then there's like this explanation of oh, well, stuff that you may remember is not really what happened.
Well, it's
You know?
from the other parallel Earth that's crashing
Right.
into
And
it.
like whatever somebody's reasoning might be, like I immediately go to, oh, these fuckers are trying to explain to us that we didn't see or we don't know what we absolutely know that we saw.
Yeah.
And what's that Shaquille O'Neal movie everybody talks about?
Shazam or whatever.
Shazam. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody saw that. Everybody saw that. And you can deep dive on how that never existed to the end of time. But we all know it existed and we all saw it. And I remember the toys at KB, like it's a wild, but yeah, it's interesting how that propaganda of the Mandela effect came out.
Do you
at the
want to
beginning
know?
of the
Do you want to
digital
know what's
age,
really gonna?
you know?
Do you want to know what's really gonna blow your mind? So the Mandela effect first started happening when the chip manufacturers first started messing with quantum chips that now have led to what they have as quantum computers. Well, the first quantum chip that they powered up is right when the first Mandela effect ever happened.
What
And
year was
now
that?
that we have quantum computers, like Google the other day turned on and tested their quantum computer, and the quantum computer broke the encryption that they actually turned it off and went, oh shit, because there's an encryption that someone came up with, like, I don't know, 15 or 20 years ago, that is essentially unbreakable. The computers that we have today would take 1 billion years to break the encryption. You know what I mean? Because of the number set. There's a number set in this encryption. If you want something seriously encrypted, the number set is like 500,000 numbers long in letters, a combination of letters and numbers, and you would need that key to break this encryption. So in order to generate that key, it would take modern computers about 1 billion years of trying every single combination of 500,000 different numbers or letters in any order. You know what I mean? Well, the Google quantum computer that they turned on a couple weeks back broke that encryption in about 5 seconds. So Google went, oh shit, and they turned it off because they're like, if anybody gets hold of this kind of thing, they could actually get all the information on Earth in a matter of seconds. They could break into our banks, they could break into anyone's medical records, anything. But the weird thing is that some scientists are saying the idea in how quantum computers work is that essentially an electron, it's very well possible that there's only one electron in the entire universe. And that same electron is bouncing between every single atom that exists in the universe. And what they did with quantum computing is they said the computer's giving us the answer so fast that the electron in that computer must be hopping to other parallel Earths, and it's using the computer power of the parallel Earth that also turned on a quantum computer at the same time we did. And then it's using another parallel Earth and another parallel Earth. So it's essentially tapping into the multiverse theory. And the reason the computer's getting the answer so fast is because it's actually using the computer power of, say, 1 billion Earths on the multiverse, and then giving all 1 billion of those the answers. Because that's the only way it could try 1 billion different solutions at the exact same time, is if there were 1 billion quantum computers. You know what I mean? Because every computer would try it once, a different code once. So they basically are going into the multiverse. So sometimes scientists are saying the idea of quantum computers in itself is proving that the multiverse exists, and it's using the multiverse to get all the answers. And what happened is the first time they turned on that quantum chip when they were testing it, when they were testing quantum stuff way back like 20 odd years ago, they actually accidentally caused 2 of those Earths to start merging. And that's why the same day they started powering up the first quantum chips to test what could be done is when people started realizing the Mandela effect. So the more we use quantum computers, the more different Earths might be colliding together and merging into one, like, timeline instead of, you know what I mean?
Holy smokes.
And that's why we're getting all kinds of new Mandela effects as time goes on, because we keep using quantum computers and getting more advanced with them. You know what I mean? And not saying
Hey,
it's
John.
true. Not saying any
John.
of that is true, but that is some people's theory.
It is a theory.
I have heard these theories and these ideas related to all this, you know.
Let's
Yeah.
take one
Okay,
second
well,
to welcome
quantum
Sebastian.
computer, and please connect it.
I was just going to say, let's take 1 minute to say hello, Sebastian, and thank you for joining us.
Hello, hello.
And please subscribe to these other channels for some great content.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sebastian is a good friend of the channel. Gap says there's 1 billion of Rick interrupting everybody
On each planet. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm on a 4-second time delay.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why you're so quiet?
Yeah,
No,
or our memories
watching
are
football.
crap. Yeah, exactly. Or our memories are crap. I watched some
Captain
of what he's
Spaulding would
on.
like some of what John's smoking.
The good stuff.
I didn't come up with this stuff. I'm just saying that's what I've
yeah.
read. That's what I've heard. I've seen it on YouTube videos. I've read about it. You know, I love reading about these things, whether they're true or not. And I really don't think so. I think they're misunderstanding how quantum computers work. But I'm saying there is a theory out there that's what's going on.
I think it's just modern propaganda. You know, if you repeat something long enough, the people are going to start
Yep.
believing.
Yep,
you know?
yep.
And you know,
Well,
I,
Don't kill
and look,
the message.
so Rum, he knew. He says, "Here it comes. This bit is super awesome science."
Yeah, he loves it when I go into these theories and these
And then he
ideas.
says, "Told
Yeah.
you."
So now you can clip that out and make it a clip on your channel.
Right? Yeah.
Mr. B has to go sit down now.
Hmm.
That's hard. It's hard to take that standing up. That's for sure. Yeah. No. Thank you, Sebastian. We appreciate it.
Yeah, fake news. Exactly. Yeah.
Fake news. And then
Yeah.
Gap wants to try to shit on our parade here, but you know what? I learned at a young age, people who don't like me, they're assholes. That's just the way it is, Gap. Oh yeah, and Captain Spaulding knows what's going on.
We're making space. Okay.
Though they didn't, I don't think, unlike Hawaii, right? They didn't see any laser beam come down, and I don't think all the houses with the NATO blue roofs survived.
Well, how are the Rams doing? Did they
They're
do
losing.
okay?
They're down 3 points to the Eagles.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, but the Eagles are better. Yeah.
My dad and I were out to lunch last week, and I said, "Watch the Rams win the Super Bowl." And he's like, "Why?" I go, "Because they're the LA Rams." And he's like, "What does that got to do with anything?" And I said, "Well, you know, the year that we had the giant hurricane come through and it flooded New Orleans and all those people were trapped, I go, the Saints won because it's rigged." I go, the Super
Wait.
Bowl, everything in football is rigged.
Yeah,
So they
that's
felt
happening.
bad. They felt bad for New Orleans, so they let the Saints win that year.
Wait
And
a
now
minute.
this year, they're going to
They're
feel
not
bad
the-
for all the fire victims in the
They're not the
flames.
St. Louis Rams anymore?
No.
And I'm like,
What?
so now the LA Rams are going to win because they feel bad for
It's been a
LA.
while. The LA Rams have won a Super Bowl since they've been in LA too.
It's not the St. Louis Rams?
No, they're LA
No.
Rams. Where have you
What?
They've
been?
been for like
Yeah.
10, 15
I've
years.
been in one of those multiple Earths, apparently.
You're on the other Earth, Flack.
Oh my
What's wrong with
gosh.
you? Get over to our Earth.
What were the Raiders? The Raiders were the LA Raiders, right?
No,
Yeah,
they're
now
not
they're in
LA.
Vegas.
Yeah, they're
They're
Las
in-
Vegas Raiders now.
They were
What? I remember
Oakland.
You
They
have
they
to
went from
get to
LA
our
to
Earth,
Oakland.
Flack, you're still on the other parallel Earth. You move over to
Holy
our Earth, it'll all make sense.
shit.
Now they're in
Holy
Vegas
shit.
and have the best stadium in the league.
What? I'm missing out. Yeah, definitely. We're all up.
Hey, next
Um,
year, all of you guys will be in the Canadian Football League, so it won't matter.
Are the Edmonton
Exactly, yeah.
Eskimos still a team, Rick?
Yeah, but they had to change their name to the Elks
Oh, that's lame.
because it's not appropriate to be called the Edmonton Eskimos since like 1812 or whatever, you know.
No, that's ridiculous. I mean, as being the only person who was actually raised in a state that has a majority of different tribes of Eskimos, I can assure you, Eskimos do not mind being called Eskimos.
And there are Eskimo people
You know.
in northern Canada.
Right. No, I know. I've said in the United States. I said in the United States.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, Sebastian. Yes, you are correct. We need to take a moment for all those who have lost their homes. We were not trying to make light of their situation at all. It is a
that's
terrible.
insane.
Yeah, it is a terrible tragedy with what's going on out there.
I think I've read like 40,000 or 60,000 homes, building, and structures gone. Like
my cousin lost the villa they were in. It was like I want to say it was Tuesday or Wednesday night of last week. He went outside at like 10 o'clock at night and was like, "We just left. We had to leave." And he took a photo. He was standing up somewhere. I don't know if he was at a neighbor's or he went up a hill or something, but he showed a picture at night and the corner of his villa was on fire. And then a half hour later, he took another picture and the whole thing was on fire. And him and his girlfriend, my uncle was trying to get a flight for him to come to New York. And they had to basically run to a shelter and stay there overnight. But then the next day, they couldn't find a flight because everything was booked. They were like, "There's no way." So he had to call up one of the companies he worked for and get them to send. He got them to agree to send a jet, and got them on the jet, and they flew back to New York. So
our friend Andrew at the Ultimate Wolf, he has some close relatives that have been super affected by the fire there in California. They had
all their stuff is gone. Yeah, everything they had, they were like the whole place just burnt to the ground. It's just gone.
Yeah, there's a couple of cities. I don't know, Pinewood or whatever name of the city, but whole city gone. Like so, all the homes, the tens of thousands of houses, banks, the mall, like the bank, the 4 schools in that city, like just all gone. Like everything. It's just weird that it's in such a residential type of environment as opposed to just like
we're on with Lak and Rick and
the fire would
Wizzy
blow from a tree in the bush
Is still going
a
on.
block away to a house, and then that house would catch 100-mile-an-hour winds.
Well, you saw that 92-year-old man. He saved his house, kept hosing all through the night, and saved 2 of his neighbors' houses.
Yeah.
So
All heroes wear capes.
it's definitely bad management. They should have had, obviously you can argue about it now, but there should have been lots of water in reserve and ability to, at the very least, hook into the ocean. Yeah, it's salt water, but
I don't understand any of that stuff being said on the internet. You're by the ocean, so they're not out of water. And I've seen interviews with fire department people. They've never had a shortage of water. That's not a thing. But they don't have 3 million firefighters in California, so they need 100 to come from other states and 50 to come from Mexico and 100 to come from Canada. Like it's required when you have fires, forest fires, and whatever kind of fire it is, in this magnitude that go hundreds of hectares and acres and triple in 48 hours, where you can't in any way contain it. Like it stopped when it hit the ocean. Like when that fire hit the ocean at one part, it can't go anymore. So there's your one side's contained, but I mean that's also the side where the city of Los Angeles is, and San Diego and San Francisco and Anaheim and all the heavily populated areas. So it's not like these cities are all full of brown bushes, but it also hasn't had any rain in 9 months. Like this whole region, unlike Vancouver, where there's 9 minutes in a day we don't get rain in most cases. Like we get rain 6 days a week here, several days of the year. And when we don't have rain here for months and a fire happens, we're screwed too, because it's just a bunch of brown grass and dead trees that burn really quick.
Well, I didn't want sending firefighters, because like I used to work for Bureau of Land Management as a wild firefighter, sending crews to fires is from different places is a totally normal thing and has been happening for a long, long time. And the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, BLM, not the other one. I remember when somebody told me BLM is rioting, and I thought, why is the Bureau of Land Management rioting? What are they? What could they possibly be rioting over? I'm in Alaska thinking, why is Bureau of Land Management rioting? That's so strange. What could possibly be their fucking problem? You know, but yeah, sending firefighters to different places is it's kind of like the main gig of the Bureau of Land Management. You know, they manage all these, not just, you know, it's a federal entity. And so you'll have hotshot crews from Alaska, Hawaii, all across the nation will go to Arizona and a lot of the times California, because they have, you know, California has a poor wildlife, not wildlife, but wildlands management program. They have a really bad, and they have for many, many years. You know, they don't do controlled burns. They don't pick up debris. And like, you know, and a lot of people, they say, oh, how could you pick up all the debris in a forest?
Well, and I'm gonna,
you know, and
be one of those people. That's not a thing that happens.
Yeah, but here's the thing,
anywhere
Rick.
on our planet.
It is a thing, though.
Nobody rakes the forest.
No, but here's the thing, Rick.
It doesn't
is
happen.
a thing. It absolutely happens. They
No,
do that in
people
Idaho.
plant
They do it in
trees.
Montana.
People plant trees in forests. That's
No.
it. The
No,
people
no.
cut trees down in
They
forests.
have a huge.
Nobody
in
rakes
most
it.
in the majority of the United States, the vast majority of the United States, they have huge programs that go through forests and remove dead, volatile debris. It's a huge
loggers.
Some of it is not commercial logging. There is actual state and federal. BLM is one of them, but most states have a rigorous forest management plan where they do go in and they remove debris. They also will have
I live in
controlled burning.
a country that's 90% forest. There's not one person employed in Canada or unemployed in
Right,
Canada.
but I'm not talking.
It goes and moves a fallen tree.
I get that,
Unless it's on the road.
The difference is that the fires that we're talking about and the things that I'm telling you about is in this country, and this country does do that. You know, there's huge. Florida actually has one of the biggest programs. They have a lot of volunteers. Sometimes they use prisoners, but Bureau of Land Management. They have state forestry, and you know, during the end of the winter, when you drive through some of these highways that have national forests, you will see giant crews of people. And some of them are loggers. They're in there cutting down dead trees and they're removing them. They're taking them to mulching facilities.
But are they not doing that so they can build a condo there?
No, they're doing it to prevent the type of forest fires.
Because if I went on
in California,
LinkedIn right now to look for a job doing that, what words would you
would if you were looking for the company, you would be looking for Florida State Forestry. You'd be looking at Bureau of Land Management jobs, right? You'd be looking into getting your red card, because that's not just their only job, right? Like it's an organization that oversees the well-being of the forest, right? So sometimes
I totally know that exists. That's
right. So they might say, hey, we need to get these, we need to get this fire department to go into their area, and they need to do a controlled burn, right? And then they have what they call a controlled burn, which obviously burns everything up that's volatile in a controlled manner, which is coincided with wind mitigation and how long it's been since it's rained, and they go in there and they will burn these areas in a controlled manner so it won't get out of control. And like that's a huge thing in
we have that. We have it annually here.
Yeah, well, that's a huge thing in basically every state in the United States except for California. you know. And the only other place where a majority of woods are not, where that's not done to, is Alaska. And the only reason that is because not only is there 6 billion acres, but 99.8% of that no one lives, right?
Yeah,
But they still
parkland and protected land and
right. But they still, like, outside
glaciers.
of Anchorage and outside of Fairbanks, for a big part of it, they will still do those control burns and remove the dead forest to keep the town where everybody's living,
Mhm.
you know, out of risk. Now, if you go, you know, 100 miles, you know, north of Fairbanks where no one lives, they don't necessarily do that. And when they have fires out there in Alaska, when they have wildfires, until it starts encroaching on certain roads or where people live, they let it burn.
Mhm.
Because not only that, but being a land management professional, right? Burning everything off is what's rejuvenating the land, right? So in a place like Alaska and a few parts of Montana and Idaho, because there's vast areas where there is nothing, right? They let it burn. And, you know, they will set up a fire line on the outside of what they consider, say, we're going to let this 10 billion acres burn, but we're not going to let it go past this point, you know.
Yeah, that happens here a lot.
Yeah, and they'll send hotshot crews or whoever. They'll cut fire breaks. They'll back burn, you know, to where they want it to stop, and they'll let it do its thing, because that's also one of the most healthy things for the forest, right?
Mhm.
But there's huge programs there. You can drive not very far from my house here, and at least 2, maybe 3 times a year, there will be a sea of people out through the woods doing their work. And some of them literally have rakes, and in some of them are cutting down dead trees, and they're hauling them out. And some of the stuff they'll burn right there. Some of it gets loaded on trucks and goes to mulch facilities, where then, you know, landscapers will buy it at a discounted price.
Yeah, see, like you're the point you need to include.
But they don't
They're
do that
doing
in
it for
California.
another reason.
Yeah.
They're doing it to sell the product.
No.
But
They're doing
because
it. No, they're not, Rick.
admitted
They're
it. 'Cause-
doing it to prevent catastrophic fires.
So they're selling lumber to people.
No, they're
to stop
selling.
forest fires?
No. It's a byproduct. They're not the amount of money
But it
generated.
costs money to do. These aren't volunteers. Is what?
No,
so the people are getting paid.
There
to
are people
cut
getting paid.
dead trees down.
Yeah,
There's usually a
but
purpose.
they're doing
Like
it. They are doing it. They are doing it to mitigate the catastrophe of a wildfire, right? Because the percentage of mulch that is produced from them doing that is a fraction of the commercial mulch industry, right? It's in no way a profit. It is a government funded, what is the word? It's a government funded activity to keep people safe, right? They're doing it to mitigate the forest fire getting out of control. And that is the one thing that they do not do in California. And they haven't been doing it for years. And Bureau of Land Management has been warning them for years that they need to do something. But there's so many people who have these feelings about, you can't stack rocks and you can't do this, and the environment needs to do what it's supposed to, that the popular opinion of these people who are not educated in forest management, right? And then that's where they have gotten to where they are, is because of that. And that happens not just with like fires and dead debris, but like it happens with predator control, there's millions of places where like we can't kill wolves because it's one of the creatures and all of this, but then all of a sudden the wolves get out of hand, and then they kill all the elk and they kill all the moose, and then the indigenous people are saying, hey, we're starving because the government won't go shoot wolves, right? There has to be a control of all of these entities for our society to function in the long term, right? And the big problem is that there is I don't know what the word is, right? I don't want to say environmentalists because there's quite a few environmentalists who are educated enough to know these things, to say, hey, we can't let the wolf and coyote population explode because then there's no rabbits and then there's no deer, right? And then after the predators eat all the game, right? Because their prey animals, they can't produce enough to maintain the food needed, the small percentage of them that are going to die to feed bears and wolves and stuff, right? Well, so once they eat all the deer and the rabbits, well, then all the wolves die. And now you're all of a sudden there are no animals, right? Then there's nothing, and we've lost it all. And like that's in Alaska, we've dealt with that, not so much with the tree removal because that's a kind of like a no-brainer, but like, there was a big problem with wolves. You'd get a lot of people who were like, you can't kill the wolves. Well, then they ate all the moose, and then there were no moose, and then all the wolves died, and now there's no fucking animals in the woods, But it's that is one of the main reasons that California has had this fire problem is that they have, and for years, like 30, 40 years, they have refused to manage their wilderness by doing these things that all the other states do. And they don't do it for a profit. They do it to maintain a healthy environment, right? That's why they're doing it, And like that's the thing. And I don't know what kind of management they do in Canada, but I know from working with BLM
I
and
just know
living in
that
these
these
places.
fires in the Los Angeles area are not from a woke governor or a water shortage or not raising forests. It's from 100-mile-an-hour winds, no rain in 9 months.
That's how it
People, like,
started.
throwing cigarettes out windows, shit like that.
That's how
Arsonists. Fires just happen, electrical things. In Canada, sadly, a lot of it is people that causes fires, but a lot of it's also like lightning strikes, like things in nature that cause a forest fire to happen.
right.
I'd say in Canada, half the time it's a person, and the other half the time it is a lightning strike.
Right, and that has to do how it started is.
But we don't have 100-hour winds encouraging these fires, like
the 100-mile-an-hour winds, right? A fire creates its own wind. That's the issue. Once it becomes so large from the abundance of fuel, which was never removed and managed, like that's where you get the 100-mile-an-hour wind, right? Though it's not like this wind started in the ocean.
Okay, Rick,
Bob's house is the fuel.
Let me
and then his neighbor's house, Jim, his house is the fuel. There might be like one palm tree on that whole block, but it's not the fuel. When it's a city burning, it's the houses and the schools and the post offices and the pickup trucks. Everything burns.
These fires started in the forest. That were unmanaged. And there were no fire breaks, there was no back burning, and that's how it became out of control. It's a simple management, and it's gone. The issue of them Californian government not doing that goes way further back than anybody who is in control of it now. But that has been the status quo, and it does come from a group of people who don't understand why you need to do something to manage it. But these did start in the wilderness. They got out of control, and then there was no way to stop them, and it has to burn out. It is poor management, but it's poor management for the last 40 years. It's not just the governor who's in there now. It's been everybody, for at least 40 years. They have not been managing the forest to keep the fuel down. And once a fire gets so big, you can't stop it. And like that's why firefighters die, right? Because it becomes uncontrollable, right? And that's why they issued us fire blankets, and that's why you go through classes on if the fire is coming at you, this is what you have to do. You have to find a place, you got to dig a hole, right? All those. I knew a bunch of those firefighters that died in Arizona. I worked with those guys. The wind changed, and that's like in the desert, man. Like you want to talk? There's probably less to burn, in middle Arizona than
there's
in
not a lot to
California.
burn. Like in California, there's not a lot to burn. It's also a
There's a lot of
I
there's
know
a lot
there's
of
wood,
wilderness.
there's wood, but
There's a
much
lot of
like
wilderness.
Arizona is a lot of brown and
You
dirt
have
and
to-
rocks. There's
you
a
have
lot
to
of
get
dirt
on-
and rocks in California too. It's not like it's
Right.
all
But
green.
get on
Like where I
Google Earth.
live, it's 100% green.
Right.
There's no-
Well, if you get on Google Earth and you look at California and look at where the fires are and look east and north of these areas, they're huge forests.
Yeah, and look in the
There's a
middle.
huge, and that's where that shit started from.
Look
And
in the middle where it used to be the U.S.'s largest lake, like freshwater lake.
Yeah.
Used to be in the middle of California, and it's gone. It's got dried up. I think mostly from gold and silver mining back in the day. They used the water. There was no management, like you were saying. They weren't prepared to drain all this water for it to be all gone, and now they all get their water from elsewhere, right? Because it's not coming from the ocean.
Is that Lake Mead?
I
it's
think
Mead
that's
Lake.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it's this big right now. Like it's starting to grow back.
Yeah, it's growing back. But
I want to say hello to Stu real quick, and then Darth Wizzy Wiz, you have the mic. But hello, Stu. I hope our ranting didn't run you. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier. Go ahead, Wizzy. We want to know.
Right across my street is forests. Forest management here does controlled burns. Right across, 500 meters right in front of my house. Right? Like they do stuff like this, Brett. It's not uncommon, right? It's just, but I think with California, the one thing that lacks absolutely 100% spot on, undisputably, is that California's had forest fires. They had bad ones. I think the last one was like 5-6 years ago, where you had, I think that famous singer's house burned down, and you've had all kinds of this stuff been going on for years, and like they haven't done. If you live in California, it's basically a desert that they built a city there. If you're going to be there, then you're going to have to build up a lot of, countermeasures and have stuff ready in case stuff like this happens. So,
Absolutely, man. I feel for that. Like,
but they don't. But that's the thing. They're not,
or be prepared.
They're not doing
somehow,
that.
But I guess they're not. Like, if you live in a $3 million mansion in the area where a lot of these houses are burning down, you would think you could build a water fountain system around your house, knowing that every year or every 2 years we have really bad forest fires in that area. So, instead of just being out there with a hose, spend your extra $1 million on fortifying your place, I guess.
Yeah, well, you could see that this was going to happen when you're in a drought. And Lac's right. Like, it's just, there was already an emergency going on for months before this happened. You could see this potential for this was obviously going to happen, but
Gap, if you had Instagram, like everybody tells you, you could have the link in the MLA chat, just so you know. But there it is. We can have up to 6, just so y'all know, because I'm still on the free StreamYard.
No, I get it, because it's something that happens. I live in British Columbia. Are you on the East Coast there, Wiz?
Yeah, I'm in Ontario.
So we have, when we go on a drought, or we don't go on it, when a drought happens, like when we go maybe 3 weeks without rain or a month without rain in the summertime, then they do go and they do some more of these controlled fires and stuff where they know it's a hot spot. It's going to be the first place to go because it's all the leaves are brown and and there's houses 4 miles that way and there's a city,
are the skies also gray?
So they try to take care of that stuff. But for what just kind of happened, it happened and we all saw it happen live. Like once the drones went to sleep 1 week, all of a sudden these forest fires started in California, and it was just instant. And what I'm sick of is seeing all the people blame it on a couple of homeless immigrant people who came from Mexico, and they're burning California down on purpose because they got a woke governor and they're leftists, and I just don't like hearing.
Well, I haven't heard
Forest
that
fire
at
has
all.
nothing to do with religion
Well, look,
or politics
look,
or skin color
Rick,
or heritage. It just happens.
Rick, that's a separate issue.
No, but
I don't.
that's all that
When,
I hear. Those issues
when people's
get
houses
tied
are
to
burning
this.
down, like, you know, I mean, like, who cares about that? Like, just the only thing California should be concentrating on is prevention of this, or at least at the very least, having, since they live there, they should have all sort. They should be spending. They got the money. You know, they're spending it. It's one of the great places.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
Can you mute the gap?
you know,
Yeah,
Rick,
yeah.
sorry,
Get your mic
phone.
situated.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was dumping trash. I forgot to mute it.
Well, get your shit together, young man.
It's anyways, what I was saying is it's the cost of doing business, and Lak worked in this industry, so he's got experience. I mean, myself, I never really worked in it. I know a few people that did, but you know, once those fires get out of control, especially in California, it's I mean, you know, of course, it's like a nuclear bomb going on. So I don't know. A lot of, you know, if I was living in California and you're a collector or anybody, Jam, I'd have a pool. I'd have backup generators to pump water in case there's a forest fire. Have access to the well, the sea, because that's a problem. You know, I wouldn't. That's the last thing I'd want is.
Well, look,
you know,
just like they
losing their homes and everything. It's horrible.
Just like they tell us when you go up north to work, even though you know you're working for a multi-trillion-dollar company, and you know the number one thing they say is, you know, you need to watch out for yourself because ain't nobody out here worried about your fucking safety. And I think that's a good rule anywhere and everywhere, right? Like if I lived in New Orleans, I would have a boat ratchet strapped to the roof of my house, right?
Yeah.
Anyone in Florida, including myself, right? You have a hatchet or an axe in your attic because once the water gets so high and you go to your attic and it starts getting higher, what are you going to do? You need to chop a hole in the top in your roof and get out.
Or
right?
Your boat.
Like,
Your boat.
Or have a chainsaw with gas ready up in the attic.
yeah, well, storing gas in your attic may not be a good idea, Gap.
Yeah, well, I graduated from Rick's School of Not Knowledge, so
mind the
Or
gap.
not live there. I don't know.
because I wanted to say something about the fire because Rick, it's multi-complex, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter. The current regime did not do the fire management. The reservoir near the Pacific
regime we don't have regimes in North America.
You're not in North
America.
You're in Zoolander land. You're not. Canada's not North America. We don't recognize Canada. But the reservoir was empty. That was next to the Pacific Palisades, and they cut the budget. The mayor cut the budget by 14 million. The governor 100 million, and they just fucking weren't prepared for this shit. And they let the fucking shit burn. And now, you know, everybody's going to get screwed. That's it in a nutshell. They were not fucking prepared. They'd rather have fucking drag queen story time and gay men's chorus funding and bullshit instead of firefighters. And they sent their equipment off to fucking Ukraine, you know? So, you know, you don't understand, you know, you might need to go do some more research, but
dude, don't be stupid, man. We're the ones putting out your fucking fire right now. So fucking shut your hole. Don't blame Canada.
Hey, that's not nice. Nobody's blaming
everybody.
Man. Like, you don't
now
know
listen. We need to be cordial, right? We need to be cordial. We need to alleviate the political, right? Because the politics on either side didn't necessarily cause this fire. But poor management and poor understanding of how forest fire works.
Yes, that's true.
I agree. The thing. And many firefighters from North America, the United States, go to Canada, and
Yep.
Canada
Yep.
reciprocates.
Yep.
And that has also been going on for
Years.
I mean, before we were born, before any of us were born, right? And that is and that's because the fire professionals, the Bureau of Land Management, and whatever, I don't know what it's called in Canada, but the Forestry Service, no matter what country you live in, Mexico, Canada, or the United States, they all understand the same thing, right? And helping one another is not it's super, especially in the idea of the forest, the well-being of our Mother Earth, that all supersedes any modern political bullshit,
Yeah, the
right?
border won't stop
So
a
let's
fire.
not.
You
So
know,
let's not
the
make
imaginary
it
line.
about
So
that,
Rick,
right?
apologize for that comment because everybody from
I
around the
ain't
world has
apologizing
come
for
to
shit,
help.
dude. You said a bunch
And
of
America
stupid stuff when you're
always goes.
blaming
America always
money being
goes.
spent on rainbow parades instead of firefighters.
America
my God.
always goes and helps everybody else, including fucking Canada. And I've got relatives in Canada, so shut your pie hole.
And every country that can help usually does, and that is the one saving grace of being a human that can uh overlook what's the word, overlook biased opinions, right? They can overlook that, and Canada will continue to help, and America will continue to help Canada, and I mean specifically in these forest related, mostly fire activities, right? Because there's an understanding between the people who are in charge of these things that we all live in one ecosystem, right? As much as it has been dwindled down over the generations, we all live in the same ecosystem, right? There, the birds migrate from Mexico all the way through Canada to Alaska, and they come back again, right? The salmon go to the ocean and they do their thing for multiple years, depending on the species, and they all go back up the rivers, right? Whether it's Washington or Canada or Alaska. So there is a symbiosis of understanding that we do help each other in these matters. And I'm coming from that, from someone who lived in the wilderness, right? This is not a political statement. This is we all live on Mother Earth, and we do need to do what we can to keep it as healthy as we can in these situations. Because if you don't, the whole fucking city of LA burning down is what you get, right? That is what you get.
Rick, brother, you can get a job with BLM, Bureau of Land Management, brother. Sounds like you're interested.
Oh, they would,
No?
dude. They'd love you, Rick. They'd love you. You're big and strong, and you can swing a Pulaski.
And you can talk. You could talk the fire to death.
You can. Holy zing on the Gapster. Holy smokes. Hey, John, are you unmuted?
Yeah, sorry, got stuck in that phone call.
No, I was right before you
guys.
muted yourself. You said you're
Take
taking
care,
off with me?
Yeah, I gotta go. Sorry, guys.
Okay,
Good to meet you. Hey,
Nice
Wizzy,
to
it's
meet.
good to meet
Nice
you, man.
to meet you.
Nice to
Nice to meet
Well,
you.
I'll talk to you soon, Darth Wizzy Wiz.
Get
Cheers,
along,
Wiz.
guys. Great conversation.
Wiz has a cool channel. He always shows a lot of vintage stuff. So definitely go check out Darth Wizzy Wiz's channel.
All right.
And he has super fun. He always starts it saying, "Here's Darth Wizzy Wiz with another craptastic review." But it's not. He's fun to watch. He reminds me of like blacked out Ewoks reviews. It's very candid, and it's memories of when he was a kid. Anyway, Wizzy has a great channel, so definitely go subscribe if you're not.
Yeah,
For sure.
I already am. It looks like. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, good. Yeah, make sure the notifications are on, because he has a lot of cool. Man, he's got some really nice boxed vintage Star Wars stuff. He showed a super sick Interceptor the other day.
Yeah, I see it. That's a good. That's
Yeah,
a cool
and
video.
everything is. I mean, you will not see anything shoddy in his collection. You know, unless it's like, oh, this is the stormtrooper I had when I was 7. You know, but definitely primo collections.
I sold him some figures recently.
Oh, right on.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, yeah.
He's done a lot of the Facebook groups I'm in, and
Oh, is he? That's cool.
you know, collects a lot of the same stuff we do, of course.
Yeah. I've been out of the custom game for a little bit, but I'm trying to get back in it. Sebastian joined the channel when I was doing a lot of custom stuff, and he enjoyed it. Anyway, oh, go ahead, Gap.
You know what I'd like to see you do is take like a 12-inch Superman or Batman and turn them into something else.
Like what?
I don't know, like a Shogun Warrior or something. I don't know.
Oh, well, I'm always open to ideas. You know.
TJ,
always-
the game show. Most of my players wanted to cool off for a bit. They just wanted to take a break, so we're moving it. I moved it to February. I just forgot to move it this morning when I talked to people. So,
well, I'm not glad that it happened, but I was definitely jonesing to do a live, and then I saw you were on, and like I will never, because I don't plan my lives, right?
yeah,
But
yeah.
I will never ever try to go live when there's somebody in the community, and that like I'm no competition for anybody, but you know I want to be, you know, in camaraderie. So I want to be there in the chat in your live. I don't want to be sitting on my page doing bullshit, you know. So, but
Yeah,
when I found out
I
you
don't
weren't,
I don't like to overlap either. You know, I get what you're saying.
yeah. Well, and that's part of being the community, you know.
Yeah. Speaking of, Stu already went on with his. I was like, when is Stu's stream?
Oh, is Stu on? Dang. Yeah,
He
sorry about.
he already did it. It was a while ago. So.
Oh, okay.
Was he in the chat? I thought I saw him in the chat. Was he?
He was a little while
Yeah, he
ago.
was.
Yeah.
But we were having a serious conversation. Which
Wait,
is
is Connor's on the space station?
yeah, he said let it all burn because I'm on the space station.
Looking at it.
Oh.
Where did it start?
Yeah, customs, man. I've been trying to get into them. I've been mashing up my figures quite a bit. Just
Next week. Okay. I'll be there next week. Stu, you got it.
Awesome. Yeah,
Yep.
make sure to not miss Stu.
Yeah.
One of my favorite people. Good guy, man. I think we can all agree on that for sure.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Love you, Stu.
I just wanted to say this, Lak, because I'm a guest, and
Yeah.
I did blow up a little bit, but something was said I didn't like. But I don't have, since the pandemic, I don't have a workplace I go to where I get to have this kind of mumbo jumbo, whatever, talk about all the things in life right now, modern day society, which includes politics and forest fires and UAPs and all the kind of stuff like that. So this is literally the only chance I get to talk about stuff like that. And the fact it's live on the internet, it adds a little bit to it. But yeah, so Gap, you get a small apology because I don't mean to explode on anyone for any reason. I just think I think it's good that we can talk about this kind of stuff, man. Everyone's got different opinions, and
yeah, I accept your small apology.
It's the facts that people don't see the facts, and they just believe in the possibilities or of the
yeah, like
I rumors and stuff, right?
I understand where you're coming from, and that's why a lot of people get because if you don't know everything, you just get off on something, and and it's good to have this kind of conversation because people learn from stuff, and like I said, for you to give me a small apology. Hold up. I got to pick myself up off the floor. Okay. All right. I'm getting it. But yeah, it's just everything's complicated. And then and I don't see people every day either, but I get on with Lack and John's stuff and Rums. And, I learned a lot of things actually more from Lack than I do from anything else, because Lack's so knowledgeable on,
Oh, well, thank you.
It's fascinating about the Alaska and the stuff that goes on over there. And, somebody who's really in it knows it. So, and has been there and done it. So to me, that's fascinating and everything. So,
I agree with that.
We are-
Lack's like a 35-year-old man with 65 years of experience.
Yeah.
You know,
And
like, that's what I
I've been
feel.
around. I've been around the horn a time or two.
Twice.
Yeah.
So right there, that's thanks to Mr. B. Thank you, Mr. B.
what, your finger?
Yeah, right. He gave me that display.
Oh, wow.
You see that cool crossover we just did there? That was cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
arm
let's
looks
take a
bigger, though.
second. I want to take a second to recognize Left for Dead Fett, who has
Hello,
joined
Left
us.
4 Dead.
Nice
Yeah.
to see you. Nice to see you, my friend.
And, like John sent me a comic book for nothing. I offered to pay for it. That
To
was really
answer
nice.
Sebastian, yes. I'm still working on his spear, and I can't remember where it is now. But yes, we have a pretty cool Athabascan bear hunter custom that's a mashup between the Mortal Kombat Nightwolf and the He-Man Revelations. Oh God, what was that guy's name? I can't remember.
The black guy?
Yeah,
King Grayskull or
Sunman?
yeah, King Great. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I've mashed up those two, and we do have a pretty cool Athabascan traditional bear hunter that we're.
For some reason, I looked down at Captain Spaulding's thing, and it goes, "I think you guys are all swamp people." And then I looked again and went, "Oh, it says awesome people." Oh, okay.
Okay, John.
and look, Captain Spaulding is right. We're definitely all fam.
Swamp
Yeah,
people.
yes. I
Yeah.
agree because you guys, I really don't see anybody at all, except for when I get, taken to go to the drugstore or the grocery store. So I don't get to interact. And this means, this community means a lot to me because I don't feel alone and everything. So I love all of you good people.
So Mr.
yes,
B
I
wants
agree.
Mr. B wants us to check that out. Do you want me to see if I can get the camera over there?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
I can unwind it maybe and.
I was gonna say on the note of what we were talking about, discussing what Rick and Gap were saying. It seems like in our modern age, that's definitely, like the epidemic of the modern age is this isolationism, and we do, the vast majority of people, you get your feeds on Instagram that cater to what you believe in or what your community believes in, and then you get caught in this echo chamber. And that's why there's so few people who can have meaningful debates and rhetoric. And and there's so many normal people in the world, they just argue their points, and there's never very much of like a cross-pollination of knowledge. And that's, as meaningful human beings, that's what we have to try to do, is discuss things with rhetoric and not.
It feels different now than, let's just say, 10 years ago. Pick a number that's a little while ago. The water cooler talk, however you want to call it, like even you guys in America, like not to single you out, but 10 years ago, you guys could talk around the water cooler or at your lunch table on a construction site and talk about, oh, I'm voting for Joe Blow or I'm voting for Jane Blow, and not get into a fist fight about it. But now you will get into a fist fight about it. Like, it's just, I don't.
Well, and
I
the problem is,
experience. It feels it's just a little more harder, if that's a good word, when people do these, or any kind of debate happen.
Yeah. Well, there's so little debate. That's looking awesome, John.
That Mr. B made that, right?
Yeah, so this is the backdrop that Mr. B made, and I put Greedo up there and the Sand People. And then
That's
we got
Hammerhead's house.
The two Hammerheads are hanging out, talking and sharing good times. He's like, I voted for so and so, and he's like, yeah, I voted for the other guy, and they're just having a nice discussion about it. And then we've got Walrus Man and Evans on, a bunch of Jawas trying to sell junk.
Hello, Smith Lord. Welcome.
And then we have the Biff walking down the stairs. He's like, yeah, I'm coming down with my pipe. I'm going to be dancing and singing here in a minute. Then I got my Jabba's Palace guys over here, like Bib Fortuna and a whole host of Gamorrean guards with Jedi Luke and Leia and Lando back there.
Yeah. Lack, do you have any of those Gamorreans?
No, I've been meaning to buy some, but at $37, I just keep.
It's one of my favorite Black series. They're pretty.
I got all these.
Awesome.
I got 4 of them when they went on sale for like $9 each. I ended up buying like 4 of them, and that's why I got them all open. There's like a whole.
I'm not gonna lie. I had 10 at one time.
They were one of my favorite guys.
Same here.
Yeah, mine too. Like I said, every time I go to get one and they're $40, I go, man, I just can't justify that at this time.
This is my clone army and my droid army. So.
Do you guys think that they're raising the prices again? I do.
Oh,
I bet your prices go up as soon as this week, man.
And then
I mean, like
the
Jedi
are down there. My prequel Jedi, basically, and the Sith are behind them. And then I got to get a stand for all my stormtroopers. Then I got the Mandalorian guys.
What's up, JJ?
How you guys doing?
Oh, I'm right as the mail, baby.
Well, how you doing, Left Coast? How you doing, John, and the guy with the cat? I don't know who.
That is Gap After Dark.
Hey, Gap, what's going on, Gap?
We also.
Hey, dude, what you doing?
Not much, just stopping.
Well,
by.
they usually say mind. They just say mind the gap because you should obey everything I say.
Oh, mind the gap. It's okay.
Hey, let's say hello to Brian's Action Figure Reviews. Welcome.
Hey, Brian.
Hello, Brian. Nice to meet you.
Make sure to hit that like button. Keith Knight has joined us. Right on. Nice to see you, sir.
Great to see y'all. I'm surprised you guys are still on.
Oh, yeah. Lack likes to do 6 hours minimum,
I did an 8-hour stream.
Well,
I
did. I asked Lack to entertain me this afternoon, so he's thoroughly done that because John's game show got canceled.
Well, I was definitely planning on it. I've been out in the wilderness since, all of last week pretty much. And then, I've missed, I got to catch up on all different things. So I was definitely hoping to, at some point after I got back soon, to do a live and just say hello to everybody and, make sure everybody knows I'm still here.
Hey, John, do you have everything cataloged?
I kind of do. Oh no, that John. I thought me.
Well,
John,
yeah, I know. JJ, I know you do.
Yeah.
You. Yeah, I remember one time hearing you catalog. I do too. Everybody think it's anal, but I take pictures and I even do the SKU numbers.
Yeah, you never know.
Mine's all in my head or on my YouTube channel, so I don't have to worry about it.
Hey, super awesome, John. Captain Spaulding wants to know, do you have any horror collectibles?
Not really. I like Jason and Freddy. I kind of like Chucky. I think Chucky's cool. But no, I'm not. I don't. See, I collect toys that you could play with as a child with good versus bad as like an army of things. horror to me is like one action figure. You're going to get just Jason.
No, no, no.
If you were only collecting Friday the 13th toys, what are you going to do as a kid with just Jason and no one to hunt down, no one to?
Well,
So as a kid, I never got into that stuff.
Well, the Hellraiser action figures got the cube, and you be careful if you open it. You could have tons of fun.
Well, I actually do have a cube from Hellraiser. That is true. I have one of the wooden ones from the
from the movie.
From the movie. It's a wooden one that can come apart. And you can actually turn it and twist it into different things. And it smells like vanilla because hell smells like vanilla.
It does. It does.
Yeah. Did you ever read the Hellraiser books?
Yes, yeah. I did.
Hell smells like vanilla, according to the books.
You know that Mike Myers, I think it was Mike Myers figure where he comes with the like the chain on his leg where he's like, when they put him under the water and he's like, that was Mike Myers, right?
What movie?
No, that was Jason.
That was Jason.
That was Jason.
But I've seen that figure, right? And like I don't have a lot. The only horror stuff I have is what Captain Spaulding has given me. But I saw that one figure where he's supposed to be under the water with his mask on, and he's got the thing on his leg. And if I could, get something like that was aquarium safe, I would totally put that in my fish tank.
Yeah.
I totally would put that in my fish tank, and have thought about just getting a small fish bowl with no fish and just having him, because
it doesn't need to be aquarium safe if you have no fish.
Right. It'd be aquarium safe if there was no fish in there, but
yeah, Lack, they have that figure you're talking about. They do have it where you can pour water inside. It's got a cylindrical container around Jason, and you can put water inside, and then it glows green or something like that. They do something like that.
Oh, okay. Because I thought that was a really cool figure, but I don't even know. It's just how my brain works. But I thought, man, if you couldn't put that in the fish tank, I why would I want it just on the table, And you think that there has to be a crossover person somewhere making something like that for the aquarium, right? Because if you go to the fish store right now and you go to all the section where they have the skulls and the fake rocks, like they have Millennium Falcons, right? They have the Razor Crest. You can go to the local fish store now and get a Razor Crest that you can set at the bottom of your fish tank with the hole in it and stuff. So, but yeah, I can't believe they don't have a Jason,
I bet you they do, because I got a Stargate one that you can put in the fish tank, and the bubbles come out instead of the like the Event Horizon. The bubble comes out in the middle. It's pretty cool. And then they
in
Sebastian,
like aerator.
Yeah, and then Sebastian
cool.
And Sebastian said they have Jurassic Park ones that you can put in your aquarium too.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, I think that would be neat. I don't have anything in my fish tank except the fish I have. Me and my son caught about 3 years ago. We caught a lot, and then we took plants and stuff from that same stream. And so mine is definitely a very natural ecosystem. I don't have to do anything with it except add some water. Yeah, Captain Spaulding has a lot of dioramas. Some great Captain Spaulding is doing some amazing dioramas. Y'all gotta check out his Instagram.
Nice work, Super John.
Good job, Super John. You're hired.
So that's the house. The house is all modern. So,
sweet.
Yeah.
And the condo's all vintage now. So, well, vintage and Hot Toys, right? It's all.
John, I have a question. Does your dad let you put collectibles in his room?
Not in his room. No, it's only I've got the living room, the dining room, and my room basically. But yeah, dad's the kitchen is free of collectibles, but the refrigerator does have everybody's stickers on it. So it's got it has John Joker. I think it's got a Lack sticker. I need a Rick.
Yeah.
For the fridge, I think.
All right.
and and it's got Boss Bounty and VTR Dave and everybody's up there.
I
Okay,
asked that
how about the
because
important question? What about the restroom?
The bathroom is free. I wouldn't put a collectible in the
Oh.
bathroom. It would be.
they make lots of kitchen stuff that's like Star Wars kitchen stuff, right? So I can
Yeah.
see.
Well, I
it
do
being
have a
kitchen.
Death Star cookie jar, but
Yeah, see.
but well, the funny
that's
thing
cool,
is
like-
Dad makes me keep that in the cupboard.
Oh, those are
So
cool.
it's not on the counter.
Those are very cool. Like,
I like the raccoon hat. That's cool.
Yeah, that's my favorite. That's my favorite Ninja Turtle figure of all
It's still
time.
got the raccoon head.
Yeah.
Ever since it first came out, and then this was part of the Wacky Wild West line. So you got.
So are they about the same size as the Mumesas?
No, they're a little smaller. The Moo Mesas are a bit more.
A little bigger?
Yeah, they're just a little bit taller, but they're quite a bit bulkier.
I saw some pictures this weekend. Playmates is making some more Ninja Turtles. Surprise. But they're like they look more like the Masters of the Universe figures. Like they're that
the
similar
crossovers.
kind of Buck.
And look, I'm gonna put myself on big screen just so you guys can see this real quick. I hate to do that. So these are I'm missing Mexican Bandito Mikey, and which is probably my second favorite after
Those
Raph.
are great sculpts too.
Mexican
super cool.
Bandito.
All the
Mikey.
tassels.
Yeah, and like the Michelangelo, he has like a serape and a big sombrero and a big black mustache, but he's Mexican.
I didn't even know they made these. That's crazy.
Yeah,
they
this is
must
like
have
the
made
coolest.
200
This is the coolest subline of Ninja Turtles. Is the Wacky Wild West. And Gilster got me
Very
this
cool.
Chief Leo. He found that, and this is Donatello's rifle, but because I don't have any accessories for Leo, but Mikey can only hold so much, at one time. So I think he might have came with a holster.
Nice chaps.
Huh.
But yeah, the Raph has always been my favorite, and this is the only one. He comes with a little bear trap, which I didn't grab, but it's on the shelf. And he has this cool belt, and you can put his stuff in it. But yeah, this is the coolest Ninja Turtle figure, in my opinion, of all time. I like the white. So, but if anybody sees the Mexican Bandito Mikey, please let me know. Because they're not easy to find, and the few you do find are on card, and they're $300.
Dang.
And that's the interesting thing about this subline. These ones carded are probably in the top 1% of the most expensive figures in that line on card. I think the number one is the Farmer Mikey.
They're called Bandito. He's called a Bandito.
Yeah, I think it's Mexican Bandito Mikey. And like I see them on eBay every once in a while for cheap, but they're always really scuffed, and the arm is broken, and I never find a decent one loose, to purchase. Yeah, Trapper Raph. I can't remember what they called Raph. It might have been Trapper Raph. I don't remember.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, the Wacky Wild West Bandito Bashin' Mike.
Any horses or like wagons or anything?
He's got a swagger to his feet placement. He's looking.
Yeah, I don't think there was any Western vehicle horse. I don't think there was.
The bad guys.
Oh, in the Wacky Wild West line,
Cowboy Bebop and
I don't think they even made. I think they only made the 4 turtles.
okay.
I don't.
Yeah, a
think
lot of
made-
times they did. Yeah, they only did the
Yeah,
turtles.
they didn't make a Splinter or Shredder or Nut or anybody else. Just the 4 brothers.
Easier to collect that way.
Yeah.
He does have a mustache. Look at that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Lad, do you have any horses that, plastic horses or, collectible horses for your Western stuff?
No. The only horses I have at this time are the few Mythic Legion horses I have.
Yeah, I saw those last time you showed them. Those are cool.
Yeah, I do like those. And I have the flame horse, and then the I can't remember what they call though. I have Vader on the one that looks like it's you remember General Kale from Willow, the original movie Willow?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mythic Legions makes a horse that's a lot like that. Like it's so he's got like these bat wing and spikes and black on black. And so I got a Vader on that. And then I have the Headless Horseman, which I blame Mr. B for. Mr. B got that Headless Horseman from Mythic Legions, and it's killer. And I have when I was a kid, that I remember my dad used to read to me, when I was a kid, and my favorite book that he read all the time was Sleepy Hollow. So that's kind of where my, like I'm not like a Johnny Depp, Christopher Walken, Sleepy Hollow fan or anything like that, but I look at that and I always think about my dad reading to me, when I was whatever, younger than 5 probably, And yeah, Gilster's right. I have a lot of Playmobil horses. Playmobil was, man, when I was a kid, that was the only toy that I know existed until, I started living in Fairbanks when they started making Power of the Force 2 figures,
What's the group behind you, John?
The stuff back there?
What's your group? The group. What's your group? Where's your group
Oh,
from?
that I got that in Entertainment Earth. It's a life-size one.
Is it posable or just a statue?
No, it's just like one of those foam statues.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just put that handkerchief of the Joker and the Cobra Kai thing, and he has a cowboy hat on. I just put it on, then just because I don't have any other space to put all that other stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just keep them in here because I had an ET that was that same material, and the fingers breaking off, the neck's coming off, and I really love that ET, and that
like
foam stuff just. The what?
Silicone?
It's like I don't know what it is, to be honest. Oops. Let me bring it to y'all. It's like I don't know, but it's like, see, it's like this
That's very cool, then.
Like
That's
it's very
nice.
soft.
That's nice.
It's a very soft. So I mean, he was on sale for $150 at one time. Then he went up to like $299, and I'm like, dang. I wanted to buy another one, maybe to have for like when I do the Comic Cons, but I couldn't find another one for the price it was, and I'm like, man, they went up half. So I was like, okay, well. But it's that material. It's like a oversized foam character. That's what it is.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, that's cool. Excellent. I told Gary was here earlier, JJ, and I'll tell you just like I told him. Awesome stream today with Ed.
Thank you.
Good to see you guys back at it.
Well, they're always talking about Hot Toys, but they they hardly get any new ones to like open up or display. And as you can see, I have a bunch of them that I need to open up. And I mean, I've been buying. I don't even know how many I have anymore. I have over 150 something Hot Toys now. I even stopped counting already. I'm like, yeah, I had like 4 or 5 coming in one week, and I was like, oh. And now it's like I said earlier, like I've pre-ordered so much or bought so many of them that when they come into my parents' house, I'm like, another Hot Toy? When did I order that one? Or it's crazy. So, and then I find them and whatnot, like that Mandarin that opened up earlier. I got them for $85.
Yeah, that's what I've been telling. Because I'm in the process of getting all the Stormtrooper variations from Hot Toys, and I've got my Biker Scout. Because the first ones I got were the Biker Scout and the regular Stormtrooper, and then what happened was I was out on eBay and Mercari and stuff looking around, and they had one up for auction. I won the sequel trilogy Stormtrooper for like $50.
Oh, that's sweet.
On auction. And then I tried for the flamethrower trooper, and I got him for less. It was like $20 or $30, man. So I was like, nobody wants these sequel guys. So I went and got the snow trooper of the sequels Same thing. It was like 50 or 60 bucks. And then I found the black Rogue One, the Death Trooper from Rogue One. Same thing. He was under $100. And I'm just like, wow, you can get a lot of these troopers. Like, for some reason, nobody wants them. The Rogue One Shore Trooper was the same way. I got him
Same
for
way.
under $100. You know,
The tank trooper, you can
yeah,
get
the
him
tank
under.
trooper I just got, yeah, and
Yeah.
so I've got all the troopers now, except for I ordered fives, so fives is going to represent my ARC trooper, but I want to get a Mark One, I want a white suit Mark One clone trooper, and they're hard to get cheap in the secondary market, so I'm just
Yeah.
waiting. I think there's one coming up from Sideshow, and I might just order it direct from them, or wait to see if it doesn't sell out and goes for cheap later. I don't know.
I would say wait, because sometimes the ones on Sideshow don't sell. I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
have
what I
the
mean.
I have the General Grievous Sideshow. Not a bad piece at all. It's very awesome. The Sideshow Grievous, but now they brought them out on Hot Toy form, and I'm like, I want to buy one just to compare them both to see what's going on.
Yeah.
Because
I'm sure there'll be a difference, I think. Is
And
the
then I
Sideshow
need a
one the one that
snowtrooper.
falls over?
I need an Empire Strikes Back Hoth, proper Hoth snowtrooper, but
Yeah.
they haven't made one in years. I mean,
Sideshow
in
did
the
it
one that the 12-inch, either Sideshow or Hot Toys, whatever you go for, they're all going for like $500 or $600 because they haven't made one in years. So you're stuck getting one from 1,000 years ago. But I do hear rumors that they are going to an ice planet in the next Mandalorian stuff.
Yeah.
And that there will be a snowtrooper from the Empire era in there. So that means that they'll make a new snowtrooper Hot
Yeah,
Toy.
the snowtroopers are in the trailer even. So
And they'll just have a Mandalorian nameplate on it, but it'll still be a snowtrooper. So I'll
come on,
probably
what's
end
your
up just getting
favorite
that when it
trooper?
comes out.
What's your favorite trooper from all the Star Warses?
You know, my favorite has always been the Hoth snowtrooper, but I'll tell you, second place right now is because I got this very recently. And again, I think it was around 120 or 130. I can't remember what I paid for them, somewhere in that range. But it was the Han Solo, from the Star Wars story.
The Mud Trooper?
No,
Mud Trooper.
the transport or the speeder trooper, the white and black speeder trooper.
Oh yeah, that's badass.
That one is freaking badass, dude.
Yeah.
When you see it like in the Hot Toy format and you look at all the detail on the armor and the way the helmet's designed, I'm like, that has got to be one of the coolest troopers Star Wars has ever made.
Yeah,
you know, he's really is.
Between a biker scout and just a stormtrooper.
Yeah.
Black and white. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
one a lot
it looks
too, for me.
stunning.
You're talking about the opening scene, one of the opening scenes in Solo where he steals that
speeder bike and the
where he
speeder,
steals the
the
car
land
thing.
speeder, the blue one, and they're chasing him. Yeah.
Got a very quick scene. They made that Black Series figure. It's one of my favorite Black Series figures too.
Yeah, he's great.
And now from Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3 Clone Troopers, which is your favorite?
The ARC troopers like Jesse and Fives and
So, are you from the cartoons?
Yeah, where they have the skirts, you know, and they're the last
Phase
was basically
1
the last
cartoon troopers.
The last iteration of those.
I think those are Phase 2.
Yeah, they're Phase 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the ARC troopers are kind of like the ones that are a little bit higher in command than the regular Phase 2.
Yeah, they're just we haven't seen them in.
Yeah, I don't think they were in the movie.
canon yet.
But they weren't in the movie, but weren't they in Obi-Wan when Anakin did those flashbacks, or was it Ahsoka that did the flashbacks?
Weren't they in that?
Rex
They in
was
episode 3? A little. Didn't they show? Oh no, Commander Bly. What? Never mind. He didn't have
they
that.
took
He had
Rex
the
Phase 3.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah. I got
Well,
this.
yeah, I like, as far as the movies go, I like Cody in the last
nice, JJ.
Yeah, right
The
before he
Nitro.
does the Order 66 when Cody shoots Obi-Wan. I like that Cody outfit. I thought that was really cool.
What's your favorite trooper overall, Lack? Just trooper, stormtrooper, any kind of trooper.
Oh, I'm with John. I think I've always the snowtrooper, man. The snowtrooper is the coolest, I think, and of course, it's hard to live on the difference between Snow Trooper and Scout Trooper.
Yeah, mine's a biker
Mhm.
scout.
Yeah, Biker Scout is definitely up
And
there.
then
But
a
I think,
snow trooper right behind him.
yeah, I would maybe have to say Snow Trooper and then Biker Scout, and then you know who would be way up there for whatever reason is the AT-AT driver.
Oh yeah, he's
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
which is I guess not a. I mean, I guess that's a trooper. We can call that a trooper
Yeah,
now.
that counts. Yeah.
I don't know if we would have said that in 1980.
Same with
You
a
know,
TIE
but
pilot.
a
That's a
driver.
pilot. That's a driver.
Yeah.
That's a pilot.
Yeah.
Driver.
But yeah, I think those are definitely my top three. Maybe in that order. It might change daily, but yes, Snow Trooper, Biker Scout, and then AT-AT driver.
Yeah.
What
And
about
now that they've done another clone Commando, I'm waiting to see what happens with him, because if he doesn't sell out, and I'm waiting to see, because if he starts going down on the secondary market, I'll definitely pick up a Commando to have as an example, because he's got a different helmet and a different style of armor. So I would like to have that to represent the Commando troopers if they. But I'm not. I don't think I want to pay like $200 or $300. You know, I'd rather wait. Yeah. Thanks, Sebastian.
Who's your trooper, JJ, and then Gap?
Well, let Gak go first.
Does Sebastian
Um,
have a channel? Does Sebastian have a channel? Do I need to sub to him?
I would say biker, and then Snow Trooper.
Yeah, we're all similar with that. Yeah, that's cool.
Gilster, throw
I wonder
some
if JJ
up there if
similar.
you can, sir. Throw Sebastian's there.
I have the Snow Trooper and the Scout Trooper up there, but it's changed a little bit. I've always loved the Scout Troopers in Return of the Jedi, so I guess they would be up there. I do love Snow Troopers, but I guess I don't love them too much because we didn't get to see them a lot like we wanted to.
Sure.
They're still up there, and the other, I don't know. There's so many because I also love the Range Troopers from Solo.
Yeah, those are dope.
They had the magnet on the train.
We're gonna see them again too.
Yeah, they were really cool. And then really my favorite trooper right now is Captain Enoch. That guy just looked so different of a trooper with that Roman mask on. I like that. That was very cool in Ahsoka.
The most different. He was by far the most different trooper of all of them, right? Like
Very,
going
yeah,
back to
very.
Roman gladiator kind of times. And
You know, my question, and of course I'm coming at from a like a more realistic idea, but so the magnetic boots of a range trooper that the range trooper had,
yeah,
were those issued to him only because he was on that train?
I think
Or-
so. Yeah,
I
Right,
think
like
so.
that's not a range. That doesn't make him the range trooper. They're like, oh, here's your magnetic boots because you're on train duty, right?
and here's your fur coat.
Yeah, because it's cold,
Yeah.
right? So that's and like, why wouldn't they have had snow troopers with magnetic boots?
Maybe
Yeah,
that's what we'll see in
You
Andor.
know, I mean, and I know the real reason is because, hey, Lucasfilm is sitting over there saying, hey, we need to make more troopers so we can make more toys, so we can, but in a like a reality check,
Well, in
why
Andor, we're
wouldn't
going
you
to
have had snow troopers with magnetic boots?
in Andor we're going to see both working together, like at the same time.
Are we?
I think so from the trailer, because the trailer, we know the Andor series is going to take place over 3
few
years, a year or something, 3 years,
I think it's more than that. I think I read somewhere where it's like every
or 7 years. Maybe.
every couple episodes is going to jump 2 years or something.
So maybe they're showing
Wow.
us the snow trooper from episode 1 and the new range trooper in episode 8. So maybe they aren't together.
Yeah.
So
And then,
does that?
Go ahead, Gap.
Oh, I'm sorry. So does that mean Andor series is leading up to Road One?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
right up to
supposed
the
to end right at the beginning of Rogue One.
Yeah.
Now, my
Which I
wanted-
think that's terrible because I think we could definitely have 8 seasons of Andor.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Why cut yourself short like that? Like, just commit to it.
My most wanted trooper in toy form, or even hot toy, because I don't think they made it there yet, is the Macquarie concept stormtrooper.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah.
That would be
That
cool.
to me is the coolest stormtrooper. and the original, but we've only seen it in a painting and in Filoni's cartoon. So
No, we
make
got
a
didn't we
toy.
get the 3 3/4 action figure?
Yes, there was a
Yeah.
3 3/4 a while ago.
Yeah.
But I mean, a
Yeah,
nice
that would be and speaking of the
big,
range
12
trooper,
inch.
I forgot about the range trooper. Yeah, I'd like to have him as a hot toy to represent that style because that is a totally new set of armor that we don't have in another. See, what I don't get is what I'm not purchasing is multiples
with
of the
the
same
fur.
armor. So I'm not getting a stormtrooper with yellow on his helmet because he has a mortar gun,
Too
because
much.
I've got a stormtrooper to represent that style of armor. So I'm just doing one of each style. So yeah, the range trooper is a different style that I would like to get, and yeah.
And now, so my question back to the range: what special training does a cadet get? Like, what makes a range trooper a range trooper, right? Like, you'd think maybe the word range means long range, but like they didn't have sniper rifles. Does range mean, oh, we guard the caravans? Like, I have a like
They're
the
out on
scout
the
trooper.
range. I took it as they're out on the range. They're out there, yeah, guarding the trains, and they're
But
on.
I never understood
Home
the
on the range.
I just
Yeah.
never understood the the military concept of why there's a different
They
troop.
don't have an order. They just wanted to make new toys, so they
Yeah,
made
they
up
just want to make
armor.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
always have a hard time wrapping my head around like how can
Yeah.
you justify this in the universe?
Yeah.
You know, I
Because
sometimes
nowadays people have tried to make like a hierarchy. I know what you're saying, because like originally I always thought that the royal guards were just royal guards, but now they try to say that like only the best stormtroopers that have proven themselves in battle can become a royal guard. You know what I mean? And those are technically elite stormtroopers. And I was like,
yeah.
I didn't know that. Like, really? Like that's so technically that's a trooper armor that I should get. I should get a royal guard then. You know,
Yeah,
like
Royal Guard,
like
because I didn't consider until you just said that. I never considered it a trooper.
yeah, I
But
didn't.
Royal
But
Guard is definitely one of my top favorites.
yeah, they're cool looking. Yeah.
They're cool. Yeah, they're awesome. But I wouldn't, when you say trooper, I would not, just like the AT-AT driver, like I don't
Yeah.
technically put them in that category.
But I would, if I had the chance to get an AT-AT driver, I would. And like I just looked up the range trooper, and they're $300 to $400. So I probably won't buy one now, but I'll just see like down the road if I end up seeing one that's 200 or less, I'll definitely grab it to put it in with the troopers. But
What happened to Rick?
Yeah.
Rick's
when they
internet-
did the free one, John, I wasn't gonna like I have Darth Vader. The one with the 3 different helmets where his head can be electrified and shows the skull under it. I just got that one.
Oh, you did? Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And Darth Vader was going to be the only non-trooper that I had originally. But then when they did that deal, I ended up getting 2 other troopers. I got the gray one that was free, and then which was the driver of that whatever vehicle. And then I got another trooper, and I ended up going, well, to get the free one, I'll get Darth Maul. And because Darth Maul was on sale. So
We're talking about the Clone Wars Darth Maul?
the Clone Wars Darth Maul, yeah, because he
That
was
one's
on
really
sale.
cool.
So what I did is I bought the Clone Wars one and a trooper that were both on sale and got the free gray trooper for free, because I thought that was a really good deal. I spent around $300 and got 3 hot toys. So I was like,
Wow.
It's
So
like
I was
$100
like,
a hot toy. Yeah, it's worth it sometimes.
So I was like, so now I have Darth Maul in there too. But I never would have planned on having Darth Maul from the beginning, but now he actually looks good because like Darth Vader's up near, he's standing in the middle, and I've got the like that sort of era, the Rogue One to Star Wars era of troops in that by Darth Vader, and then down where Darth Maul is, I'm like, that's where I'll put some of the prequel ones. You know what I mean? So he's kind of standing in the middle, and there's some space on that shelf when these prequel ones come in. I can put them down there, and
that'll be cool.
Yeah, so it'll actually make sense because I'm like, well, now I've got the 2 main bad guys too,
So your Darth Vader is the Return of the Jedi, correct?
Yeah, the one that they just recently
That's cool.
shipped. Yeah,
I got the Obi-Wan where half of his face was cut off.
Oh yeah.
I got that one. Then I finally got my Obi-Wan. They had to do the resculpt on the mold on the face.
Yep.
They had to redo the sculpt because it didn't look like him at first. So that one took forever. So I've been slowly getting into Star Wars Hot Toys. My next one that I really definitely want to get is the Balin skull. That one I really, really want.
Yeah.
Just because they already recast it for that character since Ray Stevenson passed. So I think the Hound will do pretty good as a Balin skull. Not as great as Stevenson, but
Yeah.
that's the only reason I want to see Ahsoka is just because of Balin skull. I don't really care about
Yeah, I
what goes
agree
on
with
with
you
the other
there.
characters.
I'm
Yeah,
with you,
that
JJ.
character carried the entire show.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that if he is the new, this guy actor is the new Balin Skull character going forward. I like that he's not a super big recognizable actor as far as in my country. Like maybe he is where he's from, but it's not like Bruce Willis or someone super famous going in and playing a role. Like
Bruce
we're all fan picking him, or we're all like, oh, let's get Ray Stevenson, or like all these different actors. But no, I think it is kind of good, and I like that in Star Wars in general that we get actors for the new content that aren't like Brad Pitt and Jim Carrey and Mr. Freeze, Schwarzenegger. Like, sure, we get the big name actors. Like Jude Law's a big name actor, right?
Hello.
Yeah.
But he's not known for playing like a clown or
Hello.
a guy or Jack Black character or Jim Carrey character kind of thing. So he fits, and I think everyone kind of enjoyed his character, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of did. I mean,
even with the Accolade, no one really knew any of those characters. Like the Osha May character, she wasn't a super big star. The Stranger guy, like he's a popular Canadian actor. Like these two people right there, they'll get work. And Jedi Master Saul, came from Squid Game, not knowing English, and they still hire. Well, we still want you to be in this. You can do it. You can learn English every day. Like while you're working, you'll learn the line, and if you say it wrong, we'll correct you. Like,
are you here, Gap?
Thinking.
Are you here, Gap?
I don't think you can hear us.
Okay, no, I see. I see what's going on. I think
hit wrong button. It says.
Are you here now, Gap?
Hello.
Hello, there you are.
Okay, sorry.
There we go.
No,
Stupid me hit the refresh. Stupid me hit the refresh button for some reason. I don't know why in the hell I hit the refresh.
So
anyway,
look,
I'm sorry.
Sebastian has a couple questions. Are they going to do a Darth Plagueis?
That would be
I don't
cool.
think so.
A hot toy?
I think he just means in general. We haven't seen any Darth Plagueis figure.
No,
at all, right?
I don't think we've seen any toys of Plagueis because
he's a weird looking guy, right? He's a Hmong.
A moon, yeah, Mun, whatever they call him, yeah.
A Mun.
Yeah, I think it's because he was technically only a book character until we saw that glimpse of him in Acolyte. And I don't
now
think
in the hot tubs of Skeleton Crew.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys. So
that's his
we saw them in episode 1.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we didn't see Darth Plagueis himself.
Correct, yeah.
He was only in the books and stuff until we saw a glimpse of him in Acolyte. So in a lot of times they just don't do toys of stuff that's only in books and things. I mean, it's very rare. I mean, look how long it took us to get a Prince Zizor since Shadows of the Empire. We had that one back in the 90s. We had that figure in the 90s, and we've never seen anything of Prince Zizor until now.
They got that comic book line, right?
Well, we did have that. Yeah, we had that pack that just came out from the Heir to the Empire.
And it took. That's what I mean. It took this long to get these guys.
And that black chrysanthemum that came out first, like before they knew they were going to make another one, like, or from a comic book series, right? So they weren't canon characters at the time. Like there's that Princess Leia they made from a comic. What else is there? The animated Boba Fett. So they are expanding into like, the not canon kind of things, and produce the
Yeah.
toys a couple a
Mhm.
year, I guess. What like
That Acolyte,
I got
the rabbit? Yeah.
that Acolyte show ended at exactly the point where it became interesting. You know,
What
When-
did you say? What?
I said that Acolyte show ended at exactly the point where it became interesting.
It took that long to get interesting.
It's the
Yeah.
opposite of what did you think of Skeleton Crew, JJ?
I liked it because it was I know Lack got a few of the things right on it, but it was still like it wasn't like Acolyte that you knew what was gonna happen. We all knew like, oh, this certain characters, this, that. Like it was thrown at us like without even kind of being surprised. And with Skeleton Crew, sometimes some of the episodes you're like, well, what's gonna happen next? You really didn't know. And that's what I liked about it. But I mean, again, it's just it was good for being a Space Goonies, but like I said earlier in our show in the Hot Toy Hot Coffee, is that I liked the only ones I liked out of all the characters was M33, which was the pirate droid, and Brutus, and they killed that dude off like I mean, you should have just sliced his head off if you're gonna go with it, like instead of shooting him. But I guess shooting somebody in the head when they're trapped is a lot more
Dramatic.
not dramatic, but like I'm gonna take you out like this. Not even over the top. I think over the top would have been like a lightsaber, like decapitation or something.
Or
this
you
one
mean
was
a
more
light-
like a light kill. Yeah, that it was like, oh, you ain't worth using the lightsaber kind of deal.
Or because it's a pirate show, like out to airlock would have been a acceptable way to murder someone in Skeleton Crew. I think because it did happen in the very first episode. Captain Silvo pushed someone out the airlock like a human guy. So we knew he was a bad dude at the time.
I think the only I did kind of like the one to the head because it showed Jod saw the opportunity and it was super cold blooded, and there was no ceremony about it, whereas like maybe whipping out the lightsaber and doing a flourish and cutting his head off, there would have been like a little too much ceremony, like he just put him down like a rabid dog because
every other one of those pirates had a gun pointed at Jod at the moment.
Yeah.
So
but they have no
choice.
They have no loyalty. Yeah, they're just there.
No, they don't.
But then they put it down as soon as he shot them and said,
"Right,
what are you going to do?" They put their guns down. Well, they could have blew away.
Yeah, because pirates, they know they're sitting there thinking, "Well, I'm not qualified. This guy's obviously much smarter."
So
I don't want to be the leader.
I don't want to. I don't have any.
Going back, the way it ended, I didn't even like the way it ended. Where Wim, or I call him Wimp, looks up and he's like, oh, like excited about the X-Wings, and then boom, it cuts off, and I'm like, that's it. So it made it seem like they're gonna make a second season. So if you're gonna make a second season, two things I want to see in there is like, who the hell is that lightsaber? Who did it belong to? That lightsaber that Renaud had in his collection? That'd be cool to know. And you think so?
I don't know. Didn't you get vibes of Palpatine somewhere during the whole season?
Yeah,
no,
it didn't look like Palpatine's. And then the other one is like, who was
sounded like Palpatine? I think.
Yeah,
it
just
could be
a similar British voice.
And then the second thing would be like, I would like to know who was the master or the Jedi that was training Jaw a little bit before they went on to passing in order. I guess in Order 66.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I would like to know that too.
But
what would be funny is it'd be funny if it was Shock T that trained Jod, and then we'll have to see her die a third time.
The day after,
she's already died 2 different ways. So
yeah,
she did. See her die a third way.
The day after the finale aired, a lady came out on Instagram and showed she was the actress that played Jod's master, and showed her training behind the scenes and in her costume, like official shots. But her scene was cut. So they did make like a flashback scene of a young Jod and her like training, because it showed her on her Instagram. She posted a little quick movie of her and a little kid whacking sticks and Jedi robes in the backstage kind of area, and yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and
official now.
and even long before she did that, and I think it was you, Rick, who sent it. Somebody did. But if you
Yeah,
looked
there's
up Skeleton Crew cast, like four rungs down, there was that actress, and it said Jedi Master. And I
Yeah,
don't
and it said
remember
her
if it
name
had
was
a.
Nawwood too. So
Oh yeah, it did. So he took her name.
we made it see. Everyone thought it was like his mom,
Right.
and then
Right. Yeah, I
so I
remember
guess maybe he
But,
just took her
like took her
name.
name,
If
kind of
that's
like
how it works, right?
a Ray.
But yeah,
Yeah.
there's a
All in
whole
all,
new story that can be told of what happened
Yeah.
there, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
all in all,
so-
it was good. It was good. I just the ending gave me that whole broomstick boy vibes from Last
Yeah.
Jedi. That's what it gave
No,
me. I was like,
it could have. We came
I don't
up.
know.
I think we came up with on Rick's channel so many amazing, great endings, and we definitely said, oh well, the supremely the supervisor's a droid, and they call the owl lady, and the X-wings come in, and then as soon as somebody said that, we all went, nah, there's no way they're gonna do that. That's so lame. And then sure as shit,
Sure enough.
that's exactly what they did, and so yeah, it was disappointing. It was disappointing. I mean, yeah, I guess it was a little disappointing, but I don't want to say that too negatively. It's
Yes, I
more
agree
just
with
like
that.
a, it's like a meh, and I guess I'd give it a 4 out of 10 overall. And again, I'm not saying that. I don't mean that as in a super negative way, right? Like I'm giving it a shrug of the shoulder, neutral 4 out of 10. Like
Yeah.
it's yeah, you know.
I've been
I-
I've been trashing Skeleton Crew, but I do want to say something positive. I did like the new aliens and the droids and the ships. Man, if I was to give it a score, I'd give it 5 just for that, because it was exciting to see new ships and new stuff and new characters.
And I think that's important for Star Wars content, like the ships and
Mhm.
aliens and creatures, like aliens, species, whatever. That makes it out in space. Like it makes it, and it's same with
Yeah.
Star Trek and Galactica
swear-
and all the other science fiction shows. Like if they take place in space, we all think there's aliens out there. Then you have the aliens and droids and stuff. It just
Yeah.
it makes it spacey.
I swear, I think they added some to Andor, because when I rewatched Andor, I was shocked at how many aliens were walking around in the background.
Oh,
And
you
I
think
could have
they changed it?
swore that when
Tons
Rick and
of
I
them.
did the after show for Andor, I could have swore we commented every week saying,
Oh yeah.
"Why are there no aliens in this show?
I
Why
agree
are there
with you.
no
I remember
droids?"
that too.
We were like, "Why are there no droids in the background or aliens and stuff?" And now when you look at like where Andor started out, where it's with his mom on the planet where she does the revolution or whatever, like in those crowds where he's meeting his friends after work and they're coming out and hanging their gloves on the wall, there's aliens in the background.
Mhm.
And I'm like,
Yes.
where'd those aliens come from? This planet
No,
was all humans.
Yeah,
They
When
I
we
agree with
watched
you.
it-
There was very few. There was very few aliens and 0 droids, because that
Yeah.
was definitely one of my complaints. And there
Well,
was
now you see one of those big aliens in the background walk by too, and
Yeah.
I'm like,
Mhm.
I swear he wasn't there when we
yeah. I
first
don't
watched
think it was.
because I
Maybe
feel
they-
like we talked about it, So I think they've edited Andor since it was released. I don't
They
No,
know.
did-
I think they have too, and
Those
they're
are made up
definitely
for it.
Nah, it's the
One of the-
Mandela effect, okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly,
And-
right?
one of the biggest things that we've all been complaining about for a long time in the live action stuff is, why is there no OT aliens? And finally someone got the message, and here Skeleton Crew. We only got a few, but
Yeah.
by God, we
Well,
finally
we got them
got
every
some.
episode, right? At least one
Yeah.
Hammerhead and one Greedo,
And like in
Elite way here
Andor,
and
I
there.
don't remember there being one recognizable OT alien.
Yeah, I don't think there are. Yeah.
Unless they went back and added them.
I don't think there are. I think all the ones that I feel like they added are different aliens. They're unique. They're newer.
New ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I disagree. If you smoke some weed and watch Andor, you will see all the aliens you want to see.
You will see all kinds of aliens. I hope we get all the. We need the Black Series, the space prostitutes in the bubble.
That'd be cool. Have they ever brought back the one from New Hope, the one that betrayed or that tells the stormtroopers about docking bay? I call him the Dick.
Yeah, he was in Mandalorian season 1.
Yeah.
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 He called the speeder over when the walrus thing jumped out of the ice and grabbed him.
That's right.
He's like, "Brap, brap, brap, brap," and he's like, "No, I want a newer speeder." And he goes, "Brap, brap, brap, brap," and then they get
that's right. Like a flute, though.
That sounded just like it, John.
I thought he played a flute, and he played like a recorder.
Did he really? Was it a music?
Yeah, and he played a little song, and I thought, how does the speeder out there hear that? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, his iPhone is inside his nose. It's just
Oh, is it? Yeah, there needs to be and even in Skeleton Crew, okay, there was a lot of OT type pirates, OT alien pirates, but why was there not a Gamorrean guard? Like, why would there not be a Gamorrean?
I agree. Perfect pirates.
Perfect. Yeah. And there could have just been one, and he didn't have to be dressed. But they've done the makeup, for Mandalorian. Like, they could definitely have put in, and they overdid it on the Niktos, I think. Obviously, I guess that's the easiest thing.
They really like doing Nikto and Klaatu versions. Yeah, they love Nikto and Klaatu.
And that has to be a production. They're like, well, it's a lot cheaper to make 17 Niktos
because they did that in the Mandalorian too. All the guys that were attacking were either Nikto or
also wasn't it also in Book of Boba Fett as well?
Yeah, they were.
And
Book of Fett.
But Book of Boba Fett's the show that had UFC pit and fighting Gamorrean guards. That was cool. If we didn't want that before it happened, wish for that, we still got that. They gave us pit fighting Gamorrean guards with their shirts off, with sticks and rocks and axes.
They had vibro blades.
And then they became Boba's new guards, shirtless, and then they got kicked to the 300 pit.
G.I.G. Force.
But do you think all Gamorrean guards walk around pretty much shirtless? I mean,
why not?
We haven't seen is there a senator? Is there a senator Gamorrean guard who's on the Senate floor wearing robes and he's all proper and stuff?
Probably.
I'm pretty sure that they're not.
Yeah, probably if it's cold.
Yeah, he's drinking wine.
I think
he's hanging out with Padme and he's drinking wine. He's like, well, Padme, today I think we should vote for the freedom of,
I think somewhere in at least the old timey canon, I thought Gamorreans were not considered sentient, so they would not have I don't think they have a.
They're not as sentient as they're a lesser.
They're not considered. Yeah, I think they're not considered.
If I only had a brain.
Yeah, exactly.
I love Gambit.
But yeah, I think they missed a hitch on adding a few more different OT pirates. Total missed opportunity. And I don't know if they killed Brutus as an homage to removing Lak.
Yeah,
to think
it
seems like it.
Yeah, when that happened, I yelled out loud. I said, well, we can't have any Savage Shavastine Wolfmen in the fucking Star Wars universe, I guess. We're back to zero.
Maybe they can grow their hair back.
Yeah, we went back to zero real fast.
Well, maybe now we have.
When the Mando had pirates, the original pirates in the Mando show, with that big green broccoli head captain guy, his little sidekick was an Ugnaught that looked like Smee.
Yeah, he had the striped shirt and the little.
Yeah, but it was an Ugnaught. So
bandana.
Yeah, we've got an Ugnaught. Now we just need a Gamorrean guard pirate.
Yeah, definitely.
The one of the pirates on Skeleton Crew was that Steve Urkel that was playing that?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yes, I think it was.
It was.
I was like, man, it looks like Steve Urkel.
Space pirate Urkel.
Oh my stormtroopers!
Yeah,
that.
And so, but you know who was awesome was that what's her name? McDowell. What's her name?
Puckett.
The girl who played that bounty hunter Puck with the
Puckett.
Pocket.
Yeah.
Her name should have been Puck. I don't know why.
How
I
do they
saw her
name
and I was like, "Where's the collector?" Or not the collector, the Grandmaster? Because wasn't she a part of the Grandmaster in Thor Ragnarok?
Oh,
The
I
one
don't
with
know.
the armor was, yeah, the girl with
Right.
the armor. Yeah.
The girl, and I was
Oh.
all like, "Hey, wait a
She had
minute."
the melt stick. She had the
Yeah,
melt
the
stick.
melt stick. Yeah.
It's like,
I wonder if she brought that along, the melt stick over here
yeah, yeah.
to Star Wars.
How did they name these characters? Like Ugnaught, was somebody at McDonald's and had some McNuggets and said, I need a character name. Ugnaught, Ugnaught.
They should have let the Kenner employees name all the characters, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Hammerhead, Walrus Man, Prune Face,
That would have been
Hand
cool.
in Carbonite. Very simple names.
Yeah.
Luke in
Remember-
Stormtrooper disguise.
Bob.
Before the prequels, we all thought that when E.T. grew up to be an adult, he would have turned into a prune face.
He could have.
Right.
That's what you thought? Yeah.
But then that was shot
Hey,
down.
Muzza.
What's going on, Muzza? But that was shot
Hey,
down
Muzza.
when we did see the E.T. characters in the Senate.
I would have thought that E.T. would have grown up into a hammerhead.
Maybe. Mr. Muzza, good to see you. Ugnaught was a word jumble from nougat.
Oh.
All right. That sounds good to me.
Yeah, there we go.
There's the official word.
I
Mark
like
it
the
down in
Ugnaught.
Wikipedia.
I have
Well,
a
why
lot
did
of Ugnaughts. Every time I see an Ugnaught and someone's like, "Oh, this is like he's $1, he's $2," I go, "Well, that Ugnaught's coming home with me."
Why don't they have Darth Caramel? Darth Sidious
I
Caramel.
can't, I
or
can't
something?
leave. I can't leave an Ugnaught on the table if he's cheap. He's coming home with me. I got a
don't
lot of
leave a
Ugnaughts.
Hammerhead behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never leave a lack behind.
Nope. We
Run.
sure don't.
No lacks left behind. Yeah, would love to see a prune face in a show.
Yeah, that
absolutely.
too. Yeah.
There's a plethora of people.
We don't see a lot of Snaggletooth either.
We saw a
That's
couple
true.
of Skeleton Crew.
Did we? Were there some Snaggletooth in there?
Yeah, there was, I think, two
A tall
different
one.
ones. Yeah, well, there was a tall one, and then later on there was a short one.
Yeah, because they had 4 eyes, some of them.
Didn't they? I don't remember that.
Like the Walrus.
Yeah,
Man.
and then they had that little dangly thing at the bottom.
Yeah, they all had a little snaggled tooth.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
Walrus Man are like Ponda Baba. They're aqualish, right? They're,
Yeah, they're a
Yeah.
little different.
Yeah,
That's
they
right.
have they have they have some that have 4 eyes and some that have 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then like in the Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, there was some that had 6.
I think so, yeah.
They
Were
had
they?
3, and I've
Little
always
spider.
said, you could go back to my original videos, right? Like Walrus Man is obviously a spider with 2 eyes. Like there is no form of reasoning that he looks like a walrus of any type. Like he is a spider. And I've been saying
He looks like
that
a
for
bump.
years and years, and then
Yeah,
all of a
but
sudden,
see, when they were making the toys, Kenner was like, "Well, we can't call him Spider-Man because that's a Marvel thing.
well,
so we
maybe.
gotta. What else could he be?" And
And
someone
they
went,
can't
"Wow."
call him Bumface, even though we called him
Yeah.
Bumface.
Right.
So they,
Well, he could have been
the
a
Walrus Man.
arachnoman or something, but yeah, it's
Correct.
like, and just like Yak Face is obviously a camel. I've said that for multitudes of
Yeah.
years, right? Like we
Yeah,
all
well,
know what a
they-
yak looks like, and that is not a yak, that's a camel.
Well,
you
they
know?
couldn't
Yeah,
call him. They couldn't call him Camel Toe, or Camel Face.
Camel Man. Yeah, you know?
Yeah. He was the one in the cigarettes. That's who he was.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
looks like him.
Joe Cool.
Let's have a John Wayne character in Star Wars.
Oh,
Or
hey,
do-
when
or
I was a
which one
kid,
would
No,
be?
wasn't that Dash Rendar?
in the OT, this is who I was like, man, if John Wayne was alive, he could have played.
There you are.
Because the character that played him, Morris Bush, he was like, he was a prize fighter in real life, and but he always gave me those John Wayne vibes, just the way his face was, it's just like he's like the only grizzled 68-year-old hard ass in the movie, you know.
Well, isn't
And
John
Wayne
Wayne's
played-
nephew the Mandalorian?
Yeah,
John Wayne
yeah,
played-
Brendan, grandson.
Brendan, yeah. And I think I told you this before. We were just talking about Grindan, like the spy snoot guy with the iPhone nose.
Yeah,
Apparently, his is John Wayne's voice. Apparently,
and
John Wayne's voice.
I've heard
that.
but I've also been told that the guy who said that originally was absolutely making a joke.
We need to ask Brendan. He might know.
Yeah, Brendan might know officially.
I think we should get John Wayne to play Dash Rendar when they bring him to live action.
When I bring him back to life.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna deep fake him. We're gonna make it. Yeah.
Oh, deep fake. Oh, gotcha. And his son
why not?
play the role, or his nephew.
Yeah.
Well, you remember in like the early '90s, you know, John Wayne did all those like Coors beer commercials. Remember during the Super Bowl?
Really?
Yeah, they had, and it wasn't a you know, for the '90s, even compared to what we look at now, like it wasn't bad. But yeah, they had a bunch of John Wayne Coors.
Yeah, they brought him back.
commercials,
Yep, they brought him
during
back.
like, you know, during NFL games and stuff. You know, they always ran a John Wayne beer commercial, which was awesome.
That was the first time they brought him back. They cleverly used footage from other movies and sort of spliced it in, so it made it look like he was there.
Yeah, it looked super good. You know,
Yeah,
like
it
a
was
Super
whatever
Bowl commercial or something.
Yeah. I think the first one was the Super Bowl commercial, and then it became like a NFL game. Like every Monday night, you know, you could expect a new Coors John Wayne commercial. You know. But yeah, I always thought Dengar was like at least in the original, when I was a kid, when there was nothing else only the 3 movies to compare it to, you know.
Yeah.
I always thought Dengar was just like, I don't know, man. I just thought he had to be a bad mamma jamma, you know.
We always kind of laughed at him when we were kids.
I thought he was a
handicapped
dude.
Yeah.
Like he was disabled, and he was like the bounty hunter that was picked last all the time to play the game.
I don't know. Man, if
I guess we'll take Dengar on our team. He's last.
Well, but like if there's so many, whatever, probably hundreds of thousands of bounty hunters in the galaxy, like Vader only called those guys,
the top guys,
the top guys, and so like maybe Dengar was old and slow compared to Boba Fett, but like he still beat out how many hundreds of thousands of people, you know. And then
IG-87 was busy.
Well, maybe, I don't know.
He was number one guy.
And you remember seeing Dengar in those episodes of the Clone Wars in the anime.
Yeah.
You know, and like he was a bad mamma jamma. You know, he had he was fighting everybody and kicking
Boss was in the cartoons.
Uh-huh.
The Shadows of the Empire had IG-88, and I don't think they kill him in Shadows of the Empire, but he had a battle with Boba Fett. I think he might have got killed in Shadows of the Empire. IG-88.
Oh, yeah.
I think he did. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
And then because I don't remember him being in any of the cartoons.
But being a droid, like you can't kill him. You know.
No, but that's why we got IG-11. You know, that's why we got a different, because they do get and then when they changed him and made him like a GoBot, he became IG-12. Like he became a new name, for whatever reason that was. But yeah,
and
that's why IG-88 wasn't in the cartoons with young Boba Fett, unless he was. I don't think IG-88 was in any of those cartoons. Just Boss and that chick, Aura Singh.
Yeah, but in the books, didn't they?
Embo.
In the books, didn't IG-88 fuse with the Death Star in the books?
Well, maybe.
I think so, John.
Oh, I don't remember that. The droid that Boba Fett had in the Clone Wars was that High Singer. You remember that?
Yeah.
And like, he was the first droid that we saw spin around 360.
Yeah,
you know, before IG-11 did it in Mando.
Yeah.
And like, dude, High Singer, you do not want to go up against that guy.
But yeah, I would love to see Bosk in live action. He's probably Zuckuss and Forlorn are just like bugs, right? You know.
Yeah.
And we saw
one's a droid.
We saw a fake one, Z91, or another droid that was the same model. But Bosk, at least we get a little bit of dialogue in the cartoons. We can tell he's a little bit badass. So him in live action, he'd be perfect for season 2 of Book of Boba Fett.
The in that Obi-Wan, I think it was Obi-Wan when we saw that droid that was the same model as 4LOM, right?
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah.
But the issue with that, and of course, I guess now Disney owning stuff, it's nothing is canon. But the original story of 4LOM, which is how I guess you would really say it because it's a droid name, right?
Yeah.
That's a protocol droid, and he reprogrammed himself to be a hunter.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to be the only droid of his kind that's a bounty hunter.
There wouldn't be another one. Yeah,
There
exactly.
wouldn't be another one. So they really like as soon as I saw that in Obi-Wan, I went, "Oh, is that Forlom?" And then he had the red, and I was like, "Oh no, these guys don't know the story."
Yeah,
of
and what is
Forlom.
the reasoning behind it? Like, why would you bring the droid back and not have him be that character?
Right, exactly.
Like, what difference does it make if they go, "Oh, if it's Forlom, run"?
That would have been that would have been awesome. But instead, they want to make it something else, which does not go along with the backstory that we all know. And then OT guys like us who could have been really excited for this new Forlom and somebody else, and we go, "Oh, what the shit, man!" Like it's like.
And they killed that droid, right? That chick killed the droid, right?
Yeah, they shot it.
So that means Forlom is still alive. He lives.
Yeah. Good night, Jumpy. I'm glad you stopped by, my friend.
Well, guys,
Good
I'm
night,
gonna get
Jumpy.
off already. So it was good seeing you on spending time. So
yeah, good to see you.
See you later, John.
We'll see y'all soon. I just want to give you guys a heads up. Eagles are going to the NFC Championship against Washington. They just beat the Rams 23-28.
Uh-oh. Well, it looks like my theory about the Rams winning the Super Bowl was wrong.
They heard you, and the NFL was like,
I
"We got to
jinxed
change
it.
the
I jinxed it for them.
And they were close. They were already they were in the red zone, and then it was 3rd and 2, and Stafford got sacked, so it was an incomplete pass on fourth down, and they lost. So,
well, now you know what's going to happen though is the refs are going to come on in about 5 minutes and go, "Actually, we had to make a call after the game finished, and it turns out the LA Rams did win. That last one doesn't count against the Eagles because we're fixing the game so that they win, so that the tragedy in LA they can have a win."
Yeah. Well, no, you got the Lakers for that, so. Well, guys, it's good seeing y'all. Everybody in the chat, good seeing y'all. I'll see you guys.
Good
soon.
to see you,
All
brother.
Later, I'll still be on YouTube to just be listening to everything that you guys are talking about.
Right on.
Yeah,
I'll try to chat for a bit.
Around.
All right, brother. Y'all take care.
All right, take care, brother. Nice to see you, man.
See y'all.
Okay, I got a question. Should I watch Obi-Wan series? I haven't watched that yet.
Oh yeah, watch it. You can watch it once.
I thought it was okay. I'm okay with it.
I'd watch it. I'd watch it.
It's got Ewan in it. Ewan's a good actor.
And Cad Bane, what's your thoughts on Cad Bane?
I like Cad Bane. I think he's a cool character.
You mean just in general? Just in general, what do we think of Cad Bane?
Yeah, overall.
Yeah, he's cool. I mean, obviously wasted when they killed him in Book of Boba Fett.
He's not dead.
If he's in fact dead, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, he did get gaffy sticked through the.
I guess he did afterwards, yeah.
I think for a cartoon character, he turned out pretty good in live action with using the same guy's voice. It paid off for him as a character, but other than that, a lot of the cartoon characters I don't think came out well, but he did. He came out pretty cool.
Yeah, I definitely agree with G-Force. I did like him much better animated.
Yeah,
because his voice was even more exaggerated as a cartoon.
Yeah, the voice was awesome animated, and yet Cad Bane. Cad Bane is cool. I mean, like every time I see his figure, I ask myself, why don't I have that?
I like his, grabbing his hat and the toothpick. Like that's what else?
But I will say
besides this. And
does he remind you of like being in a Western, like a Western character? He kind of, like Easy Rider or something. I don't know.
I mean, he definitely is modeled after the No Name character of Eastwood. With the toothpick and the hat tipping and everything. Yeah, I think there should definitely be more Western feeling in Star Wars. But
I do have to say though, I really think my favorite bounty hunter is Embo.
Embo, yeah, me too, man.
Kyozo. He's a Kyozo male bounty hunter.
Yeah, man. Imbo is the baddest mamma jamma.
Yeah.
Imbo and then Heisinger. Those would be my. If I had to pick two guys to back me up, it'd be Imbo and then Heisinger the droid.
The Embo was cool.
Yeah, he's like that one episode of the Clone Wars where it was like the Magnificent Seven when they were helping. That was.
And then later on, Embo had a dog. He had his own little dog.
Yeah, Imbo is the coolest. I agree with you, John. And yeah, to answer Gap, yeah, Cad Bane is cool. I don't know what I would do to make him cooler, but I do like that he's around.
It wasn't Heisinger. It turned out he was actually a little guy inside a suit, right?
No, that was the other guy.
Men in Black.
Oh, that was the other guy.
Yeah, in that episode,
because his head came up or something. The guy's
yeah, that was a different. Heisinger was not in that episode. Heisinger was in the episode where they were guarding the trunk on the train.
Oh, that one. Okay,
with young Boba Fett. Yeah,
that was that robot. Okay, that droid.
Yeah. And then the guy you're talking about. Yeah, it was like Men in Black.
It was like a big suit of. It was like a big suit of armor droid or something. And
yeah, it's a big suit of armor. And it was a
but
little.
Then when they hurt him or something, he's laying on the ground and the helmet comes up. It's like a little guy sitting in there, and he's like, "Oh, help me!" or something
Yeah, Embo's rumored to be the new antagonist in the Mandalorian movie.
Man,
that would be cool.
With Sigourney Weaver.
That would be sad because that means they're going to kill Embo at the end.
Yeah. And I was telling Rick earlier because he said that 5 hours ago when we started streaming. But I also feel that that's a miscast because Embo puts forth in all the other episodes you see him. He puts forth a morality. Like he's not a scumbag. He has honor. Yeah. And so, but of course you never know. He might try, maybe he's just a bounty hunter on a mission, and then he's like the Mando. He's like, I'm not gonna kill this little creature or whatever.
Yeah, he switches sides or something. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe he starts off as the antagonist and then changes sides. But yeah, Cad Bane is the bounty hunter with no name, except he has a name. Says JT. That's absolutely correct.
Later, Mother.
I have to get going too. We're gonna do dinner soon, so
okay.
Yeah,
we chatted the whole afternoon away here.
I'm glad you stopped by, Super John. Oh,
yeah. Well, thank Gary because Gary called me and said, "Why aren't you on with Lak?"
Oh yeah, and then hey, you got that call earlier,
and then Gary left.
And then I heard you say, "Oh, I'm on with Lak," and whoever's on the other end of the line, they said, "Is that still going on?"
Yeah, that was Dino. Yeah,
I figured it was Dean. Yeah, he said, "Is that still going on?" Well, yeah, man. We try to do 6 hours at the minimum over here.
Well, I'm calling about the game show, wondering what was going on.
Yeah,
because I forgot to change it.
Well, we'll be there when everybody gets back on their even keel, whatever the word is.
I'm gonna get going too because I need to lube my Android parts.
Exactly.
Should I do so tomorrow's video? Should I do G.I. Joe Classified, Xandar, and Leatherneck, or should I do the new Air Raiders vehicle that I just got in? It's with the box.
New Air Raiders.
Or should I do the new Airlandia? It's from Airlandia, yeah. Or should I do the new GoBots that just came in? I just got a couple of GoBots.
Airlandia.
I just want to hear the word Airlandia over and over.
You want Airlandia tomorrow?
I will go live there if you can find it.
We'll do another Air Raiders from Airlandia video tomorrow.
Find Airlandia on the globe.
G-Force and Gap, everybody. Air Raiders seems to be the answer to that one.
Yeah, all right. We'll do Air Raiders tomorrow, and then GoBots, and then G.I. Joe Classified, I guess.
All right,
Okay.
JT gets the second choice. GoBots.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's the next 3 videos. We got Air Raiders tomorrow, GoBots the next day, and then the 3 days from now we'll do the Leatherneck and Xandar. Yeah,
Awesome.
G-Force is the only one who hasn't got them yet. He's like, where the hell am I?
I'm
We're all-
threatening to do a video on these guys too.
Yeah, there you go. No, I don't, Gilster. I wouldn't mind having some, but I don't have any Pirates of Dark Water yet. I don't. I know I've seen them around. I saw some carded ones somewhere, but I didn't actually get any. No, I don't have any. No, wait. No, that's a Swamp Thing guy.
What's different about pirates? Are they like, because cowboy mamesas are cowboys that are cows? Are these pirates that are like dinosaurs or something?
No, look them up. They're
dark water, but they're like creatures, aren't they?
Not all of them.
Okay.
I want to say weren't they around the same time as like Captain Planet and all that stuff?
I thought they were like
Captain Planet.
Yeah, like Captain
I don't remember Pirates of Dark Water, to be honest, but I sure do remember Captain Planet.
Yeah, the good guy was human. It was a Hanna-Barbera, and I'm
a Captain Planet figure.
You do?
All right. Well, thank you, Lack.
Good to.
Yeah, always a
Yeah,
pleasure
I
to
do.
hear your voice, Gap.
Well,
Frank
thanks
Welker
for having me.
played-
Good to see you, John and Rick, and everybody in the chat. So peace.
Yeah.
It turns out Frank Welker, who was the voice of Megatron, played a character in Pirates of the Dark Water called Niddler. He was the Niddler. He niddled everybody. He's like, I'm a niddler.
I'm a niddler. Yeah, take care. Oh, yeah, Gap's got to go lube his parts.
Yeah.
I heard him lubing his parts the first 15 minutes he was on here.
Yeah, no shit, right?
The bad guys might have been some kind of monstrous, it looks like. It was the good guys that were human, and the bad guys were...
Yeah, it wasn't my thing, but I kind of...
I don't remember that. I have to, when I get off here later, I'll look it up. See if I can remember.
I have seen them around, but I don't. I was trying to think if I had even one, and I don't. I just don't. It's just something I never had as a kid, and I haven't really got into it as an adult, trying to pick them up.
Thanks for making us think of those now, Gilster.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all.
I wonder if we can watch the cartoon anywhere. You can watch it on Apple TV for $1.99 per episode. Anywhere else?
Wow, that's a lot. I posted a commercial on Instagram today. You might have saw it. It was for Bonanza action figures from 1960.
Yes, I saw the Bonanza thing.
Oh, I didn't see that yet.
Yeah.
So like probably 1.5 minutes after I posted it, Dino messaged me. I'm looking on eBay for those right now. Well, it's toys we wouldn't have had as kids ourselves unless our dads had them and handed them down to us.
That's a little bit before ours time, yeah. I'm
I've
been a huge Michael Landon.
Our older brother.
I like Bonanza because of UHF. My mom.
One of my dad's favorite shows, so I watched it a lot.
Man, Bonanza was a great show, man. It was a great show. A lot of morality and kids today would benefit from watching shows like that. And
The Little House on the Prairie, just all that kind of.
Yeah. Michael Landon was probably one of the greatest people to ever walk the planet.
Didn't the girl on Little House on the Prairie fall down a well, and then Lassie had to come rescue her in one of the episodes?
Oh, I don't remember that. But I remember when she went blind.
It was a crossover. Yeah.
I totally remember a lot of those episodes of Little House on the Prairie.
And didn't they cross over with the Beverly Hillbillies too? That struck oil.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
They crossed over a Bonanza, but not. How does Michael Landon?
You remember Highway to Heaven?
Yeah,
Michael Landon. Yeah, that was a fun show.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if y'all have seen Yellowstone,
Yeah.
but the girl, what's her name? Teeter, the real good-looking blonde girl who works on the ranch, who's always got the big chaw in her mouth, and she's always talking like a hillbilly. That's I can't remember her first name, but that's Michael Landon's daughter.
That
Oh.
it is. Yeah, yeah. That
Yeah. And that was just super cool. And I knew as soon as I saw her, I couldn't think of her name, but I was like, that's Michael Landon's daughter.
yeah.
So
I haven't seen that season, but it does look like she overdoes it a bit, which enhances
it's great though.
that character.
I do not like that show, but she is awesome in it, and her character is
That's cool.
awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a great interview of Michael Landon, I think like from the Johnny Carson show, but it was like his last interview before he died, right? And everybody's got to watch it. It's just like shit, man. Like, man, Michael Landon's like, I get misty-eyed. Like, that was a great human being, you know. Fuck, man. Michael Landon was cool. But it was cool to see his daughter still out there.
Yeah, that is cool.
Keeping the name alive, yeah. Shit, look at that. Michael Landon makes Lack tear up, man. That's crazy. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Damn it.
All right, guys. We'll see you
Good
later.
to see you, John. Love you, brother. Thanks for coming by.
Yep. Bye-bye, everybody.
We'll do it again.
Stay awesome out there.
And then there was 2.
Yeah, I got to eat my lunch that I made 2.5 hours ago.
Good deal. I've been on this nicotine and 2 pots of coffee, so I'm.
You're good to go
Not
another hour at least.
Oh, easily. Till my wife comes out and gives me the look. Then I'll be like, oh, time to go.
Yeah.
But it's Sunday, you know? Nothing going on.
Yeah,
Fun
I got to clean up a little bit because I got plumbers coming again this week. As they were.
Oh, yeah, they're still working on all that shit.
Replacing all the pipes, man.
Wow.
But they're pretty smooth with it. One day was cutting a hole in the wall. Another day was plumbing guy changing pipes. And now I got another day of doing that. And then there'll be a day of inspecting, and then a day of putting the drywall back in, and then another day of painting, I guess. So yeah, it's a process. And they're doing this at every unit in a high rise.
Oh, wow.
So it's on, like, organized. Like they're doing, apartment 111 and all the apartments in a row.
Yeah.
3 or 4 stories at a time. Because
yeah,
I guess that's what they got to do.
Yeah, all the pipes are going to run like that.
But no, they've been at it more than a month. And they're probably still a month to go. Right, to get it all done. But
yeah, awesome. Well, hopefully your water tastes better or whatever, or your shitter flushes harder, whatever. You know?
Yeah, no, it's just an inconvenience, really. Like they're like, oh, you can just leave us a key, and I'm like, yeah,
no,
I don't know you, like.
Yeah,
but it's cool getting it. They're all young guys at different contractors coming in, different trades guys, plumbers, framer guy. The one guy was 23 years old, just moved here from Morocco 2 months ago with his wife, and here he is fixing the plumbing in my house. Like, and it's just cool to meet all these people, right? And they're one of their first languages there in Morocco is French, and I didn't know that. Just asking them silly questions like that. What languages do you speak? But yeah, it's cool, man.
Well, you've obviously never seen all the old Humphrey Bogart films. Because he was always in. Remember, he was always in Morocco.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, and they were always speaking French, and a lot of fezzes, a lot of guys in fezzes, and yeah, like all the old Humphrey Bogart films were like he was always spying on the Nazis for the Allies in Morocco, and he'd he'd own a bar. Oh yeah, there's some good ones, and he's always like a nightclub owner in Morocco. And all the Nazis go there, and he's like...
I guess I just didn't realize French. Like, you don't think of French outside of, like, France. And
yeah, well, they were a big colonizer,
Well, that's how they made it to Canada, right? Or even do people speak French in like New Orleans and Louisiana, or is it just
There's the Cajun
accent?
people. Yeah, the Cajuns, they speak a lot of that. There's I think Cajun might have taken over its own kind of language, but there's lots of they use a lot of French words. But I think it's Cajun might be muddled in with like some old indigenous words and different things like that.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
just
there's
always
definitely
assumed there was a French influence in that
yeah,
area
big.
of the states.
Yeah, South Louisiana, definitely big French um, influence. Big French influence over there.
So where I grew up in Ontario, like Ottawa, which is this far from Quebec, like we board half of Ottawa is a city called Hull, and they're in Quebec, and then Ottawa's in Ontario. So it's like a suburb, but it's across a little border, so to speak.
Mm.
But it is bilingual, but I didn't notice it as a kid, like that a lot of people did speak French because either they work in Ottawa or work in Quebec or whatever the thing was. But we were taught it, whether we needed it for our future work endeavors or schooling or whatnot, right? Like we still
Mm-hmm.
have to learn it right from the beginning until there was no more school. But I finished my school out here in British Columbia, and in British Columbia, they French and Spanish and stuff like that. They're like an elective class in high school. So from like grade 1 to 10 or whatever, or 1 to 7, it's not something they teach you every day. That's just part of your regular academics in school. But in Ontario, it was. French was something we learned every day. It was part of our teaching recommendations for living there. So I don't think there'd be any place like that in the States in the 80s. But now we have English as a second language in our high schools, which is just like we didn't have that in the 80s or 90s.
Mm-hmm.
It is, we have it now. And I'm guessing you guys would too in your major cities.
Maybe it's been so long since I was in school, I wouldn't know now.
But do you
I
remember
know.
taking French or Spanish?
Oh yeah,
or
we had
anything
French
in
and
school?
Spanish, and we had French and Spanish, and there was something else too. I cannot remember what it was, but there was something a little more obscure. And then, of course, in Alaska, there was always like elective classes for Russian, and we had a lot of Russians there and of course, we bought Alaska from Russia so long ago. I don't know why there were still people there that like I had friends whose parents only spoke Russian when I was in school. And then now, not when I was a kid, but now there's a lot of indigenous languages, not a lot, but you
Sure,
can go to the
there's
university
differences.
now and you can learn like Yupik Eskimo, and you can learn Athabascan Indian.
Yeah.
And
Like if you ask Darth Wiz or Papa Gord, parlez-vous français? Like ask them something in French, they could reply to you.
They probably couldn't.
Well,
I remember Latin
I'm
was
confident to say they could.
I remember Latin was definitely much like a higher grade level, whereas like in elementary school, we had French and Spanish, in like grade
Okay.
school. And then Latin, Mr. B mentions Latin. I remember that being much, at least later high school and of course collegiate classes.
Yeah, I remember like the later, grade 8, 9, 10, 11, 9, 12, the last 3 or 5 years, where you got to choose a bulk of your classes and stuff. But in elementary school, you do, you probably have the same teacher all day. She just teaches you math and a little bit of history and, science and French, if that's your thing. And
and even in grade school, in the beginning, like it might have just every class went to the Spanish class like once a week.
okay.
Because you had the one teacher, And then, whatever, on Wednesdays at 2 or whatever, my class would go downstairs and around the corner to the Spanish class.
Now, what state would that be in?
When I was in Alaska.
So do you think they would do that in, say, New Jersey or Michigan? Have Spanish as a second language option?
I don't know. Spanish has,
California and Texas, I can see it. And
when I was a kid, learning Spanish was pushed, at least in all my public schools. And when I lived in Colorado,
I get it.
Yeah, no, that was a big deal.
I guess Spanish would be the main second language.
Yeah, it's been the main second
in
language
America.
here. Yeah, and it's been that way, I think, like prior to me being born. And there were always everybody always had the tapes. I remember even I had it. There was this cartoon, and you got 2 tapes, and one was the cartoon in English, and then the other one was the exact same cartoon, but it was all spoken in Spanish.
Okay.
And that was like one of the things you did at home. You would watch the one, because a kid can always memorize, every word of a movie. And so you'd watch the English one, so you knew what they were all saying, and then you'd put in the Spanish one, and then you would know you already knew what they were saying because you remember it from the English version.
Yeah.
But then the whole film was in Spanish.
It's different.
And when I lived in Colorado,
that now.
I lived in Colorado from like the age of 2 to 5, and I remember, the last little bit of it. But I lived in we lived in a couple different places, but the last place I lived was a place called Fort Morgan. And that was a huge, like big Spanish influence. And like, I remember, I went to school with kids who didn't speak English. They were like first generation born, and their parents only spoke Spanish, And, but yeah, there's like a lot of, and I think they were all, from Mexico. I don't think they were from some other Spanish-speaking country. But yeah, I remember that. Like, I had a lot of friends when I was like 5, and none of them spoke English. And we'd go to kindergarten and first grade, and they'd have a lady there to kind of translate what the teacher was saying, and then they'd have their own little class to try to to learn English as a second language.
G-Force, you're in like Georgia area, right? You're East Coast.
In one of the Carolinas, boy.
If Spanish is also like a nationwide most common thing. I guess every state's different, right? Like,
yeah, every state's different, but I think as the United States as a whole,
North Carolina,
for many years, Spanish they've been telling school children for multitudes of decades. You need to learn Spanish because it is the second language of our. It's not a modern idea. It's definitely 40 plus years. They've been encouraging school kids to learn Spanish because it's
each of our provinces operate, individually too, like much like your states do. They have different laws and drinking ages and speed limits and whatever, different, even taxes are different prices, right? Sales taxes and stuff like that. So but they all, I think, as far as education goes, they're all probably all kind of given the same books, unless you're in Quebec, then you get the book in French. Yeah, then after that you can incorporate other stuff if you want, but I think
the United States,
it was kind of controlled federally, I believe, for the public school system.
Yeah.
To what is required,
We have our system has a federal standard, but it's I guess it's not as constrictive because any state I went to school in, there was like different levels of curriculum that if you were in a 6th grade class in one state, you might just be learning 2-number multiplication, but then all of a sudden you would find yourself at a school in a different state and realize, oh my God, they're teaching 3rd graders that.
Yeah, because I know.
And you think, wait a minute, why was I not being taught that in 3rd grade?
I noticed that
Yeah.
moving as a young kid from Ontario to British Columbia to school, where when we came here, when I was in Ontario when I left, we had like lockers. It was like we felt like high school
Yeah.
because we were in the same school as the high school kids. When I
Mhm.
came here to British Columbia, it was still elementary school. Like you were the biggest kids in the school. You were your last
Right.
year, and then you went to junior high school, and then there's still a high school. So it was
Mhm.
quite different that we had the little desk with the fold down thing, like
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
I
where
had
you
5
opened it
years
up.
ago in Ontario. So, but
Mhm.
what we learned was kind of still the same curriculum, really. Like it wasn't like but I could be mistaken. Like it was a little different, but noticeably was like the size of the schools,
Yeah.
just going from the East Coast to West Coast. Now I think it's generally they're a lot more similar
Good
from
to see you,
east to west.
Magnificent.
Hey,
Kaboom.
kaboom.
Yeah, I remember I was in probably 5th or 6th grade, and I can't remember the whole thing, but anyway, when I was like in 5th grade, there was a huge curriculum change in the Alaskan school in the whole state. And I remember, and you still had the one teacher, and you'd whatever the first 45 minutes of the day was English, and then you'd go to science or whatever. And my teacher had asked me to go next door, which was like a 3rd grade class, and to ask the teacher over there something. And I remember going over there, and the 3rd grade kids were doing like long division on the board. And that was something because they changed the curriculum, right? But my little generation, that wasn't something that we were even introduced to until like 5th grade.
Okay.
And I remember being appalled, and like I felt shafted, I thought, why I'm glad that they did the curriculum different. But I realized, wow, these 3rd grade kids, 3 grades lower than me, are
Or
better
equal
at
to me in
math.
math. Yeah.
Yeah, they're better at math than any of us, right? Because we're like just getting on like two number multiplication, right? And these guys are like on double digit division, and like that hadn't even hardly been introduced to us yet. And like
And
I made a
I
switch.
bet they were learning metric too.
We had charts that that converted metric, like the major number, like 1/2 is also 0.5
Hmm.
and is also whatever it is, 12. It's not really 12 millimeter, but they would round it, right? Because like a 12 millimeter wrench doesn't really fit on a 1/2 inch, but it's the closest when you're working on your truck. That's like the closest thing you're going to find. So we always had that, but that came from Alaska always had was big into like vocational stuff. Being
Yep.
that we're on the frontier and shit, where the rest of America, there was a time when vocational type classes were a big, faux pas. Like they didn't do, they didn't want to teach kids to construction and wood shop and small engine repair, and like a lot of other states gave that up for arts and crafts and different shit like that. But Alaska always maintained that uh, working man's kind of schooling. So we always had charts and we always reviewed the major conversions, and like we all knew that whatever it is, right? I may be forgotten it now, but like, 32 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 Celsius, right? Water freezes at 0 Celsius in your country, but it freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit in my country.
Yeah.
So we were, I think, and I don't know if every state was like that, but Alaska was always, and like I said, I attribute that to the vocational process because we had machining schools and wood shop and small engine repair, and so there was always a crossover, right? If you're working on a Mercury one day, and then all of a sudden you get a Tohatsu motor. Well, you might need to know that 12 millimeter is your 12 millimeter wrench will fit on this 1/2 inch bolt, or you say, oh, my 1/2 inch isn't fitting on here, but it looks really close. Oh, well, it's in millimeters. It
Yeah.
must be a millimeter. So I think that we were probably ahead of a lot of places, at least in that respect. We had a place called Hutchison Career Center that you could take classes at when I was in high school, and you'd get on a bus from your high school and there was only 2 high schools, I guess, in my town, but people from each school could elect to go and take classes at Hutch. And there was, multiple wood shop classes. Like you started off making a mortise and tenon, and you'd make a stool, and then you'd go to advance. The next class would, you'd build something else, and then the final class was, I don't know about anywhere else, but every school in Alaska, they have like this storage shed outside where they keep the snowblower and the weed whackers and stuff. And Hutch Career Center every year would build. That's where everybody got them from. So the high schoolers in the advanced woodshop class would build this, 12 by 16 barn roof style shed, and then it would go to whatever school was on the list that needed a new one.
Okay.
And small engine repair, up there. Everybody gets around either on a snow machine. We call them snow goes. Some people call them snowmobiles, which is weird, but so everybody gets around on a snow go
We call them
or a boat.
Ski-Doos because that was the brand name, Ski-Doo.
Yeah, some of the old people would call them, we call them skidoos.
Well, that's what they're called. That's their sticker right
But
on
there's
the
a
side of
difference
it.
between saying skidoo and skidoo.
Well, it's
like
spelled S-K-I.
right? No, I'm just it's
Just
a
ski.
accent thing or whatever.
Yeah. Ski-Doo.
And
But yeah, my
that was-
godparents and lots of people had them in Ontario
Yeah.
in the winters. You still go to the cottage because now it's a big frozen lake with a foot of snow on it. And
you
just
remember
go rip
you
on the
remember that-
snowmobiles.
You remember that first one that had one ski? I remember you. I know you remember those when you were a kid, right?
Maybe, but I know all these had the 2 skis.
Yeah. Like some of the first ones,
And
I
a
think they
tank
were
track
called-
at the back. Yeah.
Yeah. But there was which is worth a lot of money now, but I think they called it an eland, which in the village would be an eland, but it had one ski. And like that was the coolest thing. And then they had the tundras. That's like the workhorse snow go of the history of the world. They were yellow, and they were called the Tundra. And then they had the Tundra 2, which had a wide track, which was super cool.
That's the ones that like the rescuers use and stuff.
Yeah, same machine, but instead of the track being 18 to 24 inches, it's like almost 36 inches. But yeah, the Tundra 2 was wicked, and then we had the Skidoo Viking, which was a long. Then they started making long, wide tracks, right? So now you're on something that's like the size of a World War II Jeep, and like man. And then I think the Viking, it also had a low high range. And it was like the trapper machine. All the old trappers who had money, they'd get those Vikings, and like you could pull an 8-foot sled with a cord of wood on it.
Look at G-Force's comment about a trail groomer. I'm not sure what a trail groomer is, but 2 treads and 1 ski.
Oh yeah, I've seen those on the yeah. They still have those kind of things now. They have a cab. The ones I've seen, the new ones, they have a cab. But you see them on the on the ski resorts.
Like now they got a cab.
Yeah, now they have like a square cab. Like
I want one. I'll take one, please. Thank you.
And they pull that
Snow
pull
cab.
they pull that grooming machine. Almost it's like a hay. It looks like hay forks almost.
Yeah. We got mountains here, so we got snow grooming. We got even fake snow making when we host the Olympics for the world. Like we need more snow, so let's just make it.
I have been threatening to buy a snow making machine ever since I've moved to Florida.
Well, yeah,
and now that I have kids, I think my son this year, he said, "It can't be Christmas." I said, "Why is that?" He said, "There's no snow." And it broke my heart. And I was like, "Well, son, it doesn't really snow around here that much." But I told him, I said, "Next year, you and me, we will figure out where's the most southern place that there's snow, and because he's never seen it." And I said, we will take a road trip just so you can see snow.
Got any mountains anywhere?
Near me?
Well, I'm just trying to think. anywhere but like the West Coast.
There's in Alabama, there's a place they call a mountain.
Because I know there's snow like in California has a mountain that could potentially have snow.
Oh, California's
A couple
got
of
what is
days
that?
a year, couldn't they?
They have a couple mountain ranges there, right? They have the what is it, the Grand Tetons and the Sierra Nevadas. Northern California, which no one ever thinks about, but like Northern California is like a huge wilderness.
Yeah, because
And
there's not a lot of population there either.
Yeah, there's no, and they have like huge deer hunting and black bear hunting. Like that's a huge thing in Northern Cal. When I was a kid, that was people would go there. You could, you know, you
mountain
could
lions too, right? Yeah. Cougars,
Oh
and mountain
yeah.
lions and shit.
I don't think they let you hunt them there. I think Montana is probably
No, they hunt you.
Yeah, I think Idaho and Montana are about the only states where you can go hunt mountain lions.
I also love the snow, JT. I grew up with it as a kid, and you know, I don't get it much as an adult here in the West Coast. It's usually a week a year we get some snow here.
Yeah, I love the snow too, man. That's my
That
favorite.
sounds like a fun ride too.
Yeah. We used to have a lot of God, what were those things called? Argo, which
Okay.
is it's a big track machine. You know, it's like something that you would almost see like from the military. And they probably in Alaska, they probably were the way people get them is probably from military auctions.
Like, is it all tank treads?
Yeah, it's like a tank.
We had the
It's
snow
totally
cat in Canada.
yeah, like a snow cat. Is it? Yeah, we had the ones they were called the Argo. And yeah, they're just like a tank, but they have they just have a cab.
Yeah, I
on
think
them.
it's basically the same thing. Yeah.
Is that the same thing? Yeah, Argo, I think it's just the company that makes them. But yeah, those were cool, man. Those are cool, and there's still like some old timey. Most of them are miners, and they all still have their Argo, you know, and they go out there and set up their gold panning sluices and all that, sluice boxes and pumps, and go to mining, you know, gold mining and stuff. But yeah, there's some cool machines out there that, you know, like down here in the south of America, you know, it's basically like the airboat is probably the most.
They got lots of water vehicles.
Yeah. But the airboat's probably the only thing that's like
swamp, you know, kind of boats, right? Too.
Yeah. And you get a lot of airboats in Alaska too, because like a lot of Alaska is a huge. So you go out to the Everglades, you know, and then go to where I grew up in Alaska, and like super similar, big swamps, big swamps, you know, with mountain ranges on either side, you know, and then you'll get forests and stuff, but then like near the river, man, is like floating marsh and quicksand and swamps and overflow, and it's and like there's like a lot of old Louisiana boys that live in Alaska, you know, and they love it. They got their Go Devil boats and their
I can see that. Yeah.
Airboats and stuff. My dad, so we had a Go Devil. You know what a Go Devil motor is?
No, I don't.
So a Go Devil, it's a type of motor. So it's an air cooled, usually a Kohler engine, and then it runs a straight shaft directly off of the motor. Right? There's
really
like
long?
no. Yeah, and it runs out, you know, 6 feet long.
Oh, okay.
And it's like the premier. They run them in Thailand a lot, but they use like 350. They use like Chevy 350 motors, right?
That's for like swamp kind of waters?
Well, that's what people like down here in the South. That's what they use them for. It's for the swamp.
Okay, so what about the ocean? You can.
Nah, it's not. It doesn't transfer enough power, really. You know, now if you were in Thailand where they use Chevy 350, yeah, well they use like Chevy 350.
Yeah, no rules.
Like trucks, and then they weld a straight shaft onto it. You know, and
take tourists on it.
Yeah, those big boats. You've seen them probably. They have those giant boats, and they shoot the big rooster tail. But so we had a Go Devil because we went up in places where, I mean, you couldn't get there unless you had this Go Devil, right? So we had like 25. The biggest one they made back then was a 25 horse Kohler Go Devil. And me and my dad, we went everywhere, man. We jumped beaver dams and we went places that nobody went. And then one year, my dad, because he's a hardcore country guy, so he bought a second motor, and then he built a custom transom. He used a hub from a 1-ton Chevy and mounted it on the transom of the boat, and then welded up his own mounting plates. And then he mounted two 25-horse Go Devils, right? And my dad was the first person in fucking history to ever do that, right? And we ran that thing for a couple years, and the local Go Devil dealer, what was his name? Stu Varner, I think was his name. He heard about it because everybody talked about it. Have you seen this guy with the twin Go Devils? Da 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 da. So this guy Stu Varner took some pictures of it, and he sent it to Go Devil, right? And Go Devil, they tried to make a twin 25-horse, and they said it was too dangerous.
Oh wow,
But
really?
but they will sell you a twin 23-horse. And to this day, if you get on the Go Devil website, you can buy that setup. And that was completely 100% invented by my dad.
That's hilarious. A 23.
And like when they started doing that, man, I was so mad, and I told my dad they ought to be paying you for this, and you invented it, and they would have never made it. And like my dad's such a country, he don't care about that kind of shit. He's done a lot of shit like that and he just whatever. But yeah, Go Devils today will still sell you a twin 23, but that is Lak's dad's invention.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, nobody ever had that. But yeah, and it was a famous boat. Everybody in Alaska knew, that guy with the twin 25 Go Devils, man. And it was just wicked. And we went everywhere. And like, we'd go up the river, and we'd jump these beaver dams. And if you got to a beaver, you'd try to jump it and you'd get hung up on the beaver dam. And, and there's no reverse. That's the thing about a Go Devil. It's only forward, no reverse, no gears, just throttle control. And he synced the motors by sound. He had 2 throttles, 1 tiller handle. And but like we'd try to get over a beaver dam a couple times and you couldn't make it. And then so we get pushed off or come along ourselves back off of it. And then we'd get on the bank and we'd tie ropes to each end and we'd turn the boat around backwards. And then we'd pull up to the beaver dam and he'd start the engines, man, and he'd drop the props in it. Blah, 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 and make a big hole in the beaver dam, and then we'd float off and get turned back around and then we'd jump it, bam, But yeah, we did some crazy. I need to find a picture of that boat, but it was famous, man. It was a great. I wouldn't mind getting a Go Devil. Nobody really runs them around here, but people around here people don't do shit like that anymore. Like they have their bass boat and they run up and down the biggest part of the river and they stop and they fish but like nobody's like exploring, doing shit, jumping logs and jumping beaver dams and like that was the cool shit to do, to go somewhere where people don't go, That was always the coolest thing that we did. Was always go further than everybody else and just go where people didn't go because it was too rough or too hard or too much work and like shit. That's what made it fun, That's what made it fun. But yeah, those are the coolest motors, and they have one now called the Mud Buddy, which is kind of like like I don't know, maybe the patent ran out on Go Devil, and then these other guys are like, oh, we'll make something like that, But Go Devil is like. That's the coolest boat motor ever made, man. I think that's the shit. And I think it'd be cool to get like this boat I have. It's I don't know, it's like 12 feet, but you could handle like maybe a 12 or 16 horse Go Devil on there.
Yeah.
But if you got like just a regular outboard, you could go maybe 25, put a 25 horse on it, but it'd have to be 2-stroke. That's the one problem now is and like the Go Devil motors have always been 4-stroke because they're air cooled, and they're usually always Kohler engines, which is probably the best fucking engine you can buy, But one of the problems with a lot of outboards now, because of whatever the government idea of emissions and all this shit, like it's a lot of 4-stroke boat motors. And then, but the issue with that becomes is like a 30 horsepower 2-stroke motor might weigh 50 pounds. And then all of a sudden but if you get a 4-stroke 30 horsepower motor, now that fucker's 110 pounds. And then that negates the whole, you're like, well, now
costs more for fuel too.
Yeah, and now you need more, you need a big, the whole point is that you could have a small boat and have a lot of horsepower, but the motor was small in weight because you're usually driving it with a tiller handle, and so, because the last 4-stroke motor I had, I think it was a 30, I think it was like a 35 Mercury long shaft, and that fucker's like 115 pounds, and it was just, now it was quiet and like you could sneak around and hunt moose, and nobody could hear you coming, which was kind of fun and all that kind of shit. But yeah, I think two strokes usually the way to go, just because it's so much lighter. It's just lighter, especially when you're 280 pounds sitting in the back with a tiller handle. You don't need another fucking 100 and something pound motor right there next to you.
No, it makes sense.
What's up? Yeah, Lack, you've been going for 5 hours and 59 minutes, baby. We try to hit it.
That's good for me, man. I can't do any more than 6 hours.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm glad you showed up.
Yeah, man, it's good to be here.
Yeah. Go eat your 6-hour-old lunch.
I will. Recook it. But
Reheat
cheers, everyone's hanging out. And
take care, Rick. We'll see you. Yeah. And then there was one. Just the Lack attack by himself. Well, we got 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 45 seconds. So I guess we'll make sure to get to 6. And maybe we'll call it, I guess. But hey, we had a lot of people in the chat, man. I think I saw up to like 21 people, which was awesome. So thanks to everybody who stopped by. And I know there was some links dropped earlier, so please subscribe. Got to make it official. That's right, G-Force. You got to make it official. There we go. I see the timer right here, 6:00:21. How about that? So yeah, it's been fun. We opened a couple things. We opened this. Thank you to Greg at Figure Fever. He sent me. This is the Obi-Wan series Vader, which I think might be the best one. I don't know why I think that. Thank you, Sebastian. Sebastian says, well done. Well done, Lack. Thank you, sir. So yeah, we opened this from Greg at Figure Fever. Definitely look up Greg. Go give him a sub. We opened the Morok, I think is how you say his name. And I immediately gave him these cool accessories. We gave Vader his, whatever that is. Mission accomplished. That's right. And we mean it. Not like a George W. Bush mission accomplished. We mean we actually did it. And then I think that was pretty much it. We opened those. And maybe next time we'll open this. We'll open this next time. Yeah, thanks for all the support. Yeah, I'm working on some. I have multiple customs in the works. And I took a break for a while, but I have multiple customs in the works. So we'll finish one eventually. Yeah, this Batman is cool. I had one. And I was going to open it, but then I don't know. I guess I blame Gary at Gary's Grails. He's kind of like made me a inbox collector. Yeah, you're welcome, JT. So when I got this was like maybe one of the first, certainly the first non-Star Wars item where I was like, damn, I don't really have a place to display it right now, whatever. I'll just hang it on the wall in the package. And then then all of a sudden I got another McFarlane Batman. And I was like, well, a different one, but same series, right? And I was like, oh, I'll hang that there. But anyway, so this Christmas, Big Mike at Manic Plastic Toys. He sent me this for Christmas. So, and I really appreciate it. So now I do have 2 of these. I do need to look at the boxes, I guess. Again, I blame Gary for that kind of a thing. But I'll check the 2 out real careful and see if one box is better. And we'll leave that one up there with the rest of them. And next stream we'll open this one. But yeah, very cool Nightfall. People always say, "What's your Batman?" And like blue and gray Batman was always my Batman. Always. Like Batman is blue and gray to me. And I think it'd be cool to get a live action blue and gray Batman. Wouldn't that be sick? I think it would. Yeah, yeah, Zombie. Next time, hop on. I'm at 6 hours, so we might as well. I only get 3 6-hour streams a month on the free StreamYard, so we gotta pace ourselves. We gotta pace ourselves. So yeah, it's been real and it's been fun and it's been real fun. So I appreciate everybody. Looks like there's still 11 people in here. That's amazing. So yeah, we'll get Zombie Hunter on next time. Thank you to Gap for hopping on, and Rick always, and Super John. Darth Wizzy Wiz made his debut on the channel. Gary was here for a while. John Joker was also here. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody, because that's what you get 6-hour stream wet brain, and you start forgetting what the fuck went on. So yeah, the John Wayne of Star Wars right there, I think. So yeah, we had a lot of fun. Talked about a lot of shit that was not toy related, which hey, is Lobot here now too? Hey, what's going on, Lobot? Oh, you know what? You were here earlier. But yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for staying with us. And Gilster, one of the best, the backbone of our community, Gilster 37. Make sure to go subscribe to his Instagram if you're not already, which I'm sure most people are. So, but yeah, I appreciate everything. I think that's it. We'll look for us later on in the week. You know, whatever. We might get fed up with everything, and who knows? We could be on for 6 hours tomorrow. Who knows? We are, my buddy Dylan just made it back 9 hours to Cape Canaveral. I saw a text earlier in the stream where he said, I made it. So that's good. I don't know how long it's going to take, but he has a lot of great footage from from our trip on his 360 camera. So when he gets that edited up and sent to me, we'll post that. And I'm sure, it might just be like a long video of, floating down the river, like river float AMSR, but I think it'll be fun. We can hashtag not hashtag Star Wars in a video, so that's cool. But anyway, yeah, I'm just making sure there's nothing else we need to go over. I don't think there is. But anyway, awesome. I have been General Lak Sivrak. I will continue to be. Bloop. And I will see you on down the trail. All right? Who loves you, baby?